We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of the lands and waters where we gather today. We pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today.
So, welcome to day 4 of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, on course and right around the world. We're looking forward to progression in a number of different categories today, but finals with the Open Rowing Championships, the Australian Open Schools Rowing Championships, and on Sunday, the Interstate Regatta for the Kings and Queens Cup. Yep. We've got Olympic champions rowing, we've got under-17s, we've got paras. What are you looking for today, Lizzie?
I think more than anything else, the beginning of the big boats was yesterday, and we're seeing that start to progress now. So we've got a mixture of small boat finals and the big boat progressions. It's all going to be very exciting. Still challenging conditions, but it's rowing, so you've got to expect that. Yes,
it is an outdoor sport.
It is indeed. But as you said, you know, we've got the best of the best here. And since all of the schools came in last night, it was amazing seeing them all arrive and starting their racing. The atmosphere has really changed. It's become very exciting. The crowds are huge and we're on for a good day.
And there's actually the interest online has gone up as well. The number of people has gone up, and the schools bring that. So the last 6 races yesterday were all heats of the under-19 women and men's 8s, and that was very exciting. I'm looking forward to the men's single scull final. The women's single scull final, you would think Tara Rigney would be favourite for that, but I can't find a favourite for the men's final. Jack Hargraves.
I'd love to see him do that. I think he deserves it. He's been plugging away. But yes, by the way, it's Tara Rigney's birthday today. Happy birthday, Tara Rigney.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring you the first bracket of racing when they begin. The first race for the day has been cancelled, so we're due to commence at 7:40, and we'll bring you the racing live from here at Champion Lakes in beautiful Western Australia.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. Rowing WA, Tourism WA, the City of Armidale, the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries and Lotterywest, Hancock Prospecting, the Australian Sports Commission, Coles Supermarkets, 776 BC, Bont Rowing, Ticketmaster, Konica Minolta, Croker Oars, Ambulance Response Services, The Regatta Shop, Sykes Rowing, Tempur, with support from Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Tasmania, and Rowing Victoria.
I'm incredibly proud to be a female in the mining industry, led by a great role model for mining, for the Australian economy.
This is the best mining company to work for.
Everyone kind of takes you under their wing.
Being an older person in mining as well, I find that people can come to me for advice.
I did hairdressing for a year before coming to mining. It's the best thing I've ever done.
It offers a level of financial security that women outside of the industry don't necessarily have, and it's just awesome.
We would like women to be safer here than they are anywhere else.
Every day is exciting, there's something happening.
Just get out there, try something new.
This is the engine room of our Australian economy, and we get to be a part of what keeps this country afloat and helps with infrastructure and all the other projects that makes Australia such a fantastic country to live in.
To join us in building an exceptional future, go to buildinganexceptionalfuture.com.au.
Ladies and gentlemen, day 4 of the Australian Rowing Championships, and we're joined in the commentary box by James Loveday, who's the lead para coach for Rowing Australia. Welcome, James.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, first time we've met. So your history in para rowing is rich, I understand.
Yeah, I came over from, as you can tell by my voice, fresh off the boat, and I came over in at the end of December from the UK, where I was involved in the para rowing program over there, and before that I was involved in the Pathways team.
Okay, so Tom, what's the guy that was the head coach for para?
Tom Dyson.
Tom Dyson, but he's moved on now to the able-bodied, to the greater program.
No, he's in a slightly broader role where he accommodates some of the logistical areas that are going on with the team, and Nick Baker's running the team over there now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I did know Sir David quite well when I was team manager. So, can you tell us about the para coaching team here at Rowing Australia?
Yeah, so as a team, we're pretty fresh, and it's the head coach is Chad King.
Yep.
And we both started at the same time. He's come from a really rich history in para rowing, so he ran the GB rowing team during the first Paralympic Games for rowing.
Yep.
Won gold medals with the GB team there, then worked with the para team here in Australia for a few years, won medals at 2012, and then has been recently working with the French and has been hooked up by Rowing Australia for the head coach position. And then myself, supporting him to run the team generally, and also I'm working quite a lot with the pathway, so development of something a bit broader than just our high performance team.
I really enjoy having Lizzie Chapman in the commentary box with us, because Lizzie's very passionate about para rowing, and of all of the commentary team, she has the greatest knowledge of para rowing. So can you explain to us about the classifications for para rowing?
Yeah, so
I know it's a complex issue.
So I'll try and keep it as simple as possible. In order to be involved in the Paralympic Games, there are a series of permanent eligible abilities and impairments that are eligible for classification. These can include conditions that cause reduced muscle power, reduced muscle range. They include neurological conditions, limb deficiencies, so amputations. And the easiest way to see that list is to go onto the Rowing Australia website and go onto the para section there, and we detail all of the eligible conditions.
Yeah. Sight impairment is another.
Yeah, so visual impairment is another one, and then in rowing it's split across 3 categories. So we have the PR1, 2 and 3 events, and they're different boat types at the Paralympic Games. And if we start with the PR3 event, there's a coxed 4 and a double at the Paralympic Games. The coxed 4 and the PR3 event generally is what we'd say is the lowest level of impairment. So it's the highest amount of function. People are able to use the sliding seat. They propel the boat with their legs, their hips and their arms. And this is where para rowing is actually in this really amazing position, because it accommodates such a wide range of abilities and impairments. And para rowing actually has some of the lowest levels of impairment that compete at the Paralympic Games. Yeah. So we end up looking for people who have conditions that involve their feet, fused ankles, fixations in their wrists.
Oh, there's a chance for an old bloke like me with fused ankles,
Yeah, absolutely. People who've damaged their ankles and have ended up having to have surgery to deal with that. Those types of people are eligible for power rowing. And the really interesting thing with that PR3/4s event is that it's been won by people who have a history in rowing. They've been rowing at their school, their universities and their clubs, and they've realised that they have an eligible impairment, and they've then engaged with the Paralympic system. And that's what the people who've been winning that event at Paralympic Games and World Championship level for the last few years have been doing. So we're looking for those people. And then if we go into the PR2 event, that's an event that is predominantly where the boat's predominantly propelled by hips and arms. It's a fixed seat event, so there's no sliding seat. And that can involve conditions with people who might have limited range of movement across their knees. They might have neurological issues with their lower body that mean that they can't move up and down the slide.
Yeah.
And then finally, the PR1 event is the highest level of impairment.
Eric Horry.
Yeah, so it includes people like Eric with spinal cord injury, and it really is, the boat is propelled predominantly by the arms and the body. I guess what's key in that event is sitting balance is compromised for an individual when they're classified for that event, and the boat is not propelled by their hips. So that's the real difference between the PR1 and PR2 event, is the ability to propel the boat on a fixed seat with less than the hips and the legs.
So looking forward to 2024 and the Paralympic Games in Paris. If Chad's been working with the French, he'd be familiar with the facility?
Yeah. We had an opportunity. I had an opportunity last year to go and see the facility. It's a great course. It's got the kayaking behind it.
Okay.
So you're sort of on the boat sheds. You can see out onto the rowing course, and if you do a 180 turn, you can see the course for the kayaking behind you. So it's a really cool venue, and it'll be a really interesting event there.
I know Chad's very ambitious, and he's a Penrith Panthers fan. Are we looking for gold medals? Back-to-back. Success like his beloved Penny Panthers?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the facts I didn't know is rowing in Australia, they haven't won a gold medal at the Paralympic Games.
That's correct.
And we've got this amazing team of really talented athletes involved at the moment, and there is 100% the potential for a gold medal within this current team. And we would like to go and do that, but I'm really of the impression of why stop there. We've got this talented group of people. We've got Paralympic qualification this year at the World Rowing Championships, and this year we're trying to qualify all the boats we enter. We are going out to try and win medals in those events, and we're really looking to start putting a benchmark down to the rest of the world of how we want power rowing to look leading into Paris, but beyond as well, and set the tone for future people to come and actually be involved in the sport.
And I think Paul Thompson, as performance director, has a passion for para rowing that he probably learned from his time working under David.
Yeah, absolutely.
David certainly had a passion for it.
Yeah, I mean, Tomo said that he would be sat where I am now, and Tom Dyson would be sat next to him, and they were always working in the same office, having discussions about rowing. So Tomo's been 100% involved in para rowing in terms of what he's seen and heard over the years at GB Rowing. Yeah.
So, in closing, is there one thing that we need to know about para rowing, or how to get into para rowing?
Yeah, I mean, so I mentioned earlier, it really covers this broad range of classifications from the PR3 event all the way to PR1 event. And what I would like people to know listening to this is we want to hear from you. If you think you've got an eligible impairment, we are looking to produce a pool of athletes and help the states actually run a development program for power rowing in this country that leads into LA, that leads into Brisbane.
Yeah.
And if you think that you might have a permanent eligible impairment, contact us by email on para@rowingaustralia.com.au, and we will get back to you and we'll give you the information you need, and we'll give you clarification on where you sit with regard to the Paralympic rowing and classification system.
So the school system in Australia is so rich, and so voluminous, let's say, it's enormous. So, there must be lots of kids out there in some of these GPS schools, APS schools, private girl, or the independent girls' schools who would be eligible if they knew.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the trick. So parents, athletes, if you think or you want to ask me a question, send me an email and we'll have a conversation about it.
Or have a look at his head sitting up here with me.
Yeah, or come and find me.
He's a good-looking dude for a pom. So one last comment I would have made. So the day you went to the Penny Panthers, were you barracking for St Helens?
You tried to throw me under the bus there.
So James, thank you. Thanks for your time. And welcome to the position. And from what we've seen here, you're growing the base, growing the numbers. Yep. And Chad and I have known each other for a long time, so I wish you and he all the very best going forward for this year, but particularly next year in 2024.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thanks, mate. Bye.
Cheers.
So don't forget the Women in Sport breakfast is on this morning from 8 a.m. till 9:30, and we will celebrate the incredible achievement of women in sport. This event is an opportunity to hear from some of the most inspiring, driven and passionate women in the rowing industry, share experiences and learn from each other. Our panel of speakers will share their journeys to success and the challenges they have faced along the way. You'll also have the chance to network with other women in the rowing/sports industry, enjoy a delicious breakfast and leave feeling motivated and empowered. Don't miss this chance to be part of the community that supports and uplifts women in sport. For more information and to register, I'm sure you could still register even with 25 minutes to go, at arc.rowingaustralia.com.au.
Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Australian rowing team, and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. Check out the Regatta Village for a spot of shopping. We've got you covered from head to toe with rowing jewellery or gifts from Sport Republic, rowing apparel from 776 BC and innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. Plus, don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the Regatta Shop. The City of Armidale has an information stall set up, and Hancock Prospecting, in conjunction with Roy Hill, talking about careers in mining. When posting socials, tag in @Western Australia and use the hashtag #ThisIsWA and follow the Tourism WA Facebook page, or follow them on Instagram by searching Western Australia. Don't forget to check out our traders and builders to service your boats and provide spare parts. We have Sykes, Croker Oars, Wintec, Rowfit and Perfect Balance Rowing just beside the training lake. In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of event and venue staff. A reminder, all cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended. And let's keep Champion Lakes clean. Make sure we all put our rubbish in the bins provided. Make sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and slip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and the daily draws of this regatta, visit our dedicated website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au.
So our first race was cancelled today, which was the B final of the PRT mixed double. The first race is due to commence now, is the PR2 mixed double scull A final. And there is only the one crew entered. It's from Team Hong Kong, so it's what is known in rowing as a row over. And Team Hong Kong is Siu Sun Lau and Kai Yi Ip. And I believe that row over has begun. So it's going to be a very, very busy day, ladies and gentlemen, particularly through to lunchtime, with B finals followed by A finals, another B final, then a medal presentation, then an A final. So lots of things will be overlapping, and bear with us because conditions are making that something of a challenge. That race that row over has just begun. The and I did say yesterday, I think it was great to see on social media that the original Team Hong Kong to chart in to have a look at the things that have gone on in the time since the finished up in that role. He now has a Lagadi Majore and his wife Ho Kim Fei, and he separates time between Hong Kong and Italy. It's a tough life for him.
And it's slightly blustery morning here at Champion Lakes, but we are underway on time in the opening race of this huge day racing from 7:40. Is he racing today? It is racing today. Yes. It makes us feel like the inactive members of the commentary team. We just get to sit here and talk about it. But you've got a medal presentation to do later on today, and the very important Steve Hinchy Memorial Trophy, of course.
Yes, one of the great people of Australian rowing over such a long time. Steve, life member of Commercial Rowing Club, Rowing Queensland, Rowing Australia. He was team doctor for Australian rowing teams, underage and senior A, team manager. He was the Commonwealth Games team doctor and team manager in 1986. He's been an Olympic team doctor and Olympic team manager as well, and greatly missed. Passed away on the 8th of July 2020, the same date as Nick Garrett the year before. That's right. It was 366 days after that because it was the leap.
The leap year, yes. And that trophy presented for the first time at Lake Barrington a couple of years ago, and fittingly, of course, the trophy for the Open Men's Single Scull, which for many years never had a trophy. And kudos to Greg Smith and the boat race officials who instigated that initiative, and the trophy's sensational. Even the box it comes in is sensational. Yes, it is a classy box, and you did a great job transporting it across the Nullarbor last week to make sure all the trophies arrived here safely.
Now, Richard, looking at the screen here, it looks to me like that wind's a little more head rather than cross that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, look, I must admit to being somewhat confused by the conditions here. It is my first visit to Champion Lakes, and the wind does seem quite inconsistent. Driving down past the course on the way in this morning, it seemed to be coming right across, but you're right, now from those pictures we've got and from our flags here at the finish line, it does look the wind is blowing down the course and certainly making these a bit longer and more challenging races today. Hopefully, as has been the pattern throughout the week, the conditions will improve as the day continues.
And we do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you appreciate the fact we do have a drone here, and one of Australia's best drone operators, Lachlan from Hobart, Tasmania. But the velocity of the wind precludes us from putting the drone up. Every chance that the drone would end up in the Indian Ocean or here and in the drink at Champion Lake. So there will need to be certainly some reduction in the velocity of the wind before the drone can go up. But it's James Loveday's explanation here, Richard. We can see the legs are locked down for these rowers. I actually think one of the rowers has no legs, and the seat is stationary and pivoting from the hips. The hips are very, very important, and the body's rocking forward and getting length with the arms, and the body having rock forward, and long strokes with a nice follow through at the end.
Yeah, as is always the case in rowing, the aim is to keep the blade moving through the water for the longest possible stroke to propel the boat, and obviously these PR2 mixed double are doing that, but it is a long row down the 2,000 metre course into the teeth of this headwind here.
Longest possible stroke in the shortest possible time.
Exactly right, yes. No matter the category, the basics of the sport are simple, but as I think you've said many times, our coaches just like to complicate these things. And
absolutely. So many sports that are simple that have been made hard by experts.
Exactly right. We're heading up still in the second 500 metres, I think, of this race. Not yet at the halfway mark.
Tia Sun Lau and Ka Yi Ip. So Team Hong Kong, in its early days when Chris was there, Chris Perry, I'm pretty sure that the Hong Kong Jockey Club built the first boat shed and offices and things. And then in more recent times, the Hong Kong Jockey Club built a para-specific boat shed and employed a couple of coaches. So
I was going to ask, because as soon as you mentioned the name Sha Tin, my mind went straight to horse racing, unfortunately. But
as does mine.
Exactly.
Last night, I haven't looked to see how they went, actually. But yeah, one of the great horse racing provinces, Hong Kong, and yeah, Sha Tin, a great venue for that.
Just over the 6-minute mark, this double scull from Team Hong Kong, the PR2 mixed double scull. We'll have presentations, of course, to follow all of our A finals today. So beginning with this race, our presentations team under the leadership this year of Orla Flecker are preparing. Some run-throughs now with the tray holders from the schools getting ready for the presentations to come. We'll do our best to bring you vision from as many of those presentations as we can, interspersed, of course, with the racing. It is, as Ray said, a very, very busy program on this fourth day, the biggest day by far of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships, beginning here at 7:40 a.m. Western Time, and our last race at 6:10 is race 423 on the regatta, which is the heat of the open men's quad scull. So some 317 or so races across the course of today. A lot to get through. But beginning with this A final in the PR2 mixed double scull. So opening Australian champions for 2023 are soon to be crowned, and obviously no doubt about the result in this row. It will be Team Hong Kong who will collect their medals in a few minutes' time. You will note too this first presentation, which will be conducted by our own Lizzie Chapman, of course an Australian Paralympic coach from the Tokyo Games, will take place on the water, whereas most of our presentations over the next 4 days will be on the presentation podium just down beside the finish tower. But of course for this PR2 mixed double scull, Lizzie Chapman will take the medals to them, and it will be Team Hong Kong in a few minutes' time to be a part of that first presentation of this regatta.
So Richard, the second race of the morning has begun. The B final of the under-17 women's single scull.
Yes, so 2 races on the course at the same time already. That was on schedule at 7:45. So this is the B final, which is up on screen now. A field of 6 in that race. Fremantle lane 2 is Juliet Kelly. Brisbane and GPS lane 3, Eva Hosking. Rockhampton Fitzroy lane 4, Callie McRae. Fremantle lane 5, Sina Metzger. Gibson Grammar lane 6, Scarlett Tavaski, and Unley High lane 7, Felicity Cox. So this is for positions 7 to 12, the B final of the under-17 women's scull, and we'll try and bring you some action from that race as this PR2 mixed double scull from Team Hong Kong also continues down the course, and the A final to get away very shortly as well. So as you said, a busy day of racing, and evidence of that in the early minutes here.
Yep, and pretty simple. If you can't make the A final, win the B final has to be your goal, and I'd say the Gippsland Grammar Scarlett Tavaski has gone out with that purpose in mind, as we just see Felicity Cox from Unley High put a couple of dirty strokes in there. But it is Si Sun Lau and Ka Yi Ip of Team Hong Kong. They've come through the 1,500 metre mark. Over on the far side of the course.
And the umpire closely following that mixed double scull from Team Hong Kong. As we can see still the action in the B final of the under-17 women's single scull. And it is certainly Scarlett Tavaski of Gippsland Grammar off to a very positive start in that race. She led after 500 metres from Kelly McRae of Rockhampton Fitzroy, and then Eva Hosking of the Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. So a Victorian sculler out in front in the B final, and 2 Queenslanders sitting in second and third.
So who runs the program at Gippsland Grammar? Richard, do you know?
I don't off the top of my head. I know they're a very strong and successful program from based largely in
Would it
Sale.
be Nick Bartlett, maybe?
It may well be, yes. And they appear at a bit like Kinross Wallaroo we spoke about yesterday. They have to travel to race. So Gippsland appear at regattas in Ballarat and Ngambie and Geelong, as well as a couple of regattas in the home territory as well. But very strong still. Ella Garand. Sale, yes. I think they might have a campus at Bairnsdale as well, but Sale primarily. And a school once attended by our good friend Roger Wilson.
Oh, really? I thought he was a Brighton boy.
He spent a couple of years at Gippsland Grammar, he once told me at least. So yes, he claims a bit of ownership there as well, but certainly then to Brighton Grammar afterwards.
Yeah. Proud Brighton grammarian.
Very proud. They
Mercantilian.
And Roger had the pleasure of calling their drought-breaking Head of the River win a couple of years ago at Ngambie after about a 40-year gap, I think it was.
The great man will be excited because his beloved Pies are absolutely flying.
Yeah, I know he was there last Saturday watching him destroy Port Adelaide. So, yes, he would be in fine spirits and hopefully enjoying the coverage too. Hello to Roger Wilson.
So this double scull, this mixed double scull from Team Hong Kong. Still about 250 metres to go. We've got some supporters on the far side following it down. I'd say that's the coach on a bicycle over there, following the crew down. And as is the custom with para rowing, there's an umpire's boat, but also another craft following the race down for safety measures. I can't see where the colours change on the boys, Richard.
No, I was discussing this with Lizzie the other day. It appears the colours changed in the last 250 metres here, which has something to do with the course they use for the canoeing course as well, which has a 200-metre sprint event as well as the 500 and 1,000-metre races. So there is no traditional last 100 in red here. It's at least the last 200 metres of red boys on this course.
Okay.
So Team Hong Kong are well inside those red boys at least, but still have by my maths about 120 or so metres to go to take out the opening Australian Championship title for 2023.
So this venue managed by Venues West, so another state that has ownership of venues and run some themselves, and I'm sure they probably sublet others. You know.
Yes. No, and it seems a very, my first trip, I was a very well run and organised venue, and it certainly is great to be able to come across here once every decade or so for the national championship. The locals would probably like it more regular than that. When
I was here 4 years ago for the Masters, I actually went to Optus Stadium for an event, and it's a wonderful stadium. But with 6 strokes to go, it is the PR2 Mixed Double Scull Champions of Australia, Team Hong Kong, Si Sun Lau and Ka Yi Ip, and they'll hit the line on this stroke. And the first gold medal of the Australian Rowing Championships to Team Hong Kong. Well done to them. 13 minutes. Winning time there.
No clear time coming through. It was just over 13 minutes, but certainly a win there to Team Hong Kong, and that presentation will follow shortly.
I may have spoken incorrectly, have I? That looks like a drone shot to me.
I think, yes, the drone operator has decided to take his chance. It looks like the drone is up, and that's a great shot from above. We say it every time we see it, but what a view of these 6 single scullers. Being led still by Gippsland Grammar's Scarlett Tavaski, but Felicity Cox from Unley High in South Australia has certainly made up some ground. She was sitting 4th at the 1,000-metre mark, but from that shot, it's pretty clear she's in a breakaway top 2, along with the Victorian sculler Scarlett Tavaski, who's coached by Casey Jobling at the Gippsland Grammar School.
And Cox is not done with, is she, Richard?
No, she's certainly come from about 4 or 5 seconds back over that third 500 metres. It will be Scarlett Tavaski who leads through still.
And the A final is underway, Richard.
Yes, so a field of 6 there as well, just on their way, in fact, heading up through the first 500 of the race. It is Bradford College from the ACT in lane 2, Zara Turner. Lane 3, Gippsland Grammar, Ella Garand. Lane 4, Sienna Becker of Commercial. Lane 5, Bunbury, Sophia Cross. Lane 6 from Glebe, Lucy Yabsley. Lane 7, Sydney University, Addison Rolls. As we are, in fact, that is the A final boats we're seeing on screen, which might have confused things slightly because it is certainly a very substantial lead to Gippsland Grammar's Scarlett Tavaski in the B final. And a good chance here, Gippsland Grammar 2 in the A final with Ella Garand across on the far side of the course. But the race lead, in fact, is with Glebe's Lucy Yabsley in lane 6 ahead of Addison Rolls from Sydney Uni in lane 7. So the drone is following the A final. The pictures you can see now. The B final is about to conclude in front of us, and Scarlett Tavaski of Gippsland Grammar will win that, and will win that well. But a really good race here for the title in the under-17 women's singles sculls A final between Lucy Yabsley and Addison Rolls, 2 scullers from New South Wales, the Glebe and Sydney University boat clubs.
So Tavaski will finish 7th in the Australian Championships, but 8th, there's 3 of them there trying for the 8th spot. That's Felicity Cox, and then across to, is it Rockhampton Fitzroy, Kelly McRae, and possibly Brisbane and GPS Eva Hoskins. Yes, that distinctively coloured boat that Eva Hoskins rode with the pink bow and stern.
And this is the B final now concluding in front of us, and that's Scarlett Tavaski of Gippsland Grammar, who I suspect would have had designs on an A final spot, but the next best thing you can certainly do, as Ray mentioned, is to go out and win the B final, and she's going to win it extremely well. She had 27.5 seconds on Unley High's Felicity Cox with 500 to go, and it's very much a similar margin now as she comes up to the finish line.
Well done to Scarlett Tavaski. That's a very convincing win in the B final. We're over 10 minutes, Richard.
10 minutes 14, so if you need indication of the strength of the head breeze there, it is in one simple number. A good race for second too. I think the Unley High sculler, Felicity Cox,
will get second.
Should hold on.
Yep. Just in front of the sculler from Brisbane and GPS, Eva Hosking. And then Kelly McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy will be 4th. 5th will be the Fremantle sculler Sina Metzger, and 6th will be the Fremantle sculler Juliet Kelly on the far side of the course as the A finalists come towards us. And I would suggest Addison Rolls has got her bow in front now, Richard.
Yes, she has indeed, the sculler from Sydney Uni, so going past Lucy Yabsley of Glebe there by 1.4 seconds, so about half a length or so. 7:22 there through to 1,500 metres, so 500 to go. Still about 2 minutes or so of racing into the breeze here at Champion Lakes, but it is certainly Addison Rolls leading it from Lucy Yabsley, and currently sitting in the bronze medal spot. One of the local scullers, or localish, from Bunbury is Sophia Cross in 3rd place. So lane 7 leads lane 6 and lane 5. As we again work with the preferred lane draw today, so the higher ranked crews are over here on the finish tower side of the course.
Sienna Becker, not that far behind Sophia Cross, but no doubt that our leader is Addison Rolls of Sydney University Boat Club. She's coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. And she's got the look back at Lucy Yabsley, coached by Milan and Thomas Parker and Nicholas Galea.
It's the two scullers from New South Wales there out in front, still battling for the lead. Addison Rolls and Lucy Yabsley, who've been in the top two spots all the way down the 2,000 metre course, but certainly here now at the business end of the race. The sculler from Sydney University has put herself a boat length or so clear, so looking set to take out the under-17 women's single sculler. Huge field in this event, now down to our 6 finalists and 3 medalists about to be determined. It looks like Addison Rolls will get the gold, and still the Bunbury sculler there, a good race for the bronze medal as well, alongside Sienna Becker of Commercial.
And the Gippsland Grammar sculler, Ella Durand, is trying to get into that mix as well. But certainly Addison Rolls, she measured the race out beautifully, and she's finished strongly in the second half and will win the gold medal in the under-17 women's single scull. Second will be Glebe's Lucy Yabsley. Third will be Bunbury's Sophia Cross. Fourth will be Sienna Becker of Commercial. Fifth will be Gippsland Grammar's Ella Durand, and sixth will be Radford College Zara Turner.
They will finish across the course in the end in reverse lane order from the lane 7 side. Confirmation of those unofficial results. The winner of the under-17 women's single scull from Sydney University is Addison Rolls. Second goes to Glebe, Lucy Yabsley, and third to the Bunbury Rowing Club, Sophia Cross. Fourth, Sienna Becker. Fifth, Ella Durand. And sixth will be Zara Turner. The winning time unofficially still is 9:41.17, and the margin of victory there to Addison Rolls, 5.66 seconds ahead of Lucy Yabsley in the under-17 women's single scull. The presentation of medals for the PR2 mixed double scull. The medals will be presented by Lizzie Chapman, coach of the PR3 Coxsworth 4 at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing Team Hong Kong, Si Sun Lau and Ka Yi Ip. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions.
And the B final of the under-17 men's single scull has just concluded. Bunbury Alexander Clements was first, Bundaberg Logan Cavill second, Ignatius Park Thomas Bartels third, fourth Guildford Grammar, fifth the Southport School, sixth Adelaide High. And the A final is well down the course for the Piper Cup. Under-17 men's single scull A final for the Piper Cup. In lane 2 is Hunter Valley Grammar Vaughan Henderson. In lane 3, Rockhampton Fitzroy is Harry Brandt. In lane 4, Essendon Rhys Davey. Lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar Luke Purdy. Lane 6, Tasmania University Noah Haas. And in lane 7 is Trinity College Jack Hansen Nahoy. And they're at the 1,000 metre mark and heading to the 1,500, Richard, in the under-17 men's single scull for the Piper Cup.
It's the Tasmanian who leads it here. Noah Haas from the Tasmania University Boat Club is in front by 6.26 seconds, so a substantial lead of a couple of boat lengths for Noah Haas over Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar as we join this race from above once again. And it is in fact now Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar who has got himself narrowly ahead, it looks like, at the 1,500 metre mark of the race. So that's Luke Purdy in lane 5, Noah Haas alongside him in lane 4. I think we're looking at the race at the moment for 4th, 5th and 6th between the scullers on the far side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. Jack Hansen Canoy would be 3rd, 4th Rhys Davey, the Essendon sculler, and beside him then Harry Brandt and Vaughan Henderson in 5th and 6th position. But our race leaders again are on the close side of the course, the eastern side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre, and it was just 700ths of a second with 500 to go between Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar and Noah Haas from Tasmania University.
Luke Purdy coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop, and unfortunately we don't have a coach listed for Noah Haas. They're in the gold and silver positions at the moment, but Tasmanian University, those red colours and the red boat, finishing fast. Hunter Valley Grammar established a lead early in the race and trying to hang on to that lead, and a stroke for stroke between those two. Then in third place, Jack Hansen-Nahoy, he's coached by Liam D. Looks to have the bronze medal pretty much sewn up, I would suggest. Essendon's Rhys Davey is in fourth place, coached by Lisa Gandolfo and Grant Williamson. And then a good race for fifth and sixth, Rockhampton Fitzroy, Harry Brandt, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. And another Hunter Valley Grammar sculler, Vaughan Henderson, again coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop.
The Tasmanian Skull lifts again here. Noah Haas alongside Luke Pretty. Might have got his boat in front there. The red shell from Tasmania University Boat Club with just on 100 metres now to race.
Yeah, he's got to bow in front. He's going to go on and win the gold medal unless the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler can pull something out in this last 50 metres. But I think the post is going to be too close. Tasmanian University, Noah Haas is going to win the under-17 men's single scull for the Piper Cup at the Australian Rowing Championships on day 4. Tasmanian University first, Hunter Valley Grammar second, Trinity College from Western Australia in Station 7 will be in third place. Fourth then will be the Essendon sculler Rhys Davey. Fifth will be Rockhampton Fitzroy. And sixth will be Vaughan Henderson of Hunter Valley Grammar.
So the unofficial result there in the A final of the under-17 men's single scull. The race for the Piper Cup, and it was won on lane 6 by Noah Haas from Tasmania University. Second place, Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar. Third goes to Jack Hansen-Nahoy of Trinity College, ahead of Rhys Davey, Harry Brandt and Vaughan Henderson just coming across the line now. The unofficial winning time, 8:44.36 for Noah Haas. And he won that by 2.17 seconds. So an exciting final as we open the day here.
Over here.
So we're on now with the B final of the under-19 women's single scull as the racing does continue thick and fast as it will right throughout the day here. The start list there up on screen. So lane 2 from Fremantle, Emma O'Neill. Lane 3, the West Australian Rowing Club, Sinead Reading. Lane 4 from Bundaberg, Asia Heaps. Lane 5 from Mersey, Olivia Yates. Lane 6, Yarra Yarra, Sophia Miller. And lane 7 from Mantle, Olivia Park in that B final. And Olivia Yates is our leader at the 500 metre mark of the race. She is the sculler from Mersey in Tasmania, coached by David Tippett and Merv Tippett, leading from Olivia Parker from Mantle in second place. The presentation of medals for the under-17 women's single scull. Medals will be presented by Tom Westgarth, National Training Centre Women's Coach. In third place and bronze medalist representing the Bunbury Rowing Club, Sophia Cross. Sophia is coached by Cameron Fowler. In second place, and silver medalist representing the Glebe Rowing Club, Lucy Yapsley. Coached by Milan Parker, Thomas Parker and Nicholas Scalia. The gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022 from the Sydney University Boat Club, Addison Rolls. Coached by Karen Glynn and Ray Boyle. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalists.
As the B final comes more into view here, Richard, and certainly it is the Mersey sculler Olivia Yates who's making a bold bid for victory there in Station 5. He would be leading from the Fremantle sculler Olivia Park, again for places 7 to 12. Third would be Sophia Miller, and then across to the Bundaberg sculler Asia Heaps, Sinead Reading of Western Australian Rowing Club, and Emma O'Neill of Fremantle on the far side of the course.
So it is Mersey's Olivia Yates who continues to lead and lead well from it was Olivia Park there in second place. So it's two Olivias who lead the race here. Mersey's Olivia Yates in lane 5, Fremantle's Olivia Park in lane 7, and then Yarra Yarra's Sophia Miller in lane 6 in third place in this B final, again for position 7 through to 12.
So the B final's coming down the course and the A final's underway as well, I would suggest. It looks like to me, yes.
Yeah, well and truly underway. The A final through the first 500 in fact. And possibly Liesl Page, the early leader in that race too, as the B final heads towards its conclusion in front of us here. With Olivia Yates of Mersey still comfortably out in front.
So the field in the A final, in lane 2 is Sydney Rowing Club Neve Tierney. In lane 3, Centenary Queensland Academy of Sport Sophie Malcolm. Lane 4, Yarra Yarra Zara Kafori. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club Lucy Searle. Lane 6 is University of Queensland Boat Club Eliza Bridgefoot. And lane 7 is Sydney Rowing Club Liesl Page. And it is Page and Bridgefoot who are the two leaders at that junction, Richard, as the B final comes closer to the finish.
Still the battle of the two Olivias here in the B final. Lane 5, Olivia Yates of Mersey. Lane 7, Olivia Park from Fremantle. Look to be a pretty clear top two. In between them does sit Sophia Miller from the Yarra Yarra Club in Melbourne. Of course, the former New South Welsh woman who has been running in Victoria for the past year or so and looking to take a third place finish here in this race. But it's Olivia Yates of Mersey out in front, coached by David Tippett and Merv Tippett at the Mersey Rowing Club, of course, on the Mersey River in Devonport in Tasmania. And she leads this now by a couple of lengths fairly comfortably over Olivia Park from Fremantle and Sophia Miller from Yarra Yarra, who will be our top three in the B final of the under-19 women's singles scull. It is Olivia Yates first for Mersey, second to Fremantle as Olivia Park comes across the line, and third will be Sophia Miller from Yarra Yarra. The next three scullers still on their way. It's the yellow of Bundaberg there in fourth, Asia Heaps. Fifth place, I think, is Fremantle, Emma O'Neill. I'm not sure where Sinead Reading's gone to.
Maybe she did not start because there's an umpire's boat there and it just looks off. There's an umpire's boat there which just looks like it's going off for static umpiring, I think they call it. Zonal umpiring.
Zonal umpiring, exactly, yeah. So the field looks to be home in that race, but certainly Olivia Yates, the comfortable winner there for Mersey, as the A-final heads into the second 1,000 metres as well. And it's Lisa Page and Eliza Bridgefoot on the inside lanes, still in the top two spots.
Handsome lead for the two of them over the rest of the field, but just 1.08 between Liesl Page, who's coached by Lockie Carter, Donovan second, Felix Dürr, and Eliza Bridgefoot, coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. So very little to choose between those two scullers, but a whopping 15 seconds back to the rest of the field. And these two have been going hammer and tong since the outset, Richard.
Yeah, there's only a second in it at halfway. They're soon to go through 1,500, and it's very hard to separate those two. Maybe just Liesl Page of Sydney on the far side, although Eliza Bridgefoot from University of Queensland is right there sticking with her as they'll come in shortly to the final third of this race. And always a great title. It's under-19 women's singles scull. The winners of this often go on to greater things in the sport. Talisa Noak Driver, the winner last year, of course, now competing again at this regatta in the higher age categories.
Yep. And it's a neat length. Oh, well, it's not a length, is it?
It's shrinking fast.
As they come square, it's a half length as they go through the 1,500 metre mark. 0.44
officially
is the margin.
0.44 of a second, so it's getting
Liesl Page and Eliza Bridgefoot.
Yes, ever closer here between these two. So Liesl Page of Sydney on lane 7, Eliza Bridgefoot in second. And look at the gap back to third place. It is the red there of the Yarra Yarra Club. So Zara Kafuri, who had a tough semi-final yesterday across in lane 2 and was pretty happy to move through to the A-final. Now every chance of taking home potentially a bronze medal here as well, ahead of Lucy Searle, the sculler from Sydney Rowing Club, about a length and a half behind her. 2.65 seconds, in fact, separate third and fourth, so action still there for the bronze medal. And last year's silver medalist, I think it was, Sophie Malcolm in this event, now sitting back in 5th place there for the Centenary Rowing Club, ahead of Neve Tierney in Sydney, who would be 6th on the far side of the course.
Yes, it's still this fight between the first two. Liesl Page still has her bow in front, albeit narrowly.
Eliza Bridgefoot really, just getting a bit close to the boys there on her stroke side. I think they've both wandered off their lanes a little, but it's more of a problem for the UQ sculler, and that has, I think, cost her a little bit of boat speed without doubt, which is problematic into this headwind, of course.
And there's a great race for third developing there between Kafuri and Lucy Searle as well. I reckon Bridgefoot's just put the hammer down there, Richard. It's very close now.
Yep, absolutely right. No, they can split these two with 150 to go, and you're right, a great race for the bronze too. Zara Kafuri being challenged on both sides, but Eliza Bridgefoot and Liesl Page from the University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Clubs going for the win here in the under-19 women's singles scull with just on 100 metres now to race, and the sculler from the University of Queensland looks to me to have the faster moving boat here, Ray.
Yeah, she certainly put the hammer down about 15 strokes ago, and I think Liesl Page is out of petrol tickets, Richard. It's been a long, long race, and Liesl Page is looking just a touch distressed at the moment, and Bridgefoot going right on with the job in the dying stages. She's got the look back at the rest of the field now. She knows she's got the gold medal within the bag to take home back to the University of Queensland Boat Club. The former Somerville House schoolgirl, Eliza Bridgefoot, winner of the under-19 women's single. Terrific row from Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club in 2nd place. And then in 3rd place, Sydney, Lucy Searle got the upper hand in the dying stages over a brave Yarra Yarra Zara Kafuri. Then follows Centenary Rowing Club from Brisbane, Sophie Malcolm in 5th place, and Sydney's Neve Tierney will be 6th.
A real change in the complexion of the race there in the closing 500 metres, with 1st and 2nd switching around, and 3rd and 4th as well. But in the end, no doubt about our winner there, unofficially still, of course, but Eliza Bridgefoot, the first across the line for the University of Queensland Boat Club in the under-19 women's single scull. So she'll take the gold medal. 2nd, Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club. 3rd place, also from Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy Searle. So there'll be 2 Sky Blue athletes on the podium here. 4th, Zara Kafuri, who certainly rode well right through that race. Sophie Malcolm in 5th, and Neve Tierney in 6th position. The unofficial winning time there, 9:02.62. So a long, hard slog into the win here at Champion Lakes this morning. And the unofficial winning margin, 7.15 seconds in the end. So really powering away late was Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland. the presentation of medals and the Piper Cup for the men's under-17 single scull. The medals and trophy will be presented by Mark Prater, Senior Coach at the Men's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalist representing Trinity College, Jack Hansen Knahoy. Coached by Liam D. Second place and silver medalist representing Hunter Valley Grammar School, Luke Purdy. Coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing the Tasmanian University Boat Club, Noah Haas. The Piper Cup will now be presented by Mark Prater. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalists in the men's under-17 single scull. Approaching the conclusion here of the B final 2 in the under-19 men's single scull. As the shuffling of deck chairs continues, Stuart John alongside me now and Jed Galley leading here.
Yeah, Jed Galley out in the lead through the 1500 ahead of Max Curry from Hawthorn Rowing Club, Joshua Matheson from Wendouree Ballarat in third, and Igor Zarubin in fourth place from Norwood International High.
We'll keep one eye on that race as it approaches the finish, Stuart, but we're about to go to the A final of the under-19 men's single scull with our starting crews now on the screen.
Yeah, in the A final for the Thomas Keller Trophy for the under-19 men's single sculls. Lane 2 from Nudgee College, Chad Willett. Lane 3 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Remy Payne, coached by Kevin Neville. In Lane 4 from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Jack Power, coached by Daniel Noonan and Matthias Ungermack. Lane 5 from Marist College, Canberra in the ACT Academy of Sport, Jesse Rosen, coached by Thomas Creever and David Fermano. Lane 6 from Corio Bay Rowing Club, Charles Raden, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. And Lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, William Rogers, coached by Julian Huxley and Donovan Seck. As we're just seeing the conclusion of the B final for the under-19 men's single sculls, and Jed Galley has managed to come through, take the win. He finishes a couple of boat lengths ahead of Hawthorn Rowing Club's Max Curry. And then back a little bit further, appears to be to our scullers on the far side. So we may not have a Caelan Routley in there. But certainly Joshua Matheson from the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club ahead of Igor Zarubin from Norwood International High.
Yeah, just the field of four it looks like after all that in the B final, Stuart. Certainly Jed Galley and Max Curry comfortably the first two across the line. As our A final is making its way through the first 500 metres, and great spread across the course here. We've had a lot of races already today, one from lane 7, but the chances all over the course here, and especially in the middle lanes. Jesse Rosen of Marist College in the ACT and Jack Power from UTS Haberfield look to be our top two.
Yeah, there was some great drone footage there. We just see them crossing over the 500 metre mark, and it is UTS Haberfield's Jack Power leading Jesse Rosen by less than a second. Charles Raden from Corio Bay, a couple of seconds behind in third ahead of Chad Willett from Nudgee College. Will Rogers only a second behind in fifth place, and then Remy Payne from Fremantle Rowing Club making up our field. So you can really see there the little bit of a gap that Jack Power's opened up on Jesse Rosen, and then back again to Charles Raden, Will Rogers. Chad Willett, a little bit off the pace at the moment. He's over there in lane 2, so not entirely the favoured lane at the moment, but some fantastic footage coming through at the moment. And Jack Power, he's putting on the power.
Yeah, he is indeed. And Chad Willett, if I recall correctly, was the silver medalist in this event last year behind Adam Holland, who's now rowing in a higher age category. But certainly you're right, Stuart. Jack Power really powering away here from the rest of the field on lane 4. So something of a surprise, but it is good to see scullers able to take their chances from all over the course. Chad Willett from Nudgee too is certainly well ahead of Remy Payne of Fremantle on his on one side of him, but the other three on the far side of the course, or our side of the course, are in a really great battle. So second, third, fourth and fifth, you could basically toss a coin, but Jack Power of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, coached by Dan Noonan and Matthias Ungermack there, is really pushing away hard, heading up towards the halfway mark of the race.
Yeah, Jack Power, UTS out in the lead, and then, as you say, absolutely nothing between second, third, fourth and fifth. Chad Willett not entirely out of it either, only about a boat length behind those other three scullers. So it does look as though Charles Rardon from Corio Bay might just be starting to move ahead of Jesse Rosen from Marist College, Canberra, and then William Rogers from Sydney Rowing Club also sitting up nicely there. So, but again, we did see yesterday a number of leads go down, and is it where you're putting too much tickets in early? Jack Power, though, out in front. He's got a nice little gap there through the 1,000-metre mark, and then you can see these three scullers coming in behind. Jesse Rosen just ahead of William Rogers and Charles Rardon. Absolutely nothing between the three of them there. Chad Willett from Nudgee College, just a little bit off the pace. He's been caught now a little bit by Remy Payne from Fremantle Rowing Club. As we just see there, a few of the scullers just been blown up against the boys on the right-hand side, so on their stroke side.
Yes, we saw the same in the women's race just before, and exactly the same, especially Remy Payne of Fremantle, unfortunately, may have almost got caught in a buoy there, but he's survived. But a lot of the sculls off to the right-hand side of their lane as we look at it down the course, and exactly the same happened in the under-19 women's single scull a couple of races ago. And again, in that race, we saw a change of lead in the last 500 metres and a change in third and fourth place as well. So the complexion of these races can change quickly in the closing strokes as they head towards the calmer waters at the finish line end of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. And maybe now it's Will Rogers of Sydney Rowing Club just pushing up into the silver medal spot, narrowly from Charles Rardon, and also Jesse Rosen. A great race on what will be the spectator side of the course as they soon come inside the final 500 metres of this race.
Yeah, still Jack Power out in front, coming up towards the 1,500-metre mark, and you can just see there the battle now seems to be on for bronze. Will Rogers moving about a boat length ahead of Jesse Rosen and Charles Rardon into second place. So Jesse and Charles going out for the bronze medal. As things stand at the moment, Chad Willett a bit further back, and then Remy Payne from Fremantle Rowing Club again a bit further back again. But it's still Jack Power from the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. He went out hard early. We saw him at the 500-metre mark being challenged by Jesse Rosen. That second 500, he really put in a big push. But the big push I'm seeing now, Richard, is William Rogers from Sydney Rowing Club.
Absolutely.
Who's now starting to put in a little bit of effort himself.
And he is in the favoured lane by virtue of winning his semi-final. So that may be of some benefit here in the closing strokes of the race. Just a slightly more protected part of the course. But this is a really strong middle 1,000 from Jack Power of the UTS Haberfield, who has pushed clear. So he was second in his semi-final. That's why he's in lane 4. Usually the centre lanes, of course, would have the top-ranked scullers, but not here with the preferred draw from the far side of the course. So it is Jack Power in just over 6 minutes there, and he has 5.45 seconds on William Rogers. So we know from yesterday that is catchable over 500 metres in a single scull here. Charles Rardon at this stage in third, 4.18 seconds further back, ever so slightly over Jesse Rosen from Marist College in the ACT. Nudgee's Chad Willett 5th, Remy Payne from Fremantle 6th, but it still is Jack Power. If he can maintain the power here, the gold medal is his for the taking, but William Rogers from Sydney chasing hard in lane 7.
Coming up towards the last 250 metres, Jack Power, Will Rogers, Charles Rardon, Jesse Rosen, Chad Willett and Remy Payne, our field. Remy Payne has had a fantastic third 500 metres as well there, Richard, and it looks like he might just have moved up alongside Chad Willett and may well have enough power to be able to get past him to move into 5th.
Exactly, 5th and 6th. We thought Remy Payne had a bit of issue with steering mid-race, but he's recovered brilliantly, and that'll be one to watch for 5th and 6th. The race for 3rd and 4th extremely close too, between Charles Rardon and Jesse Rosen there, but here comes William Rogers still making up some ground on Jack Power from UTS Haberfield as they're inside the final 200 metres now, and I think that 5.5 second margin has shrunk a fair bit as they head towards the finish of this race. Jack Power, it is desperately trying to hold on ahead of the fast finishing Will Rogers of Sydney.
Jack Power out in front, but here comes Will Rogers from the Sydney Rowing Club. It's the battle of UTS Haberfield, Sydney Rowing Club. Plenty of rivalry between those two. Charles Rardon still sitting in the bronze medal position. He's pulled out a boat length ahead of Jesse Rosen from Marist College, and it is Remy Payne moving ahead of Chad Willett in the battle for 5th and 6th. Out in front, though, from UTS Haberfield, he's led from start to finish, and it's going to be a win. The national champion for 2023 is Jack Power from UTS Haberfield. Second place going to William Rogers from Sydney Rowing Club, and the silver medal. The bronze medal will go to Charles Rarden from the Corio Bay Rowing Club down in Geelong, with fourth going to Jesse Rosen from Marist College, Canberra, and the ACT Academy of Sport. Remy Payne, fantastic back 1,000 metres from him. He'll row through and take fifth place ahead of Chad Willett from Nudgee College in sixth.
Jack Power timed his run to perfection there, led it by a lot in the middle stages and hung on by just on a length, 2.38 seconds in the end. So the unofficial results in the race for the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy. Jack Power first for the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. William Rogers second for Sydney Rowing Club. Charles Rarden of Corio Bay finished in third. And it was Jesse Rosen, Remy Payne and Chad Willett. 8:01.96, the unofficial winning time. And it was 2.38 seconds. So right on one boat length at the end between Jack Power and Will Rogers. The presentation of medals for the under-19 women's single scull. Medals will be presented by Tom Westgarth, Senior Coach at the Women's National Training Centre. In third place, and bronze medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy Searle. Coached by Adam Harrison and Andrew Gannon. Second place and silver medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page. Coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Seck and Felix Jer. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing the University of Queensland Boat Club, Eliza Bridgefoot. Coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the under-19 women's single scull.
Race number 316 coming down the course now. It's the B final of the under-19 women's coxless pairs. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville, Fern Rosenbauer and Emily Lang. Lane 4 from Farn School, Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry. Lane 5 from Mercantile, Abigail Cox and Olivia Nan. Lane 6 from St Pat's Townsville, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. And Lane 7 from Swan River Rowing Club, Isabella Eniger and Stephanie Potmer. And we've just got the A final up on screen at the moment, so they've taken off. So this is the A final on screen for the under-19 women's coxless pairs. Lane 2 from the Wilderness School in South Australia, Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi, coached by John Travis. In lane 3 from Canned Rowing Club, Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 4 from the Wilderness School, Isabel Jackson and Zara Hoadley, coached by John Travis. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Georgia Montague and Minaya Bishop, coached by Phil Bergignong. In lane 6, it's a Swan River Fremantle composite of Lila Fives and Greta Spencer, coached by Alex Thompson and Mark Beer. And lane 7 from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson, coached by Jamie McDonald and Paul Blanchfield.
And they are our race leaders too, Stuart, that Wendouree Ballarat combination. Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson, of course, members of the Australian Junior Women's 8 last year. A very successful season for them, also as part of the strong Ballarat Clarendon School rowing program there in Ballarat, and they have a lead of some 6 seconds over the University of Queensland. In second place, Georgia Montague and Minaya Bishop.
And you can just see there from that footage there, Richard, there are some white caps out on the water this morning. Absolutely. So particularly that early part, and again, it's making sure that you're within that striking distance to be able to go through. So,
and some crews really are struggling, especially in 4th, 5th and 6th all over the course there. A couple of crews sharing a lane at one stage. But it's certainly Wendouree Ballarat out in front. And I'm about to see the B final conclude in front of us here, Stuart. It looks like Mercantile and the Swan River crews in a pretty good battle. But Mercantile's Abigail Cox and Olivia Nan look likely to take out the B final with a few strokes to go.
Yeah, that Mercantile crew looking quite comfortable out in front. Swan River, Isabella Endinger and Stephanie Potmo head of St Patrick's College Townsville, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. Confirmation there of the win for Mercantile Rowing Club in the B final of the Under-19 Women's Coxless Pairs. Second place going to Swan River, with third going to St Patrick's Townsville.
And then Farn and Loretto Marriotteville looks like the final two crews to come across the line shortly. But back down the course, and again you can see the difficulty steering. Of course, the Coxless pair probably is the hardest boat to accurately steer in these conditions, particularly under-19 women's events, of course, so not massively experienced in this class of boat, but certainly Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson won a couple of national titles last year in the Coxless 4 events, and they're looking to add another title here to their burgeoning collection of medals. Just getting a bit close to the boys on their bow side, the Wendouree Ballarat combination, but they still do lead and lead comfortably, so just want to make sure they correct the steering and stay well inside the boys on either side of their lane.
So coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, and it will be that crew from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson. And as you can see, there's a lot of clear water between themselves and second place. So as we just see the second and third place crews coming through, so that will be the University of Queensland in second, 10 seconds behind, Georgia Montague and Manea Bishop, and then the Swan River Fremantle Composite of Lila Fivez and Greta Spencer in third place. So that's our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Coming back a little bit further behind them, the Wilderness School, Isabel Jackson and Zara Hoadley in lane number 4. And then back again to the second Wilderness School crew, Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi, and then Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury from Cairns Rowing Club making up our field. So nice little effort there from the Wilderness School. 2 crews into the final, A final of the Under-19 Women's Coxless Pairs.
I think they'll race together in the Under-19 for that Wilderness combination too. I believe, if I recall correctly, they were silver medalists in that event last year, so looking to go possibly one better this time. They were beaten, in fact, by Ballarat Clarendon in one of those races last year. Now, of course, racing here as Wendouree Ballarat, Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson. They're coached by Jamie McDonald and Paul Blanchfield on Lake Wendouree. And the other crew in between the two Wilderness School combinations is the Cairns Rowing Club of Brisbane, Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury, who are coached by Scott Rowe. But it's the red and white of the Wendouree Ballarat combination out in front. I've certainly had the pleasure of seeing these two ladies row a number of races around Victoria in the past couple of years, and once again they are dominating out in front. Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson from the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. They've got about 3 lengths now, it would seem, on University of Queensland in second place. Swan River Fremantle Composite of Fivey and Spencer trying to make up some ground in third place, but it looks like our medalists are just about determined here in the final of the Under-19 Women's Coxless Pair, and pulling away late in the race. It certainly is the combination from the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. So the Under-19 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia is going to Lake Wendouree. It is Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson who come across and take the win there on lane 7. Wendouree Ballarat finished in first place. Win it in the end by about 4 lengths, so a very strong finish there from that Victorian crew. Second will go to Georgia Montague and Manea Bishop from the University of Queensland. And about 2 lengths back behind them, it's the Swan River Fremantle Composite crew, Lila Fivey and Greta Spencer, who will take the bronze medal. Fourth looks like it will be the fourth and fifth, the 2 combinations from the Wilderness School. It'll be Isabel Jackson and Zara Hoadley in 4th place. 5th will go to Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi. And then Cairns in lane 3 will finish in 6th place, Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury. So the unofficial results, they're up in screen in race 317, the A final of the Under-19 Women's Coxless Pair. And confirmation, Wendouree Ballarat, the race winners, are University of Queensland second and Swan River Fremantle in 3rd place. The time there for our race winners stands at 8:28.09, and they win it by a commanding margin of 14.93 seconds. The presentation of medals and the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy for the Under-19 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Mark Prater, Senior Coach at the Men's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalist representing Corio Bay Rowing Club, Charles Rardon. Coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. Second place and silver medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, William Rogers. Coached by Julian Huxley and Donovan Seck. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Jack Power. Coached by Dan Noonan and Matthias Ungemark. The Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Mark Prater. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the Under-19 Men's Single Scull.
Next race coming down the course towards the finish line is the B final of the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pairs. Lane 2 from the Hutchins School, Charles Leesong and Rowan Sanderson. Lane 3 from St Peter's College, Xavier Van Ooyen and Albert Howard. Lane 4 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Liam Jager and Liam Davis. Lane 5 from Ballarat Clarendon College, Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat. Lane 6 from St Peter's College, Hamish Scott Young and Tom Edwardes. And Lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris. The A final is underway and on the screen at the moment. So the crews there, Lane 2 from St Augustine's, Tane Potts and Oscar St Pierre, coached by Judith Ungemark. Lane 3 from the Hutchins School, Sam Michael and Campbell Mounter, coached by Andrew Palmer. Lane 4 from St Augustine's and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, coached by Judith Ungemark. Lane 5 from the Hutchins School, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart, coached by Andrew Palmer. Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoy, Maxim Maloney, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And Lane 7 from West Australian Rowing Club and Swan River, Harper Davies and Joshua Hankey. And just confirmation there in the B final, a win there for Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris from the University of Queensland. A lot of clear water between themselves and the second place crew there from St Peter's College, Hamish Scott Young and Tom Edwardes. And then back a little bit further to Fremantle in third, Liam Jager and Liam Davis. Fourth place goes to St Peter's College, Xavier Van Ooyen and Albert Howard. Fifth to the Hutchins School with Ballarat Clarendon in sixth place.
So the B final concluded there in the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair, and the A final is racing down the course there at about the halfway mark, just past there now. In fact, I think, Stuart, in this A final race, 319. And the race lead is with the composite crew there on the far side. Looks like West Australian Rowing Club and Swan River, so one for the local crowds here to get excited about.
Yeah, it could well be a local, the first local gold medal for the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. So they are in the lead by just under 5 seconds ahead of the St Augustine's crew, Tane Potts and Oscar St Pierre over there in lane.
They're doing a great job in
2.
lane 2. They've really gone out hard and just maybe dropping back in the third place now, in fact. But that's been a very strong first half of the race from St Augustine's there.
Yeah, they are being put under a bit of pressure by Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club. And then our two crews in the middle, St Augustine's Dougal McKenzie, Joe Lynch, and also looks like the Hutchins School, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart. So not a lot to separate. You can see there, second, third, fourth and fifth. Only about a boat length between them. So we are in for an exciting little finish coming up here
Yeah, it's really about 5 lengths the whole field there, so it's a great race here, this final, the under-19 men's Coxless pair. It is the West Australians who lead, and maybe just are extending it slightly, but not all having it their own way. Harper Davies and Joshua Hankey, and then I think into a clear second now, it does look like Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, but the challengers still coming. The St Augustine's 2 crews in this race, of course, as well, currently sitting 3rd and 4th, locked in a battle for the bronze medal, really, the 2 St Augustine's combinations, and Hutchins thereabouts as well, with 2 crews in the race once more. So some good representation from schools there from both Sydney and Hobart.
And it does look like that crew over in lane 2, they went out very hard early, and then Tame Potts, Oscar St Pierre just dropping off the pace a little bit. So it does look like certainly Sydney have rode through them, and then the second crew from St Augustine's, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, look like they just might have rode through them a little bit as well, and then back again to the 2 Hutchins Schools crews. So, but again, not a lot to separate 2nd through 6. Out in front, though, it is Harper Davies from Swan River Rowing Club and Joshua Hankey from the West Australian Rowing Club, as we just wait for the final through the 1500. 8.5 seconds between first and second. Then we've got not much between the rest. Sydney sitting in second. St Augustine's, Mackenzie and Lynch ahead of Potts and St Pierre from St Augustine's, and then Hutchins, Palmer and Stewart ahead of Michael and Mounter.
So St Augustine's looking set for a bronze medal here, but which crew it will be remains to be seen. That'll be quite the race down to the finish as well. It's been a successful era at St Augustine's, who produced an Australian representative crew last year from that school program, and a very good combination here as well in the race for 3rd and 4th. But Sydney Rowing Club in 2nd place. And certainly really clearing out now as they head past the boat park area is our race leaders. Harper Davies of Swan River Rowing Club, Joshua Hankey of the West Australian Rowing Club. That local victory looking more and more likely now, as obviously our West Australian rowers, I'm sure, are familiar with the conditions here at the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre, and should be able to maintain their form here over the closing couple of 100 metres as they head towards the finish of this race. Race behind them, but it's really hotting up for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Sydney Rowing Club still there, just ahead of those 2 St Augustine's combinations. Mackenzie and Lynch, it would be at this stage, in 3rd spot for St Augustine's as well.
Yeah, they're just moving up within a boat length of that Sydney crew, so not a lot to separate them. The Hutchins School, Palmer and Stewart, looking like they've just moved ahead of St Augustine's, Potts and St Pierre, and then back a little bit further to the Hutchins School over in lane number 3. But out in front, it does look like we're about to see the first WA champions of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships, and it will be Harper Davies from Swan River Rowing Club, Joshua Hankey from the West Australian Rowing Club, taking the win and the gold medal in the under-19 men's coxless pairs. Coming through in second, the silver medal will go to Sydney Rowing Club, just managing to finish half a boat length ahead of a very fast finishing St Augustine's crew in lane number 4. Coming through in fourth will be the Hutchins crew of Palmer and Stewart, and then they'll finish ahead of Potts and St Pierre from St Augustine's and the Hutchins School in lane number 3. So a win there for the West Australian Swan River Composite in lane number 7.
It's a great race for third, with St Augustine flying home, almost getting up in a second spot alongside Sydney. But the win does go the way of Harper Davies of Swan River and Joshua Hankey of the West Australian Rowing Club. Second place Sydney, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, and the bronze will go to the St Augustine's crew on lane 4 of Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. 7:30.81, the unofficial winning time there in that A final of the under-19 men's coxless pair in 11.05 seconds. So in the end, a substantial win to our West Australians in race 319. The presentation of medals for the under-19 women's coxless pair. The medals will be presented by Tom Westgarth, Senior Coach at the Women's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalists representing the Swan River Rowing Club and Fremantle Rowing Club, Lila Fevey and Greta Spencer. Coached by Alex Thompson and Mark Beer. Second place and silver medalist from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Georgia Montague and Manea Bishop. Coached by Philip Bourguignon. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson. Crew was coached by Jamie McDonald and Paul Blanchfield. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-19 women's coxless pair. Official photographs are taking place there in our presentation area. We are racing now in the B final of the under-21 women's single scull, about halfway through that race in fact.
So lane 2 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Georgina Tager, coached by Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts. Lane 3 from Centenary Rowing Club, Jessica Malcolm, coached by Michael Obstelton, Ben Southwell and Gus Rodero. Lane 4 from Toowong Rowing Club, Gabrielle Geldard, coached by James Doring and Leo Karadimitris. Lane 5 from Adelaide University, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Dornbus. Lane 6 from Mersey, Ella Spalding, coached by Dave and Merv Tippett. And Lane 7 from Sydney University, Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young. As we can see on the screen, the 8th final of the under-21 women's single sculls. Lane 2 from Melbourne University, Meg Cartwright. Lane 3 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Lindsay Calvert, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. Lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Talisha Noak Driver, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. In Lane 5, also from Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young. And Lane 7 from UTS Haberfield, Sarah Fard, coached by Katie Healy.
Or well, probably, Stuart, Sarah Fard, the narrow leader in the opening stages of that race. Later, the boats you can see on screen in the A final. I can tell you too that it is Victoria Binns of Adelaide Uni leading the B final after 1,500 metres ahead of Ella Spalding of Mersey and Zoe Bond from Sydney Uni. But Sarah Fard goes through the first 500 of the A final with a 2.10 second lead over Sophia Whiteman from Sydney Uni and Talisa Noak Driver of Sydney. So the three Sydney clubs sitting in the medal spots early in the race in the A final for the under-21 women's single scull. Drone operator doing a great job. I'm not sure if the wind's abated or he's just decided to take his chances and see. We were concerned the drone might blow out to sea if we weren't careful, but we are getting those great shots from the air. And you can see a line of almost 5 boats across the course there. Laura Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club has just dropped a couple of lengths off the pace there, but the other 5 very much still in contention. But the race is being led on the far side of the top of the screen there as they pass these new housing developments appearing around Champion Lakes. It is certainly Sarah Fard, who's coached by Katie Healy at the UTS Haberfield Boat Club, and Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young at the Sydney University Boat Club, our top 2. And then Talisa Noak Driver, who I mentioned earlier, won the under-19 women's single last year, and now up in the under-21 category, and a very good chance certainly of another national medal here for Talisa Noak Driver of Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, not far behind her, Lindsay Calvert from Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Laura Cypher as well. And then Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University.
The wind may have just got the drone too, it looks like there. We'll go back to a stable camera shot on the side of the course. And here comes Zoe Bond of Sydney Uni. Looks like she's claimed the lead late in this B final. She was third with 500 to go, behind Ella Spalding and Victoria Binns.
Yeah, it's between Zoe Bond and Victoria Binns in this B final as they're just coming up now to the final few strokes. Zoe Bond looking like she's just got a nose in front. She is a former Australian junior representative, and with a few big strokes, she has timed that run to perfection. It'll be a win there for Zoe Bond from Sydney University in the B final. Second place going to Victoria Binns from Adelaide University, with the Mersey Rowing Club, Ella Spalding coming through in third, and then back then to Toowong's Gabrielle Geldard in fourth. And then looks to be Adelaide in Georgina Tager in fifth place.
So the A final now going through halfway, and Thea Whiteman and Sarah Fard in a tight battle there, certainly for the lead. The Scullers in lanes at 6 and 7. Narrowly, it looked like it may have just been with Whiteman over Fard, and Talisa Noak Driver still there in third place as well, sitting in the bronze medal position at this stage. And Laura Cypher's come through pretty well on the second 500 metres, up into a clear fourth spot it would be, ahead of Lindsay Calvert and also Meg Cartwright. So 4 Scullers from New South Wales sitting in the top 4 spots. Stuart, it's lucky that Chris McCarthy and Lizzie Chapman aren't mic'd up right now. We'd never hear the end of it.
Oh, look, you can just see Lizzie Chapman doing the fist bumps over in the corner of the commentary box. But
Lizzie is hard at work making sure the presentations all happen this morning too. So it's been a very busy morning and all ends of the venue.
Big thanks too to the volunteers that are helping out. The conditions haven't been great. We've got people that are out holding the boats while we do the presentations. We've got the people, the guys from the schools that are out doing the presentation as well, holding the medals. So it makes you realise how much it takes.
There is a cast of thousands to make these things be properly choreographed. It might look good on screen, but I can assure you there's plenty goes on behind the scenes to make it all happen. But it's working well so far this morning. Is the great news. The racing happening on the course, the presentations on the land, and a huge day of racing here as we progress through, basically racing every 5 minutes through until after 6 o'clock, just before sunset. I think tonight we have to be out of here about 6:20 when the sun goes down, and our last race I think is about 6:10 this afternoon.
We weren't far off that yesterday either.
No, there was, the last hour or so of racing took about 2 hours yesterday, it seemed, from where I was watching. I was enjoying you and Chris taking us through it too as I was driving back.
So Sarah Whiteman from Sydney University looking like she's moved in front at the third 500 metres. So talk about the championship quarter, and Sarah Whiteman has certainly put a little bit of space on Sophia Whiteman, has put a bit of space on Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield. So Sophia Whiteman out in front, 2.5 seconds ahead of Sarah Fard. And then here comes the chasing pack. We've got Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in third place. Talisa Noak Driver also from Sydney Rowing Club in fourth place, less than 2 seconds behind. Lindsay Calvert sitting in fifth, and then back a little bit further to Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University in sixth place. As they're heading now into the last 500 metres, it's the A final of the under-21 women's single scull.
New South Wales can't take all the credit for Sophia Whiteman, because although she's rowing for Sydney University, she was a product of the Brisbane Schoolgirls Rowing Association program up in Queensland, attending first of all Lewis Hill College and then the very strong program at St Margaret's Anglican Girls' School, who's been the dominant force in schoolgirl rowing in Queensland for a long, long time. And Laura Cypher, of course, too, another Queenslander who came from Rockhampton Grammar School originally and now rows for Sydney. And Maddie Whiteman, of course, also a successful rower up in Brisbane, so they might be rowing for New South Wales clubs now, but a lot of beginnings right across the country and certainly from various parts of Queensland in this race.
There's plenty of Queenslanders that move into state, Richard.
There are indeed, Stuart.
We can talk about that.
A and B sitting right here now. They don't let us back. They didn't for a couple of years. They shot the waters viciously, especially if you're a Victorian, I can assure you. You're not going... Try coming to Perth a couple of years ago, but I digress. Here comes Sophia Whiteman, who is coached by Alfie Young at the Sydney University Boat Club, and she's got a lead now of a bit over a boat length, it looks like, from Sarah Fard of UTS Haberfield, who is, to the best of my knowledge, a born and bred New South Wales woman, and she sits certainly comfortably in the silver medal spot, but can she make a late charge for the lead here? And also Laura Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club ahead, certainly now of Talisa Noak Driver, the two Sydney Rowing Club scullers racing for third and fourth, Lindsay Calvert, and then Meg Cartwright round out the field. But Sophia Whiteman of Sydney University has a Clearwater lead and only 5 or 6 strokes to go, so she looks set to take the title in the under-21 women's single scull. Sophia Whiteman of Sydney Uni leading it from Sarah Fard of UTS Haberfield as they come across the finish line now, and it's Sophia Whiteman who's the under-21 women's single scull champion of Australia, 2 lengths back to Sarah Fard of UTS Haberfield. Third will indeed go in the battle of the Sydney Rowing Club scullers to Laura Cypher on lane 5. Fourth place, lane 4, Talisa Noak Driver. Fifth will be the sculler from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in Lindsay Calvert. And sixth from Melbourne University is Meg Cartwright.
Confirmation of the win there for Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University, finishing ahead of Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield and Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club.
the presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Mark Prater, Senior Coach at the Men's National Training Centre. In third place, and bronze medalists representing St Augustine's College of New South Wales, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, coached by Judith Ungermark. Second place, and silver medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. Who is coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing the West Australian and Swan River Rowing Clubs, Harper Davies and Joshua Hankey. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair.
As the next race down the course is the B final of the Under-21 Men's Single Sculls. Lane 2 from Adelaide University, Jude Shermer. Lane 3 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Aria Al-Massi. Lane 4 from Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor. Lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Samuel Mounter. Lane 6 from Toowong Rowing Club, Darcy Wasser. And Lane 7 from Tasmania University, Angus Painter. As we just see the A final underway for the Under-21 Men's Single Sculls. Lane 2 from Sydney University, Oscar Barigi, coached by Don McLaughlin. Lane 3 from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Adam Holland, coached by Nicholas Mitchell. Lane 4 from Toowong Rowing Club, Mitchell Bridge, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karademetris. In Lane 5 from University of Queensland, Drew Waitman, coached by David Waitman, Peter Toon and David Waitman. In Lane 6 from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Jeremy Beale, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. And Lane 7 from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Hamish Danks, coached by Don McLaughlin.
B final steward about to go the way of Angus Painter from Tasmania University Boat Club. He'll finish in 7th place overall in the Under-21 Men's Single Scull. It'll be the distinctive hats there of Penrith Rowing Club second, Liam Taylor. We'll finish therefore in 8th overall, a length clear of the dark coloured boat there of Samuel Mounter of the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. Ahead then of the West Australian Rowing Club, Aria Al-Massi in 4th, and 5th to Jude Shermer of Adelaide University.
Moving back to the action in the A final, the Under-21 Men's Single Sculls, and lanes 6 and 7. It's Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University, Hamish Danks from Sydney University. We saw Jeremy Beale with a lead of 0.28 of a second through the 500 metre mark, and it does look like he's just extending that out a little bit, getting out towards a boat length between first and second now. Lane 6 v lane 7, as we see them just come up past the 1,000 metres. It is Jeremy Beale out in front. Hamish Danks sitting in second. And then nice little battle going on here for third. We've got Adelaide's Adam Holland sitting just ahead there of Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland, and then Toowong's Mitchell Bridge, and then Sydney University's Oscar Barigi sitting in 6th place through the 1,000 metre mark.
Well past the halfway mark now. It is again the Scullers on lanes 6 and 7 who are showing out in front here. But Jeremy Beale and Hamish Danks, only about a boat length or so between them it was at the halfway mark. Adam Holland in third. He won the Under-19 men's single last year, so looking to move up a category. primarily from Drew Weightman, member, of course, of the famous Weightman family, who David Weightman claiming an Olympic silver medal with Rowing Australia chairman, as he now is, Rob Scott, who's out around this regatta as a proud West Australian as well. Approaching the 1500 metre marker now of this race, Stuart, and it's been a very strong third 500 by Jeremy Beale, certainly for Adelaide University. He looked to only have a bit over a length at halfway. It's now about 3 lengths at 1500 metres for the Scalar coached by Nick Mitchell and Sam Morton, extending certainly away from Hamish Danks of Sydney University. Actually 5.83 seconds. I think there's a slightly itchy trigger finger on the timing system there, because it looked to me to be more like 9 or 10 seconds, I would think there. Adam Holland's still third. Drew Weightman is fourth, so no change in the order at this stage of proceedings. Mitchell Bridge in fifth place. That's the Scalar for Toowong in the yellow colours on lane 4. And Oscar Barigi also from Sydney University, still yet to go through that timing point. He does so now about 13 seconds away from fifth spot.
Yeah, we'll see those two South Australian scullers in the Interstate Men's Youth 8s coming up on Sunday. So that's Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club and Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University. And by the looks of things, Jeremy Beale might be going home with a bit of excess baggage out in front with about 250 metres to go in the under-21 men's single scull A final.
Yes, Jeremy Beale, it is now clearly in front, certainly with around about a bit under 250 metres, in fact, to race. It is still in second place there, Hamish Danks of Sydney University. I think that Drew Weightman and Adam Holland are having the race for third and fourth. Certainly Adam Holland, as he tends to do, is powering home strongly in the Adelaide Rowing Club colours over on the far side of the course. Probably still fourth, but behind Drew Weightman of the University of Queensland, and Mitchell Bridge of Toowong still there too. So some interest potentially in third, fourth and fifth, but our top two remain clear, and it's Jeremy Beale of Adelaide University with 100 metres to race.
Jeremy Beale out in front. He's got about 100 metres to go, and there's a couple of boat lengths between him and Hamish Danks from Sydney University. And then it is the other Adelaide sculler, Adelaide Rowing Club's Adam Holland, moving up into third place, just ahead of the University of Queensland's Drew Weightman. But with a couple of big strokes to go, it will be Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University to come through and take the gold in the under-21 men's single sculls. Second place, and the silver going to Sydney University's Hamish Danks. And in the battle for third, Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club. He's got half a boat length and a couple of strokes to go. He'll hold on and take the bronze ahead of University of Queensland's Drew Weightman. Coming through in fifth place will be Mitchell Bridge from the Toowong Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further to Oscar Barigi from Sydney University. But a win there for Jeremy Beale, Adelaide University.
Another great example of rowing out to the last stroke. Adam Holland was sitting in fourth for most of that race, but was third when it counted across the finish line. But Jeremy Beale, our race winner there for the Adelaide University Boat Club. Hamish Danks second for Sydney University, and the bronze medal will go to Adam Holland of the Adelaide Rowing Club. They are the unofficial results ahead of Drew Weightman, Mitchell Bridge and Oscar Barigi. 7:42.81 a time there for our race winner, and 5.30 seconds between first and second in the under-21 men's single scull A final. The presentation of medals for the under-21 women's single scull. The medals will be presented by Tom Westgarth, senior coach at the Women's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Seifer. Coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Jur and Donovan Seck. Second place and silver medalist representing the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Sarah Fard. Sarah is coached by Katie Healy. The gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Sophia Whiteman. Sophia is coached by Alfie Young. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the under-21 women's single scull.
Next race down the course is the B final of the under-21 women's coxless pairs. Lane 2 from UTS Haberfield, Grace Burke and Lilla Anderton. Lane 3 from Melbourne University, Tiffany Crossthwaite and Char Will. In lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Aquila Ambrosino and Tanika Webb. We have a scratching in lane 5. Lane 6 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Remy McKay and Jess Hawker. And lane 7 from Sydney University, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Bota. Underway now is the A final, though, of the under-21 women's coxless pairs. In lane 2 from Adelaide University, Claire Romaniak and Deanna Macalino. They're coached by Tom Dornbus. Lane 3 from West Australian Rowing Club, Holly Cannon, and from Fremantle Rowing Club, Charlotte Broad. They're coached by Alex Thompson and Stefano Belosso. In lane 4 from Pine Rivers Rowing Club, Ella Smith, and from the University of Queensland, Nancy Duncan Banks. They're coached by Glenn and Ray Smith and Philip Bergignon. In lane 5 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Freya Neville. And from Sydney University Boat Club, Stephanie Preller, coached by Alfie Young and Lachlan Carter.
Quickly in the B final, Stuart, with 500 metres to go. It is Sydney University leading there. Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha from Mercantile. Remy Mackay, speaking of famous names, daughter, of course, of Mike Mackay and Jess Hawker there in the Mercantile crew. And third place for the West Australian Rowing Club, Aquila Ambrosino and Tanika Webb. So a B final approaching its conclusion with Sydney Uni out in front at this stage. And a tight race here in the A final as well through the opening 500 metres. But Ray Abbott's bouncing around behind us in the commentary box because I think we have another chance for a gold medal to the Pine Rivers Club, or at least half a gold medal to the Pine Rivers Club here with the combination of Ella Smith of Pine Rivers, who was so successful last year at this regatta, and Nancy Duncan Banks of the University of Queensland Boat Club, the crew coached by Glenn Smith, Ray Smith and Phil Bourguignon. And they were our race leaders over the opening 500 metres, but narrowly so ahead of the Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club composite crew. Freya Neville from Sydney, Stephanie Preller of Sydney Uni, they're coached by Alfie Young and Lachlan Cutter. And there was a quarter of a second between the two, so very tight in the opening exchanges.
Yeah, Melbourne University's Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery sitting in third, a couple of seconds behind them. And then only another second back to Claire Romaniak and Deanna Macalino. Holly Cannon and Charlotte Broad less than a second behind them. And then Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison sitting a little bit further back through the 500 metres. So not a lot to separate our crews over the early part of the race. We are
at the end of the B final here too, Stuart, with Sydney Uni holding on. Olivia Natty and Tiffany both will be to take this one out.
Yeah, looking quite strong, about a boat length between first and second. So Sydney University, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Bota going through and finishing 7th in the country for 2023 in the under-21 women's coxless pairs. Second place in the B final will go to Remy McKay and Jess Hawker, with third going through to the West Australian Rowing Club crew of Aquila Ambrosino and Tanika Webb. Then Melbourne University coming through in 4th place and UTS Haberfield in 5th. And then there's
one
another
more
crew
still to come, I think. University
looks like
have wandered off the course a little here, but
I think it might be. Moving back to the action in the A final and through the 1,000 metres, we've seen Sydney University and the Sydney Rowing Club composite moving a second ahead of that University of Queensland Pine Rivers composite, and then back less than a second to Melbourne University in 3rd place. We've got less than 2 seconds between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Get ready for a great finish. 4th place at the moment is the Fremantle West Australian composites. in lane number 3, and then Adelaide University and Mercantile making up our field in the A final of the under-21 women's coxless pairs.
Yes, so a combination from each of the eastern states currently sitting in the medal spot, but it is the New South Wales composite crew narrowly leading, exactly 1 second it was ahead of the University of Queensland Pine Rivers combination in second place. Melbourne University still there in third, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. And that looks to be where our medals will be fought out, about 5 seconds then back to the remaining 3 crews. Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club in 4th place, Adelaide University in 5th, and Mercantile in 6th place as they work their way through the third 500 metres, the all-important premiership quarter of the race. And it looks to be still those crews about 4 lanes apart across the course. Lane 7, Sydney Uni Sydney, and lane 4, University of Queensland Pine Rivers, the top 2. But it will be a case of who can finish off the race in substantial style. And the Melbourne University Boat Club combination there in lane 6 looking good too. Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. So our 2 semi-final winners, in fact, may have got themselves up into the top 2 spots now. It's been a pretty good third 500 to Melbourne University. They are the 2 crews on the far side of the course away from the camera there. So the yellow boat is Sydney University Sydney. Beside them in the white colours is the Melbourne University Boat Club combination. And they'll be very close to the lead here at 1,500, I would suggest. Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery having seemingly rode through the Queensland crew over the third 500 metres, and there will be less than a canvas in it as they come through with 500 metres to row. It is still Sydney Uni Sydney just. Freya Neville and Stephanie Prella lead it from Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. And then in third place, Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks. Of course, Ella Smith along with Jave Proberts won both the under-19 women's pair and double scull at last year's national championships, and a few other medals as well, rowing with Jave Proberts, who's now over at Washington State University in the USA, so combined this year with Nancy Duncan Banks from the University of Queensland, and still sitting pretty strong in the bronze medal spot, that University of Queensland Pine Rivers crew, ahead of Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club 4th, Mercantile 5th, and Adelaide University in 6th place.
And one of the interesting things that we've seen in a couple of these pair races, Richard, is the crews that are on the far side. So our far side from us are closest to the camera, lanes 2, 3, 4. Quite a few of them have gone hard out early, and then as the conditions sort of are starting to affect them, that's when you really see that benefit coming through from Beans lanes 7, 6
absolutely.
and even 5. So we've seen it there, and I do think that University of Queensland Pine Rivers crew will do well to hold on here, because we are seeing a bit of a push from the Fremantle West Australian crew over in lane number 3. So the battle for bronze is not out of the question.
The battle for gold, but is really hotting up here, Stuart. Melbourne University right alongside Sydney Uni Sydney too on our side of the course here, as they just have to make sure they maintain a straight line here, these 2 pairs. But Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery, it's right alongside still Freya Neville and Stephanie Prella, who've led this race most of the way through. They have been challenged late as the 2 crews wind up and go stroke for stroke here with 6 or 7 to go. It might still be New South Wales only just, but the Melbourne Uni crew coming through strongly over in lane 6. So Sydney Uni Sydney has about a canvas lead. Melbourne University Boat Club trying to reel them in with a couple of strokes still to go as they're about to hit the line. It'll be the crew in lane 7 that gets it. It's a canvas win to Sydney Uni Sydney in the under-21 women's coxless pair. So Freya Neville and Stephanie Prella take it out. A brave finish by Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery, coming up about a canvas short in the end, but a very strong second 1,000 from them. Third place in the bronze medal goes to University of Queensland Pine Rivers, Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks. 4th will be the Fremantle West Australian composite crew on lane 3. 5th will go to the Mercantile combination, and 6th place will be Adelaide University.
Yeah, winning time there of 8 minutes and 4.37 seconds for the Sydney University Sydney composite. Half a second between first and second. A brave ride there from Melbourne University in silver, with the University of Queensland Pine Rivers composite finishing in 3rd place. Razor can now take his fingernails out of his mouth, but they are our winners for the under-21 women's coxless pairs.
The presentation of medals for the under-21 men's single scull championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Mark Prater, senior coach at the Men's National Training Centre. In 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Adelaide University Boat Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Adam Holland. Adam is coached by Nick Mitchell. second place, and silver medalist representing the Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Hamish Danks, which is coached by Don McLaughlin. The gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Jeremy Beale. Jeremy is also coached by Nick Mitchell. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the under-21 men's single scull.
Racing is underway in the B final of the under-21 men's coxless pairs. Lane 2 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Apollo Solomon and Grant Hogarth. In lane 3, also from the West Australian Rowing Club, Lachlan Moroney and Charlie Stevenson. Lane 4 from the University of Queensland, Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson. Lane 5 from Toowong Rowing Club, Moss Murphy and Roden Martin. Lane 6 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo. And in lane 7 from UTS Haberfield, Brandon Smith. And from Melbourne University, Ryan Cornelius. And then we are underway in the racing as well for the A final of the under-21 men's coxless pairs. Lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies. They're coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Lane 3 from Sydney University, Sam Bristow and Hugo Hobbs. They're coached by Don McLaughlin. Lane 4 from Melbourne University, Matt Porter and Winston Hooper. Lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, coached by Matthias Ungermack. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. And in lane 7 from UTS Haberfield, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, and they're coached by Matthias Ungermack and Judith Ungermack.
They are our narrow race leaders after the first 500 metres of that A final. Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson ahead of Lex Tucker and Monty Martin for the University of Queensland. The B final about to conclude as well. In fact, it is the composite crew here, UTS Melbourne Uni, Brandon Smith and Ryan Cornelius here, who will take this one out ahead of, looks like Mercantile in second place. So just a couple of strokes to go there. Smith and Cornelius take out the B final. They finish in 7th overall. Polkinghorn and Scalzo for Mercantile will finish in 2nd place. Third will be lane 4, University of Queensland, Munro and Atkinson. Just ahead of, in 4th place, 2 combinations from the West Australian Rowing Club. 4th will be Moroney and Stevenson. 5th place, Toowong, Murphy and Martin. And 6th will be West Australian Rowing Club, Solomon and Hogarth. That's the B final complete. Race 326, but race 327 is heading towards the halfway mark, Stuart.
Yeah, and our leaders from UTS Haberfield, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, they were part of that Junior Australian gold medal team in the men's Coxed 4. So that's, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. They were there with Joe Lynch and Brandon Smith. So
it was the St Augustine's crew, I think, that we mentioned.
That was the St Augustine's crew. So we saw Joe Lynch coming through in the under-19s and Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson looking good out in front at the moment. They're over in lane number 7. They're leading the University of Queensland Academy of Sport crew over in lane 6, and I would suggest there's at least 3 boat lengths between first and second at the moment. We just see them coming through the 1,000 metre mark. So UTS Haberfield in the lead at the 1,000. University of Queensland sitting just under 4 seconds behind them. Melbourne University sitting in 3rd place, just ahead of the second UTS Haberfield crew, and then Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University making up our field. So it's looking good for that UTS Haberfield crew in lane number 7. Lex Tucker and Monty Martin sitting in 2nd place at the moment. And then I think we're going to have an interesting battle in for 3rd over the second 1,000 metres.
Absolutely. 3 crews lined up across the course. Another famous name, of course, now sport there in Randall Martin, coaching the University of Queensland crew, coaching his son, Monty Martin as well, with Lex Tucker in that boat. Randall having great success at Brisbane Boys College in the last couple of years as they, 3 years ago now, won their first Head of the River since 1993, so last century. So they broke a long drought and have now, of course, won 3 in a row.
Well, look, if you're going to break the drought, it's either a feast or a famine in Australia.
Yeah, exactly right. They had to work hard this year. It was a very narrow win over the Southport School this year, but it's been a strong era for Brisbane Boys College, who I'm assuming we'll see in our schools regatta, which does commence this afternoon. The reason we're here so late at the end of today, all these school heats do commence this afternoon, so the last few hours of racing will be plenty of schools events going right through, as we said, to the 6:10 p.m. race, some of the quad scull heats, so a big day in prospect here. But for now, it continues to be UTS Haberfield who are leading this final of the under-21 men's coxless pair, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, and they look to have extended to a pretty substantial lead now over the University of Queensland in second place.
Yeah, comfortable lead at the moment for that UTS Haberfield crew. We see them coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, and it's just looking so comfortable. It's crews like this that just make rowing look like such an easy sport. And then you get into the boat and go, nope, solid no there. Second place, University of Queensland, and then the battle's on. Melbourne University and UTS Haberfield for the bronze medal. Less than a second between them. Sydney sitting in fifth, and then Sydney University in lane number 3 sitting in sixth place. So we'll keep an eye out on that bronze medal battle, Richard, because I also think they're not a million miles off the University of Queensland either. So second, third, and fourth, University of Queensland will do well to be able to hold on here. So they certainly not going to have it all their own way. But UTS Haberfield, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson just comfortable out in front in what is a difficult boat in some difficult wind conditions.
Yeah, it is indeed. Certainly, again, I get the impression the wind has sort of swung across the course again, so more cross than headwind, but it really is variable here. There's one thing we've learnt in 4 days here is that the wind is not consistent.
Yeah, look, it's swinging to and from a bit, but certainly we saw earlier, particularly with those drone footage, when the drone was up earlier, a lot of crews heading out towards their stroke side.
Yes, exactly, and they still all seem to be better placed here in their lanes, but this race certainly hotting up for all the placings. And even University of Queensland have made up a fair bit of ground on UTS Haberfield out in front. So it's still UTS Haberfield leading. UQ have had no choice but to go because UTS Haberfield lane 5, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson are after a silver medal. They're currently sitting in third spot, but they are moving up on Lex Tucker and Monty Martin as UTS Haberfield have 2 spots in the top 3 here.
Yeah, UTS Haberfield sitting in first place. Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson, University of Queensland just holding on from the second UTS Haberfield crew in lane number 5. It will be a win for Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. They are the 2023 Australian champions. Second place going to the University of Queensland, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, and the UTS Haberfield, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, making it a 1 and 3 for the black and white stripes. Fourth place will go to Melbourne University ahead of Sydney University in 5th place, and then Sydney Rowing Club coming through in 6th. But confirmation there, the win, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson from the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club.
Presentation of medals for the Under-21 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by John Keogh, head coach of the National Women's Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalists from the Pine Rivers Rowing Club, Ella Smith. From the University of Queensland Boat Club, Nancy Duncan Banks. Who is coached by Glenn Smith, Ray Smith and Philip Bourguignon. Second place and silver medalist, the Melbourne University Boat Club. Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing the Sydney University Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club, Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller, who is coached by Alfie Young and Lachlan Carter. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-21 Women's Coxless Pair.
Our next race underway is the B final of the Under-23 Women's Single Sculls. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland, Ellie Reddy. In lane 3 from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, Hannah Kenway. In lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Jolie Patterson. In lane 5 from the Australian National University, Alora Kelly. In lane 6 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Louise Carr. And in lane 7 from New Norfolk Rowing Club, Molly McCausland. And through the 1,000 metres, it was Louise Carr from Mercantile leading Molly McCausland in second. Ellie Reddy over in lane 2 from the University of Queensland sitting in third place. And then Alora Kelly in fourth, Hannah Kenway in fifth, and the West Australian Rowing Club's Jolie Patterson in sixth place. But they are racing now in the A final of the Under-23 Women's Single Sculls. In lane 2 from Swan River Rowing Club, Georgia Hughes, coached by Mark Beer. In lane 3 from Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Livia Rosea. In lane 4 from Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Louisa Bongrain, coached by Annabelle Eaton. Lane 5 from the Swan River Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Claire Netherway, coached by Mark Beer. Lane 6 from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Laura Goulet, coached by Tim McLaren. And in lane 7 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday.
That race is just underway. The A final of the Under-23 Women's Single Scull, right on time. In fact, at 9:30 here, West Australian time. And that is the 6 boats making their way now through the opening few hundred metres of the course. Maybe Laura Goulet narrowly ahead of Danica Free, but far away. Very difficult to spot clear differences between those scullers. Yeah, Mercantile colours there. Louisa Bongrain either side of Claire Netherway from Swan River, Livia Rosea of Melbourne Uni, and also Georgia Hughes of the Swan River Rowing Club. So a couple of chances for the West Australians. We've got one winner already today as they look to claim medals here on their home course at Champion Lakes. It is indeed a bright start by Laura Goulet, the Tim McLaren coach sculler at UTS Haberfield. She's taken a length or so in the opening few hundred metres of this race, ahead of Danica Free, beside her in second place there in lane 7, but it's out to a length and a half already after 500 metres, so a very good start by Laura Goulet of UTS Haberfield, 2.61 seconds over Danica Free of Griffith University Surfers Paradise in second place, and then Claire Netherway of Swan River sits in third.
Yeah, Laura Goulet repping the black, white and teal. I was corrected by UTS Haberfield's rower. Big g'day out there too.
White and teal. We can't, because otherwise there would have been a black and white at Collingwood, which would have confused things.
Well, you don't want to. Well, unless you're going for Collingwood, with that. Yes.
Well, yeah, they do. They go from the black and white stripes to the white and black stripes, and they play away. It's very versatile.
Laura Goulet leading Danica Free, Claire Netherway, Louisa Bongrain, Livia Rosea and Georgia Hughes through the first 500 metres as we see them coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Out in the B final, we do have Mercantile's Louise Carr still out in front, and there's not much between the rest of the scullers. We potentially have Molly McCausland from New Norfolk, then back a little bit further, Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club, Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS, Ella Reddy from University of Queensland, and Laura Kelly from ANU, but not much to separate our minor placings in the B final coming up towards the final stages now. So Louise Carr from the Mercantile Rowing Club still out in front in the B final. She's looking good to finish 7th overall for the Under-23 Women's Single Sculls. She'll go through and take that win there. Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club putting in a big push, as is New Norfolk's Molly McCausland. Molly McCausland just with second place ahead of Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club. Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS will come through in 4th. And then it's a photo between Ellie Reddy and Laura Kelly for the 5th and 6th places in the B final of the Under-23 Women's Single Sculls.
Light racing there in the B final, not so much in the A final, but certainly it is. The sculler from UTS Haberfield, Laura Goulet, has really extended out to a substantial lead at the halfway mark now of this race. Beyond 3 boat lengths, that would be from Danica Free, still there in a clear second position, but it's out to 7.78 seconds now that difference between first and second. So Laura Grillo, who just did look to get in front from the very first strokes of the race, but her boat out and is now cleared out on the rest of the field. Danica Free second, Claire Netherway in third for Swan River, and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Louisa Bongrain, Livia Rosaya, the next two, and Georgia Hughes crossing through now the halfway mark of the race.
So a strong lead here from Laura Goulet from UTS Haberfield. You can just see there how much clear water there is between first and second. Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise sitting in second place at the moment in that silver medal position. And then Claire Netherway from Swan River West Australian Institute of Sport sitting in the bronze medal position. You see them coming up towards the bridges and those little islands which don't run parallel to the course if you're going alongside down towards
Also, don't follow the bank, whatever you do.
Don't follow the bank, no.
A trick for young players in many courses, actually, that I've seen, where yes, you can do a great curve in a line with the bank rather than sticking to the buoys.
Well, I think I've done it 3 times and I made a mistake every single time.
Well, for young players and all to learn as they make their...
Young and inexperienced. I'm not sure I count as young for a very long time.
You'll need a few more races to get used to it anyway, Stuart.
And then we'll go back over back over east.
Exactly. Should we just quickly recognise our officials too? I've just been handed the list for boat race official assignments for today. So President of the Jury, David Grubitz, as he is throughout the regatta. Chief Judge, Merrin Holmes. And Judges, Paul Knight. Control Chief, Phil Fraser. In weights, Gary Wright and Dominic Cotty. Boat weights, Brian Nash and Brooke Parsons. Control, Carolyn Schomburg and Catherine Garrington. Along with Ruth Aldert, Lachlan Bolfer, Tim Morris, Stuart McQuaid, Dean Stedman, Michelle Davis, Rhiannon Jolly, Zara Underwood. And also out on the course we have Ashley Dillon at the start with Duncan McKinnon and Chris Simons, Ross Litchfield, John Propper, Kristen Alford, and on the water, Chris Tucker, Renee Klupax, Brett Wolford, Greg Smith, Rob Stobie and Michelle Hawke. So you can see from that big list of officials how many people it takes to safely operate a big regatta such as the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships.
Through the 1500 metres, Laura Goulet, 14-second lead ahead of Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Claire Netherway sitting in third place, but looked to be under a little bit of pressure from Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile Rowing Club, and then Livia Rosea and Georgia Hughes making up our field as they're coming up now towards the finish. And this, Richard, has been about as dominant a row as we've seen in any of the A finals so far.
It really is. We've had a few close finishes so far this morning, but this is just a huge margin. And it was interesting, even though that distant shot we could see of the start, you could just see Laura Goulet was so quick getting a boat out of the start. She seemed to have an early lead within the first couple of strokes and has just extended this all the way down the course. So a very dominant performance by the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club Sculler, coached by Tim McLaren. And she has about 150 metres still to go. Danica Free there in second place for Griffith University Surfers Paradise, coached by her father Duncan Free and also Christopher Holiday. And it is an interesting race for third with Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile, moving up the challenge Claire Netherway of Swan River. That's probably where the action will be over the closing strokes, because Laura Goulet just dominant here in the under-23 women's single scull A final.
Yeah, and we'll see Laura Goulet in the New South Wales Queen's Cup 8. Looks like she's stroking at 8, so...
A wise choice from this performance, you'd have to say.
Absolutely. With a few big strokes left to go, it will be the black, white and teal of UTS Haberfield coming through with the win for Laura Goulet in the under-23 women's single scull. She is the 2023 Australian champion. Coming through in second place, Griffith University Surfers Paradise's Danica Free, sitting just ahead of Swan River Rowing Club's Claire Netherway, and then less than half a boat length back to Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile. It will be a silver to the Queenslander, Danica Free. Griffith University Surfers Paradise with third place going to Swan River's Claire Netherway, ahead of Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile Rowing Club, and then back a little bit further again to Melbourne University's Livia Rosea and Georgia Hughes from the West Australian Rowing Club. But the win there, UTS Haberfield's Laura Goulet, second to Danica Free, and third to Claire Netherway.
The presentation of medals for the under-21 men's coxless pair. Medals will be presented by Rhett Aliff, head coach of the Men's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalist from the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. Second place and silver medalists representing the University of Queensland Boat Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. He is coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. Who is coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-21 men's coxless pairs. Approaching the end here of the B final in the under-23 men's single scale. Alexander Wood leads it for UTS Haberfield. We've just seen collect a swag of medals in that presentation for the under-21 men's pairs, but it's Alexander Wood leading it from Blake Wyatt of the West Australian Rowing Club, who looks set to finish in second place. In fact, Blake Wyatt of the West Australian Rowing Club coming home pretty strongly here late in this race, maybe making a bit of a surge for 7th spot overall. So Blake Wyatt and Alexander Wood down towards the finish line here. This B final providing some exciting racing and a really strong finish by Blake Wyatt in the red colours of the West Australian Rowing Club. He's got his boat very, very close, maybe not quite close enough with a couple of strokes to go. The West Australian Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield will just hold on, I think. Alexander Wood, I think, has got there ahead of Blake Wyatt. That's for 7th place, of course, in the under-23 men's at single scull. The computer is saying a photo, so we'll have to await confirmation there. 3rd place will go to Marcus Kane of Banks. 4th will be UTS Haberfield, Mitchell Kaponis. 5th from North Esk will be Rue Colley, and 6th place from Melbourne University, Harry Fox. Will confirm that photo finish as it comes through. And Stuart John's gone off to race. And we'll see him on the course shortly, and we welcome back, in the meantime, Chris McCarthy.
Thank you, Richard. Pleasure to be here for the first morning of finals, and sounds like it's been a great morning of racing so far. I'm pretty lucky to have the wind just starting to die off now, and setting us up for more interesting racing for medals in the second half of the morning.
Yeah, it's certainly improved from what it was even when we began a couple of hours ago, and that B final result still not through, but the A final is on the course, race 331.
So in lane 2, we've got Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield. Lane 3, Patrick Burke, also of UTS Haberfield. That's Patrick Burke that came from behind in the semi-final to clinch his spot in this A-final. Lane 4, Johnson Daubney of Swan River Rowing Club, supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport. Lane 5, Nick Blackman from the Adelaide University, supported by the South Australian Sporting Institute. Lane 6 from Mercantile Rowing Club, we have Dom Frederico. And in lane 7 from West Australian Rowing Club, supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport, we have Alex Rossi, who is our race leader as we come through about 1,250 metres road.
Yeah, the West Australians have had at least the one win already today, so here on their home waters, it's looking good for Alex Rossi of the West Australian Rowing Club. Nick Blackman there in second, the South Australian from Adelaide University. The lane 6 sculler, Dom Frederico, didn't appear on the timing there. That's the sculler from Mercantile, who was a semi-final winner. He's certainly in the race, but does look to be back probably in 4th or 5th place, I would think. So it certainly is lanes 7 and 5. Now leading 2 scullers, Alex Rossi and also Nick Blackman.
Henry Blackwell, Johnson Daubney and Patrick Burke making up the rest of the places there. So an update on that timing. So Nick Blackman in 2nd and Dom Frederico from Mercantile sitting in the provisional bronze medal position at the halfway point of the race.
Confirmation of that B final too. Chris said it was indeed Alexander Wood of UTS Haberfield who held on by 0.18 of a second over Blake White in the end. So 7:29.68, a winning time there for Alexander Wood of UTS Haberfield in the B final. He finishes 7th overall, and 8th spot will go to Blake White of the West Australian Rowing Club. But a great finish in the B final there.
Conditions certainly improving with time like that. The winning under 23 singles normally there or thereabouts around the 7-minute mark, so around 20 or 30 seconds off for that B final. So yes, conditions definitely improving away from the 8 or 9, even 10-minute races that we've seen earlier.
We did it, yeah. The first few races of the day were out beyond 10 minutes. The under 17 women's single, I think about 10:14 the winning time there in for the B final of that race. But things certainly improving. Hopefully will stay that way today. There was a suggestion of some rain to come, some storms and rain later on today, but conditions looking pretty good here. Plenty of blue sky around, and that wind very much abating as Alex Rossi continues on into the concluding stages now of this A final in the under-23 men's singles scale. He leads it by 4.17 seconds over Nick Blackman, and Dom Frederico is indeed there in 3rd place now for Mercantile. Here's the lane 6 sculler, either side of our top 2, and Henry Blackwell was 4th. Johnson Daubney in 5th place. Patrick Burke was 6th for UTS Haberfield, but it's Alex Rossi in the red colours there of the West Australian Rowing Club, also rowing for the West Australian Institute of Sport, leading this from Nick Blackman of Adelaide University and Dom Frederico of Mercantile.
Bit of a race starting to hot up for the minor medals between Dom Frederico of Mercantile and Nick Blackman of Adelaide University. Nick Blackman leading that silver medal race by about a boat length here as we come into the last 250 metres of the race, signified by Red Boys here at Champion Lakes. But it has been Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club, supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport, who has led this race from start to finish and will come home in the final few strokes about 2 lengths clear of the competition. That competition headed up by Nick Blackman of the Adelaide University. So Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club will cross the line as national champion in the under-23 men's single scull. Nick Blackman of Adelaide University in 2nd will take the silver medal. Dom Frederico from Mercantile in the bronze medal position. Over on the far side of the course, we've got Henry Blackwell of UTS Haberfield, who'll come home just outside the medals in 4th, a length and a half clear of the Swan River sculler, Johnson Daubney. Patrick Burke from UTS Haberfield rounding out the field.
The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by John Keogh, head coach of the Australian Women's National Training Centre. 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Swan River Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Claire Netherway. Claire is coached by Mark Beer. 2nd place and silver medalist representing Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Danica Free. Danica is coached by Duncan Free and Chris Holliday. The gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Laura Goulet. Laura is coached by Tim McLaren. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 women's single scull. So a slight pause in the chaos happening on the course here, Chris. So we've got a 10-minute gap between races for a change. So we've seen the under-23 men's single scull final complete, the presentation done for the under-23 women's single scull, and we go back to the 2,000-metre start for the under-23 women's coxless pair, where there has been a crew scratched on lane 4. This is the first race for these crews, we understand. So just the 5 entries in the end, a straight final. And the fielder of 5 is lane 2, Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. Lane 3, University of Queensland, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson. Lane 4 is vacant. Lane 5, Melbourne University, Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott. Lane 6, Swan River, Rebecca Pretorius and Jackie Swick. And lane 7, University of Queensland, Izzy Drew and Carly Furman.
Do have a start in this unseeded race, so we have been used to seeing the favoured crews on the near side of the course. And could see competition coming from anywhere now. So 6 crews starting. 5 crews rather, with the scratching of the Sydney and Mercantile composite in the centre of the course. 6 crews starting in this race, and I would say that we would be looking at lane 6 and lane 2 for the obvious competition. The favourites in this one, that lane 6 crew of Rebecca Pretorius and Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club, supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport. Lane 2 crew from Sydney University Boat Club, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. That crew coached by Alfie Young and supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. I would say those would be the betting man's favourites in this race, but could see competition coming from anywhere. This is the first time we've seen these girls come down the course against each other this week.
A number of these girls have had a few rows certainly over the course, but yeah, not in this particular event. And really, apart from that crew on the far side who've dropped a length or 2 off the pace, it's a very good line of 4 across the course in this one. Very tight, certainly, between Swan River and Melbourne Uni there. Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott on the outside of the course, but it is, as you suggested, Chris, the race leaders coming through there in lane 2, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd it is, who will have a narrow lead after the first 500 metres. Sydney Uni by 0.31 of a second from Swan River, Pretorius and Swick. Melbourne Uni about 0.91 of a second further back. That is the Ure and Marriott. And then the 2 combinations from the University of Queensland sitting 4th and 5th. It was the lane 3 crew, I should say, in 4th, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson, ahead of Izzy Drew and Carly Furman. So some tight racing in the early stage, only about 2.5 seconds between our top 4 crews.
Yeah, those top 3 crews all separated by less than a boat length, and then that 4th place crew, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson, University of Queensland, just about half a length out of the medals at the first timing point. So this will be a great one to watch as they come down the course.
Yes, no previous form to go on, no semi-final or heat winners anywhere, so it's just 5 crews going for the 3 medals in the under-23 women's coxless pair. Our next final will be the same in the men's event, the under-23 men's coxless pair, with 6 boats to start at 10 a.m. That will be our next race, but these 5 boats continuing down the course here, and still does look to be the lane there closest to the camera, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. They've certainly got the lead of University of Queensland next to them. The 2 crews on the other side, but a really tight battle between Melbourne University and Swan River Rowing Club it would be, which is the race for 2nd and 3rd at this stage. But our race leaders from Sydney Uni, coached by Alfie Young, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd there, who are hopefully keeping to themselves out there on the far side of the course, and still nothing between lanes 5 and 6, Melbourne Uni and also Swan River, as they come up towards the halfway point of this race.
It'll be really tough for that Sydney University crew on the far side of the course. There's 4 lanes between them and their nearest competition, and it is still the hardest lane to row in, even though the wind has dropped a little bit. It is the hardest lane to row in, but doesn't seem to be bothering these 2 girls as they approach the 1,000-metre mark, just extending that lead slightly, but a little bit of overlap, or maybe just a foot of clear water between them and the Melbourne University Boat Club crew of Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott, who have moved up into 2nd place over the Swan River crew of Rebecca Pretorius and Jackie Swick. That crew leading the first of the 2 University of Queensland crews, still sitting back in 4th, and then the second of the 2 University of Queensland crews, Izzy Drew and Carly Furman, sitting back in 5th place. It would be a big ask to compete for the medals for that 2nd University of Queensland crew, but the top 4 contenders in this field still close enough to for medals to come from anywhere across the course here in the under-23 women's coxless pair.
So well into the third 500 metre now, and it looks like Sydney Uni trying to extend their lead. It was only still 1.39 seconds at halfway, so out towards the boat length, but we've seen in plenty of races so far this morning, and certainly yesterday as well, the crews have been able to come storm home in some cases from behind over the closing 500 metres or so. And we'll see what can be done here with those crews from Melbourne University and Swan River lanes 5 and 6. Still very hard to separate those two as they try and chase down our race leaders from Sydney Uni. It certainly would be much easier for those two crews having a good battle in lanes 5 and 6, so plenty of pace to push each other down the course. But as Chris said, racing out pretty much on their own is Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd over in lane 2 for the Sydney University Boat Club. They do still seem to have the advantage here. We'll see shortly as they go through 1500 if they've been able to extend that lead or not. But as the breeze pushes across from that construction side of the course, it is certainly a bit more protected there on the inside lanes, currently filled by Rebecca Pretorius and Jackie Swick of Swan River. But ahead of them certainly is Sarah De Jure and Sarah Marriott from Melbourne University, as they do come up towards the three-quarter mark of this race now. And Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd from Sydney University look like they've dropped back into second spot now, in fact. So it is the Melbourne Uni crew who've gone through very strongly in that third 500 metre. They've turned almost a one-length deficit into a one-length lead now, so 2.41 seconds it is the margin. Sarah De Jure and Sarah Marriott leading this race ahead of Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd for Sydney University in second place, and still there in third is the Swan River combination, Rebecca Pretorius and Jackie Swick.
Yeah, so I would have thought that Swan River combination just would have been my favourites at the start of the race, but Melbourne University making the best work of the championship quarter and slotting up into that provisional national championship position. That Swan River crew sitting in the provisional bronze medal position. Jackie Swick in that crew, named in the under-23 women's Coxless 4 this year for Australia, alongside Paige Barr, Eliza Gaffney and Jen Hart. That crew with a bit of National Training Centre experience going in there. Will definitely be one to watch at the World Championships later in the year. But just looking like they're having a little bit of steering issues.
One crew, it is the Melbourne Uni crew who not only are they in front, they've rode an extra 50 or 60 metres here across a couple of lanes, but they still lead the race. I think also Swan River may have come a lane or two across to this side of the course as well. So they've suddenly separated far and wide here in the concluding strokes of the race to fill every side you can imagine of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre here.
This looks like Swan River are just starting to lift now in the red boys the last 250 metres. They've got a little bit of work to do to cover off the Melbourne University Boat Club crew, who have the momentum through the second half of the race. Sydney University Boat Club on the far side of the course looks to have dropped back into that bronze medal position. It'll be a race for the gold, but Melbourne University Boat Club, they moved through in the third 500 metres. They've done well and timed their race to perfection. They're about 2 lengths ahead now, just about 5 strokes left to the line. It'll be the Melbourne University Boat Club crew, Sarah De Jure and Sarah Marriott, who will be your national champions in the women's under-23 Coxless pair. Swan River Rowing Club with a good finish. That's Jackie Swick and Rebecca Pretorius, who will come through for the silver medal. Sydney University Boat Club, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd will cross the line in the bronze medal position. Just not enough to outdo a fast-finishing Swan River Rowing Club crew. The first of the 2 University of Queensland combinations, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson, crossing the line in 4th place. And then the second University of Queensland combination, Izzy Drew and Carly Furman, crossing the line in 5th.
The unofficial time, they're in race 3:32, 7:49.68 for Melbourne University Boat Club. The winners there, Sarah De Jure and Sarah Marriott over Swan River second, Rebecca Pretorius and Jackie Swick. And third certainly going to Sydney Uni, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. It was just on 4 seconds between those crews as they went across the finish line. The gold goes to Melbourne University. The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rhett Aliff, head coach of the Men's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalist representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Dom Frederico. Dom is coached by Al Matthews. Second place and silver medalist representing Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Nick Blackman. is coached by Nick Mitchell and Sam Morton. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing West Australian Rowing Club, Alex Rossi. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the under-23 men's single scull. Racing already, it looks like, Chris, in the final of the under-23 men's coxswain pair.
Yeah, the boys off to a start here. Not unlike the previous race, no race for lanes, no heats, semi-finals, repecharges, tri-finals, quarter-finals, any of that business. This will be the,
3 semi-finals, any of that? No.
We won't.
Not required.
We won't mention it.
Later on today, we'll get to that.
But this crew, first run down the course for these combinations this week here at the 2023 National Championships. Lane 1, UTS Haberfield composite with the Melbourne University Boat Club, supported by NSWIS and the VIS. That'll be Nick Smith from Melbourne University Boat Club and Torben Ungemak of University of Technology. Lane 3, we've got Canned, supported by the QAS, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. In Lane 4, a composite of Canned and Swan River, Riley Reese-Turner from the Swan River Rowing Club, Dylan Rhodes from Canned Rowing Club. In Lane 5 from Mercantile, we've got Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot. And in Lane 6, a composite of Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield Boat Club, Nick Pender from UTS and Bradley Graham of Sydney Rowing Club. And in Lane 7, the locals from Fremantle, Liam Davis and Alex Chechel. At the 500 metre mark, it was the solely Canned crew of Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury who were leading the field, but just 0.37 of a second between them and the Sydney Rowing Club UTS Haberfield composite of Nick Pender and Brad Graham, sitting back in the provisional silver medal position ahead of Riley Reese-Turner and Dylan Rhodes, the composite from Canned and Swan River. Fremantle in 4th, UTS Melbourne Uni in 5th place, and Mercantile Rowing Club sitting back in 6th place at that first timing point.
So once again, a bit hard to know where to look in these unseeded finals as they make their way down the course in race. 333 of this regatta. Canned and the QAS, it was certainly leading it over in Lane 3. And the other side of the course, Lane 6, Sydney and UTS Haberfield. So they were our top 2. Then Canned and Swan River in 3rd place. So about to go through the halfway mark of this race. It is certainly that combination still with UTS Haberfield, Nicholas Pender there in the bow seat, Bradley Graham of Sydney Rowing Club, our race leaders. Narrowly a bit up from Canned across in Lane 2, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. As they go through halfway, it is Sydney UTS leading it in 3:27.16, 1.93 seconds ahead of Canned, and in 3rd place it was UTS Haberfield and Melbourne Rowing Club. Well, Melbourne University, in fact, that would be the 3rd place combination. Lane 2, Nick Smith and Torben Ungemak. And Chris, I'll leave it with you. And Ben Homer's coming in to help you call these races. Some big ones coming up in the next hour or so.
Absolutely, we can't wait. But, so the leading 2 crews in this race, Sydney UTS combination and the crew from Canned in the top 2 positions, and just starting to separate themselves from the field a little bit ahead of the UTS Haberfield Melbourne University Boat Club combination, sitting in 3rd place at the moment and not too far ahead of the crew from Canned and Swan River, sitting in 4th place. So could see a good little battle for the medals here between that UTS Melbourne Uni crew and the Canned Swan River crew in 3rd and 4th. Fremantle not out of it either, just 0.68 of a second behind the Canned Swan Swan River Composite. The Mercantile crew of Ben Edmondson and Lockie Wilmot just under 2 seconds behind them. So a fairly tight field for these slower headwind conditions. We could see challenges coming from anywhere, as we've seen the last couple of races, and great to see that although it's still a little bit slow, the wind does appear to be a little bit more of a straight headwind, making things a little bit fairer across the course and allowing for some great racing here this morning on day 4. First of our finals days at the the 2023 Australian National Championships. Still Nick Pender and Bradley Graham, as we can see on the screen there, who are leading the charge here in that Empacher shell of the under-23 men's coxless pair. Those two boys, both members of the New South Wales Youth 8 last year, who won on the Sunday of the National Championships at Lake Ngambia, and just under a boat length clear of the Cand crew now at the 1500 metre timing point. Cand and UTS Haberfield up for a good little battle. So the UTS Melbourne University crew separating themselves from the minor placings, putting themselves definitively up in the medals as they approach the last 500 metres now, and a battle for the minor medals underway between Cand and the UTS Melbourne University crews, both on the far side of the course. The Sydney UTS Haberfield crew will be very grateful for their position on the near side of the course here as they try and defend their hard-earned provisional gold medal position as they come storming down towards the line here at the conclusion of the under-23 men's coxless pair. Looks like a really great battle unfolding actually on the far side of the course between Cand and the Melbourne University UTS composite. So Nick Smith and Torben Ungemark. Nick Smith of Melbourne University Boat Club, Torben Ungemark of UTS Haberfield, those two supported by the Victoria Institute of Sport and New South Wales Institute of Sports respectively, making a good challenge. They were sitting probably closer to the 4th place halfway through the race, and now putting up a good challenge against Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury of Cand, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. Cand really responding now and defending their position. They've got about half a boat length clear in the last 200 metres of the course here in the under-23 men's coxless pair. Brad Graham of Sydney Rowing Club looking over, just checking where his competition is. They've led the race from the 500 metre mark, and they will come home just all of it. The Cand crew really finishing strong now. Cand moving through the field, and they've got their bow balls in front. Cand, they've been sitting in second the entire way through the race. It'll be Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury who take the national championship in the men's under-23 coxless pair, and it'll be really tight for second place. I'm not going to call that. The momentum was definitely with the UTS Melbourne University crew coming into the line, and I would say they'd probably have it over the UTS Sydney Rowing Club combination, who may have just slipped back into the bronze medal position. They're right on the line. The Fremantle crossing the line in 4th place. The Mercantile crew moving up into 5th, and the Cand Swan River crew in 6th place, as the crews just try and avoid each other after the finish line.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by John Keogh, head coach of the Women's National Training Centre. 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young. Second place and silver medalist representing Swan River Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Rebecca Pretorius and Jackie Swick, coached by Mark Beer. Gold medalist and Australian champions for 2023, Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah Deure and Sarah Marriott. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 women's coxless pair.
And we do have a confirmation of results in the under-23 men's coxless pair final race 333. It was first to Cairns, supported by the QAS, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury. Second place, right on the line, was Nick Smith and Torben Ungermark of Melbourne University Boat Club and the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Third place, Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield, Nick Pender and Bradley Graham. The margin just 0.25 of a second between second and third. So just the results there back of the photo finish.
So we're just about to get underway in the A final of the Open Women's Single Scull for the Kim Brennan Trophy. That is underway now. Lane 2, Sydney University, supported by Enswith, Rowena Meredith. Sydney, also supported by Enswith, Lauren Graham in lane 3. Caitlin Cronin from the Uni of Queensland with the QAS in 4. Harriet Hudson in 5 from Sydney and Enswith. Amanda Bateman from Melbourne Uni and the VIS in 6. Tara Rigney from Sydney Uni, Enswith in 7. Chris, this is going to be an absolute cracker. I cannot wait to see who wins this one.
Star-studded lineup there. We've got the 3 out of the 4, all 4 of the, or 3 out of the 4 members of the bronze medal winning women's quadruple scull from the Tokyo Olympics. We've got Tara Rigney, who took a bronze medal at the World Championships last year. We've got Amanda Bateman, who rode the double scull with Tara Rigney in the Tokyo Olympics. So it is most definitely a star-studded field there, and a few different methods of qualification there through the heats and repecharges. So and as conditions sort of calm down a little bit, I'm really looking forward to a great race in this one. We've just got the B final on the course at the moment, and that's led by North Est's Sarah Ashland, 4 seconds up from Sydney University Boat Club's Nicola Greenland. Catherine Kahn of ANU sitting in 3rd place. Claire Jamieson of University of Queensland in 4th. And Kate Morris of Brisbane and GPS in 5th place. Those timings at the 500 metre mark. So some pretty set positions there in the B final. So we'd be expecting the Tasmanian of Sarah Ashland to come down the course for 7th place, or 6th place rather. 7th place indeed. We do have full 6 boats in the A final, so for 7th place in the Women's Open Single Sculls. We just see the A final cross the 500 metre mark, and as expected, as we read into the form guide, it is Tara Rigney, the Australian Women's Single Sculler from Sydney University Boat Club, who leads the field 1.3 seconds up from Amanda Bateman in 2nd place. Harriet Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club in 3rd place, leading Caitlin Cronin from University of Queensland in 4th. Rowena Meredith from Sydney University Boat Club in 5th place, and Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club in 6th place. The only member there not part of the National Training Centre, but having a dig in the single scull. She's been around the pair all season and out for a little bit of fun. She'll be very happy to have made this A final and competing up there with the big names. But Tara Rigney on the near side of the course, as predicted, making the most of things in the early stages of the race. As the B final comes just in front of us here, the finishing tower, and it is still Sarah Ashland of North Est Rowing Club, who has led comfortably, leads by about 2 lengths ahead of Nicola Greenland from Sydney University Boat Club in the B final. So it'll be Sarah Ashland who takes the win in the B final and 7th overall in the Open Women's Single Scull, representing North Esk from Tasmania. Nicola Greenland from Sydney University Boat Club will cross the line in 3rd place. In 2nd place, rather, Kate Morris of Brisbane GPS will cross the line in 3rd place. 9th position in the Open Women's Single Scull. ANU's Catherine Kahn in 4th. And University of Queensland's Claire Jamieson crossing the line in 5th place to round out the B final of the Open Women's Single Scull, as our A final approaches the 1,000 metre mark. And it is still Tara Rigney ahead of Amanda Bateman, but that gap not necessarily opening up to any race-defining margins. It's still less than a boat length between those top 2 scullers for the Open Women's Single Scull, competing for the Kim Brennan Trophy. about 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Amanda Bateman there. The Tara Rigney still leading. Harriet Hudson in 3rd place, about a boat length behind there. So those top 3 looking fairly well decided. 7 seconds back to Caitlin Cronin in 4th place. Rowena Meredith of the Sydney University Boat Club in 5th place, leading Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club by about a length and a half at the halfway point of the Open Women's Single Scull.
So a bit flatter water of the last 1,000 metres, Chris, in this A final. The new trophy, the Kim Brennan Trophy. So who's going to get their hands on it first? Tara Rigney, one of the favourites, as you would expect, in lane 7, getting through on one of the good lanes for this final. But the question is, 1,000 metres in, it was only 1.6 seconds back to Amanda Bateman. And we used yesterday's high watermark of, what was it, 6 seconds in the single?
And to determine what we can peg back, especially as the conditions get a little bit calmer in the second half of the course, there is definitely a lot of opportunity for all crews to be making up ground coming into the finish line, providing spectators with some fantastic racing. It does look like Amanda Bateman's just not letting that overlap slip away. She's still just overlapping her bow with the stern of Tara Rigney to her left as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. So Tara Rigney has been leading from the start, but not being able to shake Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University Boat Club as they cross the 1,500 metre mark. It's pretty much a neat length clear, 2.11 the margin there. Harriet Hudson about 3 lengths back in 3rd place, the provisional bronze medal position. So that is a lot of ground to make up. 5 seconds, although not insurmountable. Caitlin Cronin in 4th place, sitting outside the medals at this stage. Rowena Meredith sitting back in 5th, ahead of Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club in 6th place.
Hey Chris, I've just got something interesting for you. Tara Rigney, I've just been told by Lizzie, it is her birthday today. So enjoy that for the call home here with 300 metres to travel.
Her birthday today, and looking likely for a national championship, and the first recipient of the Kim Brennan Trophy here in the Open Women's Single Scull. Although Amanda Bateman won't be wishing that as a birthday present, it does look like she's really starting to challenge here in the last 500 metres. There's still overlap between those two boats, and it hopefully is going to come right down to the line here. And Tara Rigney really having to earn that birthday present of a national championship gold medal here at Champion Lakes this morning. She is still just holding off Amanda Bateman from the Melbourne University Boat Club. Tara Rigney starting to lift towards the line in the red buoys, the last 1/8 of the course, the last 250 metres. She leads by half a boat length from Melbourne University Boat Club's Amanda Bateman. It'll be Tara Rigney, an all-the-way win, barring disaster in the last 10 strokes. Tara Rigney, the Australian women's single sculler, bronze medalist at last year's World Championships, and will be gold medalist today in the Open Women's Single Scull for the Kim Brennan Trophy. She's a neat length clear of Amanda Bateman from the Melbourne University Boat Club. Tara Rigney will be a national champion today on her birthday in the Open Women's Single Scull. Amanda Bateman, the silver medalist. Harriet Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club will come home in the bronze medal position, about 3 lengths back, and then about another 3 lengths back to the University of Queensland Boat Club's Caitlin Cronin for 4th place outside the medals. Rowena Meredith from the Sydney University Boat Club will finish in 5th place ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Lauren Graham in 6th. Winning time there, 7:49.59. So conditions certainly improving here at Champion Lakes this morning for our finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 men's coxless pair. The medals will be presented by Rhett Aliff, head coach of the Men's National Training Centre. third place, and bronze medalists Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Nick Pender and Bradley Graham. Second place and silver medalists representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport and Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Nick Smith and Torben Ungermark. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Cairns Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury. They are coached by Scott Rowe. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 men's coxless pair.
And moving back down onto the course now, we have the B final of the Open Men's Single Scull well underway, approaching the 1500 metre mark now. In the lead at the 1000 metre mark was Marcus Delamata of UTS Haberfield, supported by New South Wales Institute of Sport. Henry Yule of Tamar just 1.32 seconds behind at the 1500 metre mark. Hin Chun Chu of Team Hong Kong in third place. Tim Masters of UTS Haberfield, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, in fourth place. Joseph Wilson of Buckingham in Tasmania in fifth. Mitch Blackmore-Cram of UTS Haberfield in sixth place, and James Meads of Banks in seventh place at the 1500 metre mark. So these boys competing for seventh place in the Open Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. As we see on our screen on the live stream, or the big screen if you're at the course, a shot of the A final crossing the 500 metre mark, the A final of the Open Men's Single Scull for the Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy, and you could throw a blanket over the field at the 500 metre mark. In the lead was Cormac Kennedy Leverett, just 0.38 of a second from Caleb Antill of the Australian National University. Jack Hargraves from Sydney University Boat Club in third place. Ben Canham Merckx in fourth, Sam Marsh in fifth, and Campbell Watts in sixth place. Campbell Watts stating yesterday that this was likely going to be one of the hardest finals that he'd ever raced, and I'd say that everyone in the field would agree with him. It is definitely a stacked field there in the Open Men's Single Scull. So see the B final coming down in front of us. It has been led from the start by Marcus Delamata of UTS Haberfield. Marcus putting on a fantastic lunch on behalf of around New South Wales for the state team just last week, and here at the National Championships, and will win the B final of the Open Men's Single Scull in fine form. A neat length clear of Tamar's Henry Yule in second place. And then really tight between Team Hong Kong's Hin Chun Chu for third, ahead of Tim Masters from UTS. Buckingham's Joseph Wilson in fifth place in the B final, and then UTS Haberfield's not on the draw, Mitch Blackmore-Cram in sixth place. Back to the action for the Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Single Scull. The A final on the course now, and Caleb Antill really hitting his stride in the second 500 metres ahead of Cormac Kennedy Leverett. So Cormac led to the first timing point, and Caleb Antill, last year's President's Cup winner for the ACT, moving up into the provisional gold medal position at the 1000 metre mark, ahead of Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Jack Hargraves of Sydney University Boat Club is just about a quarter of a boat length behind at that halfway timing point. Ben Canham in fourth, Sam Marsh in fifth, and Campbell Watts in sixth place. So a little bit of a gap from our provisional bronze medalist of Jack Hargraves, 3 seconds up, about a boat length ahead of Benjamin Canham in fourth place, representing Melbourne University Boat Club there. Sam Marsh, the local from Swan River Rowing Club, in 5th place, and Campbell Watts from Sydney University Boat Club in 6th place. But it is Caleb Antill's race at the moment in lane 7, who has moved through a strong push in the second 500 metres. I'm getting some flashbacks to the 2019 President's Cup race, where Cormac Kennedy Leverett stuck it to the field and led out Alex Hill to the 500 metre mark, and then Alex Hill really hit his rhythm and came home to take the President's Cup that year. And another President's Cup winner, Caleb Antill, really coming. So Caleb Antill from the ACT striding out to a couple of boat lengths now at the 1500 metre mark, ahead of Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who is just looking under threat from Jack Hargraves, the Olympic gold medalist, sitting in 3rd place. Was really, really tight there for the minor medals. 0.6 of a second, the margin between 2nd and 3rd. Campbell Watts moving up from the back of the field into 4th place, pushing for minor placings there ahead of Melbourne University's Ben Canham in 5th, and Sam Marsh from Swan River Rowing Club in 6th place. It's Caleb Antill's race to lose at the moment, sitting a good almost 4 lengths clear of his nearest competition in the form of Cormac Kennedy Leverett in 2nd place. Jack Hargraves really knocking on the door there of the minor medals, and we've seen the passion there on display in the Australian Men's 4 over the past Olympiad, and he'll be using that race experience to make a move in this last 500 metres, or the last 300 metres of the course that we're now in. Caleb Antill looking strong out in front. Cormac Kennedy Leverett starting to lift his rate of striking now, responding to the challenge from Jack Hargraves to his right-hand side. It's still Caleb Antill in the lead, but he hasn't... It is not decided yet as Cormac Kennedy Leverett really starts to push now and knock on the door. He's about 3/4 of a boat length behind. It'll be a lot to make up in the last 100 metres of the course here. Caleb Antill has led from the 500 metre mark and will more than likely be taking home the Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy here. Caleb Antill, half a boat length from Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who is finishing strong but not quite strong enough. Caleb Antill will be your national champion in the Open Men's Single Scull. Cormac Kennedy Leverett in the silver medal position, 2 lengths clear of Jack Hargraves for the bronze. Campbell Watts moving up through the field for a strong 4th place, ahead of Ben Canham from Melbourne University Boat Club in 5th, and Sam Marsh from the Swan River Rowing Club rounding out the field in the Open Men's Single Scull in 6th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Kim Brennan Cup for the Open Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and cup will be presented by John Keogh, head coach of the Women's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Harriet Hudson. Second place and silver medalist representing Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Amanda Bateman. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Tara Rigney. Please please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalists in the Open Women's Single Scull. And getting a happy birthday as well, Chris, is Tara Rigney.
Not a bad birthday present, really. So we've got some racing on the course now in the form of the B final of the Open Women's Coxless Pair. That's underway now and rapidly approaching the 1500 metre timing point. We've got at the 1000 metre, it was Paige Barr and Georgie Gleeson, a combination from Mercantile and the Sydney University Boat Club, who were leading that B final ahead of Jess Scott and Madeline Williams of University of Queensland, and canned in second, Sarah Tisdall and Ella Bramwell, Adelaide and the University of Queensland in third place at that B final. Mimi Tuddenham and Laura Foley from Melbourne Union Mercantile sitting in fourth. Leah Franklin and Lexi Northup of Swan River and Sydney Rowing Clubs in fifth, and Elizabeth Newell and Ellen Posey of University of Queensland sitting back in sixth place at that B final at the halfway point, as the A final is well underway now and rapidly approaching the 500 metre timing point. Another great race this morning of our national team athletes putting their best on display. So on the course now is the A final of the Open Women's Coxless Pair for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy in lane 2, a composite of University of Western Australia and the West Australian Rowing Club, Georgia Patton and Bronwyn Cox. In lane 3 from Sydney University Boat Club, Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price. In lane 4 from Adelaide and Mercantile, Jess Morrison of Mercantile, Molly Goodman of Adelaide. In lane 5 from the Melbourne University Boat Club, Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell. In lane 6 from Melbourne University and Mercantile, Katrina Wary and Lucy Steffen, last year's national champions in this event. And in lane 7 from UTS Haberfield and Sydney Rowing Club, we have Sarah Hoare of Sydney and Georgie Rowe of UTS Haberfield. And it was the Adelaide Mercantile combination of Jess Morrison and Molly Goodman who were leading the field at the 500 metre mark, but it is very, very close. Not more than a second separating any of these crews. So the UTS Sydney combination, Georgie Rowe from UTS, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in second place at that 500 metre juncture. Katrina Wary and Lucy Steffen, last year's national champions, 0.22 of a second behind them in third. Gaffney and Mitchell in fourth. Patton and Cox fifth, and Ford and Price in sixth place as the B final crosses in front of us. Paige Barr and Georgie Gleeson of Mercantile and Sydney University taking out the B final, ranking 7th in the Open Women's Coxless Pair. Jess Scott and Maddie Williams of University of Queensland in second place. Sarah Tisdall and Ella Bramwell in a photo finish with Mimi Tuddenham and Laura Foley for third place. See Lexi Northup and Leah Franklin from Sydney and Swan River crossing the line in fifth ahead of the University of Queensland Boat Club crew, Elizabeth Newell and Ellen Posey to round out the B final. But the action is hotting up for the A final. These crews competing for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy. It was the combination of Katrina Wary and Lucy Steffen who won it last year, a composite crew of Melbourne University and Mercantile Rowing Club, and they're sitting back in second place at the moment, possibly back in third. It is really hard to tell. These top three crews really going bow ball to bow ball up to the 1,000 metre mark. And as we cross the 1,000 metre mark, look like the Adelaide Mercantile combination of Jess Morrison and Molly Goodman, who were just in the lead by a fraction of a bow ball ahead of Georgie Rowe and Sarah Hoare in second place, who are in turn only about a canvas ahead of the reigning champions of Katrina Wary and Lucy Steffen sitting back in third. About a second then back to the University of WA West Australian Rowing Club composite of Georgia Patton and Bronwyn Cox, the locals sitting just outside the medals at that 1,000-metre timing point, ahead of Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell from Melbourne University Boat Club, Jess Morrison and Molly Goodman from Adelaide. That little bit of a mishap in the timing there. That would be Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price of Sydney University Boat Club in 6th place. It would have been hard for them to drop back that many places in about 6 seconds since I had called the last timing, but it is still Jess Morrison and Molly Goodman leading the field by the narrowest of margins here in the Open Women's Coxless Pair for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy. So that leading pair, Jess Morrison, who featured in the 4 and the pair at the Tokyo Olympics, gold medalist in the 4 and in the B final with the pair, combined with Molly Goodman, who stroked the women's 8 at the Olympics, took a year off following the Tokyo Olympics, is now back selected in the women's 8 squad this year and doing a fine job of it. Looking like they may have just kept their bow ball in front as we just see them crossing the 1,500-metre timing point. It is really tight, and it looks like last year's national champions, Katrina Werry and Lucy Steffen, have just moved up into the ascendancy at the 1,500-metre timing point as they start their wind to the line in the Open Women Coxless pair. It is still Georgie Rowe and Sarah Hoare in 2nd place. Jess Morrison and Molly Goodman, our early race leaders, just moving back into 3rd place, but all 3 of those crews just within about a metre of each other at all 3 timing points thus far. Georgia Patton and Bronwyn Cox sitting back in 4th out of the medals, and as are Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell of Melbourne University Boat Club and Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price of the Sydney University Boat Club sitting back in 6th place at that 1,500-metre juncture. But our 3 National Training Centre combinations, possibly the 3 top pairs in the country at the moment, out the front of the field, and all within striking distance of a national championship gold medal here this morning at Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. It's been Jess Morrison and Molly Goodman most of the way down the course, but starting to feel some pressure now from the reigning national champions, Katrina Werry and Lucy Steffen, with their bow balls in front. They were absolutely overjoyed to be presented the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy last year, and I'm sure they will be again. They've had a great, well-timed race to move up into the lead in the latter stages. Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe just dropping back into the bronze medal position, it looks at this stage, although the fight is still well and truly on for the minor medals. It'll be Katrina Werry and Lucy Steffen, the Mercantile and Melbourne University Boat Club combination, who have timed their race to perfection and will come home to take the national championship and the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy in the Open Women's Coxless pair. Gold medalist to Katrina Werry and Lucy Steffen. Bronze medalist to Molly Goodman and Jess Morrison, just ahead of Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe for the bronze medal in the Open Women's Coxless pair. It'll be Georgia Patton and Bronwyn Cox, the local combination, in 4th place. Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell from the Melbourne University Boat Club in 5th. And Sydney University Boat Club just rounding out the proceedings here with Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Ray Ebbett, life member of Rowing Australia, former Australian team manager and close friend of Dr. Stephen Hinchy. 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Jack Hargraves. Second place and silver medalist representing Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Cormac Kennedy Leverett, coached by Dave Frormano and Thomas Kreber. gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Program, Caleb Antill. And the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Ray Ebbett. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the Open Men's Single Scull.
So moving on to our men's coxless pairs now. We've just had a start in the A final as the B final comes storming into the last 500 metres. At the 1500 metre timing point, it was last year's national champions from Sydney University Boat Club, Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench, both selected in the Australian Men's 8 for this year. They were leading the B final by a healthy margin of almost 8 seconds from Melbourne University's Hamish Winpope and Charlie Petruni. Alex Nicol and Alex Wolf of Sydney Rowing Club sitting back in third place. Miller Rowe and Will Ackerman of Melbourne University and Cand in fourth. The UTS West Australian Rowing Club combination of George Finlayson and Jack Cleary in fifth place. And I believe the second Sydney Rowing Club crew there in sixth place. So, as predicted by the form guide, it is Jackson Kench and Will O'Shannessy of the Sydney University Boat Club not letting off the pace here at the head of the field for the B final, and really charging home towards the line. They'll be keen to get the most they can out of this race. Good bit of race practice for them in the pair. They've been rowing this combination for a couple of years to some great success. The Shaw and Joey's old boys, and making a really good job of it here, and they'll win the B final of the Open Men's Coxless pair as our A final progresses through the 500 metre mark, and some really interesting pairings here for our Open men. So at the 500 metre mark of the A final, it was Angus Whitcomb and Harley Moore from Commercial and Mercantile who were leading the field, 1.6 seconds ahead of Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan from Sydney and Melbourne Uni. Paddy Holt and Rowan Laborie of Melbourne Uni and UTS Haberfield in third place. Marcus Britt and Alex Purnell in fourth. Jack Robertson and Josh Hicks from Sydney and Mercantile in fifth. And then Alex Hill and Torrin Olsen of Adelaide and Sydney Rowing Club sitting in sixth place at that 500 metre timing point, but not more than a second separating any of those crews, and pretty quick time, 1:36 to the first 500 metre mark. So conditions really allowing for some good racing here this morning. Confirm those results through the Open Men's Coxless pair. Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench of Sydney University Boat Club winning that race in 6:47.42. 12 seconds up on Alex Nicol and Alex Wolf of Sydney Rowing Club in second place. Hamish Winpope and Charlie Petruni of Melbourne University in third. UTS and West Australian Rowing Club's representatives, Jack Cleary and George Finlayson in fourth place in that B final.
Just Chris, on the weather conditions, so we're just seeing some faster times and maybe a little bit unexpected when you consider the wind's been an easterly for most of the week, which is basically coming across the course. But there's a little bit of north in it today. It's an east nor'easter, so just a slight bit of tail helping these rowers down the course, which is quite relieving after the week we've had to this point.
I'm sure they will be glad after a few races in the legs to have a little bit of assistance from a breath of wind as the lead changes at the 1,000 metre mark in the A final of the Open Men's Coxless pair for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy. Marcus Britt and Alex Purnell of the Sydney University Boat Club in the lead at that halfway timing point. Alex Purnell, an Olympic champion in the Open Men's Coxless 4 in Tokyo. They're leading Angus Whitcomb and Harley Moore sitting in second. Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan, Melbourne University and Sydney Rowing Club in third place. And Torrin Olsen and Alex Hill in 4th place, just about a length back on the field. So I really don't think anything's quite decided. We often see some fantastic racing in this event and some really mixed up crews, a few athletes away from their usual combinations, rowing with some athletes outside of the National Training Centre and rowing with some mates within the National Training Centre who they don't normally get a chance to race with, and having a little bit of fun. And I think there was a lot of chat about this event, how it really could see a challenge come from anywhere, and that really does appear to be the case. Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery, Melbourne University and UTS Haberfield in 5th place. That was the crew that won the under-21 coxless pairs about 4 or 5 years ago, I think back in 2018 or 17 in Sydney. And they were a great crew that year, going from strength to strength across all of the New South Wales regattas that year, and back together for the Open Men's Coxless Pair here in 2023, as Marcus Britt and Alex Purnell really get a good read on the field. They're sitting about 2 lengths clear of their nearest competition, which at this stage is still Angus Widdicombe and Harley Moore in 2nd place, although they're bow ball for bow ball with Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan in 3rd. So a fantastic bit of rowing pub trivia from Lizzie Chapman. If Marcus Britt can hang on to this provisional gold medal position, he will have won the under-19, under-21, under-23 and open coxless pairs at the Australian National Championships. I wouldn't say there are too many athletes in the Australian rowing community or anywhere who can boast that achievement. He's been selected in the Australian 8 to go compete at the University of Washington for the Windermere Cup in May. So really a pathways athlete, just on the cusp of the senior team and pairing up with some great talent of Alex Purnell to lead the race in the Open Men's Coxless Pair for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy. They're still leading, and it looks like Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan of Sydney Rowing Club and Melbourne University Boat Club putting on a good sprint between Angus Widdicombe and Harley Moore for the silver medal. The gold medalists all but decided about 3 lengths clear of the field. It'll be the Sydney University Boat Club, Marcus Britt and Alex Purnell, who have led start to finish just about, and will come home for the national championship in the Open Men's Coxless Pair. Harley Moore and Angus Widdicombe just getting the better of that tussle for the silver medal ahead of Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan in 3rd place. They'll finish about a length and a half clear of Torrin Olsen and Alex Hill, 4th place in the Open Men's Coxless Pair. Jack Robertson and Josh Hicks in 5th place. And rounding out the field in the Open Men's Coxless Pair will be the combination from Melbourne Uni and UTS Haberfield, Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery for 6th place. So some fantastic racing. The winning time there, 6:45.45, and a good 6.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy for the Open Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Sarah Tate's father, Simon Outhwaite. 3rd place and bronze medalist representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Sydney Rowing Club, the New South Wales Institute of Sport and the ACT High Performance Program, Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe. They're coached by Donovan Check and Matthias Ungermark. Second place and silver medalists representing Adelaide and Mercantile Rowing Clubs and the South Australian Sports Institute and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Jess Morrison and Molly Goodman. medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing Melbourne University Boat Club and Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Kat Werry and Lucy Steffen, OAM. The Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Sarah's father, Simon Outhwaite. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the women's coxless pair. So here we come to the PR3 men's single final. And we'll go through the field for this one. We have Kevin Wall from Shellharbour City in lane 2, Aaron Skinner from Nestles in 3, Mac Russell from the Uni of Queensland in 4, Southport School Tony Gofferson in 5, Jed Olschwager in 6 from Torrens and South Australian Sports Institute. Now Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7. Now he did really well in the heats, and as we just confirmed before, Jed Olschwager unfortunately unwell, so he is a scratching from this one, which is quite significant because being in lane 7, he was one of the fastest qualifiers through to this final. So we're just getting the times through here in the A final, the PR3 men's single scull through the first 500 metres. Harrison Nichols in first place, Mac Russell in second, Toby Gustafson in third, Aaron Skinner fourth, Kevin Wall in fifth. Pardon this terrible pun, but are we going to see a 10-second gap pulled back by Mac Russell? That truly would be the return of the Mac over the last 1,500. Sorry, that's shocking. That is shocking. Chris McCarthy, you've got a message for those that are feeling a little bit peckish today. Because I'm getting a little bit hungry and I'm just looking down at those food trucks and it looks inviting. There's plenty of food on offer.
Yeah, we'd just like to put a bit of a shout out to all of our stall holders here at the 2023 Australian National Rowing Championships, doing a great job of keeping us fed and watered throughout the day. So if you're looking for something to eat, there are a number of food trucks dotted around the finishing area. And maybe later this afternoon a visit to the Row Union bar upstairs.
Drink responsibly if you're heading up there. There's free water there as well, so get into that if you'd love some free water. Nothing better than that. I do like my water. All right, here we go. B final in the PR3 men's single scull. Christian Lane Krebs, he was leading at the 1,500 by 5 seconds from Stuart John. We're calling him our Stuart John because he's been up here doing some wonderful commentary. Sam Shaloub in third from Community Rowing Club. And back in fourth is Parry Mutaris. He is from Community Rowing Club as well, with a powerlifting background. Wonderful to see him making the move to rowing. He's back in fourth place. But out in front, you can see this is the A final with Harrison Nichols leading that. 4:08.83, his split time through the first 1,000 metres. He's in lane 7 in the lane that was the fastest qualifier or first place through from those earlier races. Mac Russell, you can see him going through there in second. The camera, he was so quick for the camera, Harrison Nichols, he's disappeared, as is Mac Russell. 16 seconds behind as we just see this PR3 men's single scull, the B final, coming into view here. Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg Rowing Club, leading Stuart John from ANU with about 100 metres remaining.
Stuart, very pleased in the slight reprieve of conditions today and doing a great job hanging on to second place there in the B final. I'm sure he's going to be very happy with that ahead of his big afternoon of CO duties for rowing ACT.
So here they come. Christian Lane Krebs wins the B final of the PR3 men's single scull. Stuart John, just a few more strokes remaining and then he will seal second spot. And that's a wonderful performance in these conditions. Anyone getting out there in the single rowing basically straight into this headwind is doing an outstanding job. Sam Shaloub from Community Rowing Club is going to come through in third place, and Parry Mataris back in fourth. As we turn our attention back to the A final, so we had Harrison Nichols leading the way in front of Mac Russell. And then back in third, Toby Gustafson. So this would be a first title for Harrison Nichols if he was able to hang on to that advantage back to Mac Russell from the Uni of Queensland.
We're fairly sure it would be the first time we'd see a winner from representing a school in any of our para events. And in fact, it's looking pretty likely that we're going to have two medal recipients in representing their schools. Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar, and then
Gustafson from the Southport School, that's Toby. So Harrison Nichols, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. Shout out to Odin, his coach. He actually did his AC joint on his shoulder, fell off his bike the Friday before Nationals. Has to get on a plane, fly over here. He's done a wonderful job this week.
Walking around with a broken wing.
Yeah, he's done a wonderful job. Rowan Hislop as well, alongside Odin, the two coaches of Harrison Nichols. who leads the way here in this PR3 men's single scull A final. Mac Russell in the middle of the course in second. Toby Gosserson in the bronze medal position from the Southport School. And then Skinner and Wall from Nestles and Shellharbour City rounding out the rest of the field in this A final PR3 men's single scull here on day 4.
Just narrowly avoiding the back of the umpire's boat there as he storms into the last 250 metres.
That was a very near miss, but Harrison Nichols, he's had a lot to deal with in this race. He's overcome the headwind, and he is just strokes away from winning his first national title in the PR3 men's single scull A final. Harrison Nichols, he's doing it stylishly here at the back end from Hunter Valley Grammar School. It's a gold medal for Harrison Nichols in the PR3 men's single scull. Mac Russell from the Uni of Queensland putting in some big strokes at the back end here. He is going to claim a silver medal. Congratulations, Mac Nichols, coached by Michael Russell. Mac Russell winning the silver medal from the Uni of Queensland, and then Toby Gosserson from the Southport School. He is in the bronze medal position at the moment with about 100 metres remaining. And then Aaron Skinner and Kevin Wall in 4th and 5th place in this A final. And there is the bronze medal. Toby Gosserson from the Southport School rounds out the top 3, gold, silver and bronze in this PR3 men's single scull. Harrison Nichols wins gold from Hunter Valley Grammar. Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell from the Uni of Queensland, gets silver. Toby Gosserson gets bronze. Aaron Skinner, coached by David Skinner from Nestles, is going to come through here in 4th place, and he's going to hold off Shellharbour City's Kevin Wall, who finishes 5th.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Duncan Free, OAM, 4-time Olympian, Olympic champion, 2-time world champion in the Coxless Pair, and former winner of the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy. 3rd place and bronze medalists representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Sydney Rowing Club, the Victorian Institute of Sport and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan. Second place and silver medalists representing commercial and mercantile rowing clubs, the Queensland Academy of Sport and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Angus Whitcomb and Harley Moore. Medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Sydney University Boat Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, represented by Marcus Britt and Alex Purnell, OAM. The Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Duncan Free, OAM. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Men's Coxless Pair.
So now we turn to the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, the A final. Race 345, and we are 1,000 metres in. And it looks like an absolute cracking battle here. Look at this, Laura Cypher and Phoebe Teal, 1 and 2, Sydney and Sydney Uni. The two Sydney-siders going for it. Imogen Walker from Toowong from Queensland in third. Amelia Cooper not out of the medal contention from UTS Haberfield in fourth place here in the under-21 lightweight women's single.
And Laura Cypher looking to collect a second medal of the morning. Bronze medalist in the under-21 heavyweight single just a couple of hours ago, and now leading the field over Phoebe Teal from Sydney University. So she would have had to race that 21 single, get off the water, and then weigh in, which is always a huge task. Does sometimes limit your ability to fuel up for the heavyweight race before if you have to weigh in afterwards. But looking like she's managing things pretty well now, leading this under-21 lightweight single scull.
And a bit of a stressful experience as well, making sure that you're the correct weight, and just put herself in a position here, Laura Cypher. 1.28 was the difference at the 1,000 metre mark. Now, just having a look at last year's A final, she finished in 5th place behind Malcolm from Centenary, Davies from Swan River in second, Bolster from Swan River in 3rd place. So, can she go from 5th into 1st and claim this year's title? As we know, age group, what do you got? 2 years in each age group. So this is her second year in the under-21 lightweight women's single. This is going to be a great finish. It's just shaping up as a battle between Phoebe Teal and Laura Cypher. Cypher coached by Lachlan Carter. Felix to you, Donovan Check. Sydney Uni's Phoebe Teal is in lane 7. So that is slightly more protected from this wind which is coming across.
Fairly sure as well Laura raced a year early last year, so I think she might actually have another year in under-21s. I'm happy to be corrected on that, but I'm fairly sure that is the case.
Well, that's an outstanding effort to be in under-21s for that amount of time. So the lead, Cypher by 2 seconds from Teal now, but 2 seconds in a single. The lead increased by 0.7 of a second, but that's not a massive lead to pull back 2 seconds. As they come into this last 350 metres, as I touched on, Laura Cypher, 5th place in this event last year in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. Phoebe Teal in 2nd place. The minor medals, bronze looks at the moment to be Amelia Cooper's to lose from UTS Haberfield. She has a 7-second gap back to Imogen Walker from Toowong. So that really did switch in the last 500 metres. But here they come into view, the last 250 metres. The dark red boys, they know they're very, very close now. 2 seconds was the margin that Phoebe Teal had to pull back going into the last 500 metres. Is she able to close the gap on Laura Cypher, who is leading the way from Sydney Rowing Club? Teal from Sydney University. Amelia Cooper further back in 3rd from UTS Haberfield. Toowong's Imogen Walker in 4th. Charlotte Ball from Melbourne Uni in 5th. Olivia Cook from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise in 6th. But out leading the field here in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, Laura Cypher, and she is holding on from Phoebe Teal. But there is a response coming here from the Sydney University sculler. Does Cypher have enough though? It looks as though she's just hanging on to this advantage. May be able to increase into the last 50 metres. Laura Cypher, she's only strokes away now from becoming a national champion in the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls. She was 5th in this final last year. She is the Australian champion, gold medalist in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. Phoebe Teal gets silver, and Amelia Cooper from UTS Haberfield is going to finish with the bronze medal. And 4th, 5th and 6th look pretty sealed at the moment. Imogen Walker from Toowong Rowing Club is going to come through and collect 4th. Charlotte Ball with a strong finish here. She's going to finish 5th in the A final. And Olivia Cook from Griffith Unisurfers Paradise to come home in 6th place. But congratulations, Laura Seifer, under-21 lightweight women's single scull champion of Australia from Sydney Rowing Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the PR3 Para Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Chad King, head coach of Para Rowing at Rowing Australia. Third place and bronze medalist representing the Southport School, Toby Goffsison. Second place and silver medalist representing the University of Queensland Boat Club, Mac Russell. Mac was coached by Michael Russell. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023 representing the Hunter Valley Grammar School, Harrison Nichols. Harrison coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the PR3 men's single scull.
How good is that? First Australian title there for Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar School. And that's a pretty special feeling as we take a look now at the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. The A final, Adelaide's Joshua Lassick in 2. Mika Talbot from Commercial in 3. Zink Bosco from UTS in 4. Oscar Birtwistle from North Esk in 5. Nick Whalen in 6. Riley Williams in 7. Nick Whalen from Sydney, Riley Williams from Uni of Queensland. And there are the times. The first 3 very tight. Williams, Birtwistle and Whalen. Then Lassick, Bosco and Talbot. There's a gap back to the rest of the field. So it looks as though right now, after 500 metres, it's a race in 2 as we see the under-21 lightweight men's single scull B final coming into view in the last 300 metres. So Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar on the far side of the course. Commercials, Harry Dixon in 3, Kyle Miller in 4, Hugo Worm in 5 from Adelaide Uni, as is Kyle Miller. Matt Rickard from Black Mountain in 6, Nick Mather from UTS Haberfield in lane 7. And it's Mather from UTS Haberfield leading the way in this B final. In second place, Rickard from Black Mountain. Across the far side of the course, it looks as though Harry Dixon from Commercial Rowing Club has moved his way into 3rd place in this B final. But Nick Mather is just strokes away now from 1st place in the B final, the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. And there it is, confirming Nick Mather first in the B final, under-21 lightweight men's single, close for 2nd and 3rd. Rickard in 2nd, and it's going to be Harry Dixon from Commercial in 3rd. Kyle Miller from Adelaide Uni in 4th. 5th place, Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar. And then coming home in 6th, Hugo Worm from Adelaide University. we're just getting the 1,000 metre splits through here in the under-21 lightweight men's single A final. That gap has opened up now to 5 seconds between Riley Williams and Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club. And 5 seconds back to Oscar Birtwistle, almost 5 seconds back to Zinc Bosco. Then it's pretty tight at the back end. So 5.79, 5.95, Chris, the margins there. 1,000 metres in. This is the big 500 now to see whether any of those top three can make a move back. Maybe Zinc Bosco, he is making a move as well, 4.72 further back. He could push his way into the minor medals at this point.
Yeah, he's named as the reserve for the New South Wales Penrith Cup crew to compete on Sunday. But I think Nick Whalen with a good bit of momentum. He was sitting well back in third by about a boat length at the K, or at the 500 metre mark rather, and has really turned that around and has a bit of momentum with him sitting now in the provisional silver medal position. However, things quite spread out for a lightweight race. Margins of sort of 4 or 5 seconds between most of the crews, which is not what we typically see, but is typical of slightly slower conditions. Nick Whalen was a member of the winning King School Head of the River crew a couple of years ago. Big drought-breaking crew, was their first win in about 15 years or so. And now trying his hand at lightweight rowing this season, and trying his hand quite well as he sits in that provisional silver medal position behind Riley Williams of University of Queensland, who has led the race from the first timing point.
So this 1,500 metre check is going to be very instructive as to what's going to happen in the last 500 and what is the requirement from the chasing pack. But you can see out in front, the Uni of Queensland colours. Riley Williams is in front and doing nicely at the moment. We'll see what that gap is, remembering that Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club in the lane next to him, it was about 5 second gap at the 1K mark. It's looking like it could be more than that here. It's almost 10 seconds. Alrighty, here
doable
we go.
though, Ben, isn't it? It's doable.
Well,
if there's anyone that's going to do it, it's going to be a lightweight. We're known for seeing some close finishes, although we could see a close finish for who's actually going to end up on the podium, as Oscar Birtwistle of North Esk sits just a canvas ahead of Zinc Bosco from UTS Haberfield in the red shell there. They will be a pretty tight tussle there for the bronze medal. But Riley Williams from University of Queensland has done a lot of work early on and has really earned his position in the lead at this stage.
Well, I'm going to say that Zinc Bosco at this point from UTS Haberfield initially came through the program at Hunter Valley Grammar, now at UTS. He may have overtaken Oscar Birtwistle from North Esk Rowing Club. That's what it looks to be from the naked eye. Inside the last 300 metres, yeah, it's looking like he's just got that bronze medal, but he's going to fight Oscar Birtwistle. He's not giving up that bronze medal place without a fight. Riley Williams out in front. Nick Whalen in second. It was 9.77 the gap. It was almost 10 seconds, but look at the lift here. You can see Nick Whalen really revving it up. Riley Williams still out in first from the Uni of Queensland. Is there some kind of miracle that the Sydney Sculler can pull off? He is looking good for at least silver, and Riley Williams now pulling away. He has put in a wonderful race in this A final in the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. The Queenslander from the University of Queensland, coached by Michael Russell. He's leading the way from Nicholas Whalen from Sydney, but the race for bronze is going right down to the wire because Talbot from Commercial, he's into it as well. Out in front, Riley Williams, he's your Australian champion in the under-21 lightweight men's single. Nick Whalen is going to get silver, but in third, Oscar Birtwistle, he's pushed back in front. He was behind going into the last 300. He's pushed into the bronze medal position, and the Tasmanian is going to taste bronze here in the under-21 lightweight men's single. Zinc Bosco, what a fight that was, in fourth. Talbot from Commercial Rowing Club in fifth, and Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club in sixth. What a great race that was. The under-21 lightweight men's single scull won by Riley Williams from the Uni of Queensland.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. The medals will be presented by Virginia Lee, dual Olympian, Olympic bronze medalist and world champion in lightweight women's rowing. Second place and silver medalist representing the Sydney University Boat Club, Phoebe Teal. Phoebe was coached by Alfie Young. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Seifer. Laura coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalists in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull.
And back to the start we go. Under-23 lightweight women's single scull on the course. This is the A final. Mackenzie Durbridge from Brisbane and GPS in lane 2, coached by Peter Howard. Kate Oliver from Tasmania University in 3. Gemma Campbell from Sydney Uni, coached by Alfie Young in 4. Isabel Watson, coached by Lockie Carter and Felix Dew in 5 from Sydney. UTS Haberfield's Sophia Aguirre in lane 6, coached by Katie Healy, and Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University in 7. So on the live stream, from the close side to the far side, Durbridge closest to picture, Oliver, Campbell, Watson, Aguirre and Robinson. Now, just having a look here, Chris, does there look as though there is only 5 scullers in this race? I'm just having a look. Sophia Aguirre, is she in this race? Is there a lane 6? It looks as though there isn't.
I believe that would be the sculler that is missing at this stage.
Are they waiting for her to get on, or are they going without her? It looks as though they're getting set for a start, not 100% ready just yet.
Don't look too relaxed. I don't think they are waiting. We don't have a scratching, but it is possible that something's come through a little bit too late to reach us here in the commentary tower.
Well, that's heartbreaking, because lane 6, we know, going through in one of the best positions from the earlier races. And
a lightweight event as well.
Yeah.
Just as the rain starts to set in.
I know, it's bizarre, isn't it?
Time this week.
Raining in Perth. It doesn't happen too often.
Would have thought.
But we've got it here for the Australian Rowing Championships. Just showing us everything it has to offer. I'm just having a look at the radar. This is going to be a very, very short-lived shower based on how quickly it's going to roll through. So
that was the case. It did rain a little bit on and off last night, but only for a couple of minutes at the time.
So we're just seeing here the under-23 lightweight women's single scull B final. Huon in 4, Banks in 5, Toowong in 6, Swan River in 7. And you can see in 7, Lola Davies from Swan River, just holding off Jemima Powell from Toowong. She's in lane 6. And then back in 3rd place, Katie King from Huon, Emma Radmanek from Banks in 4th place. So Lola Davies from Swan River Rowing Club, she's going to win the B final in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. Coached by Mark Beer. Jemima Powell from Toowong to finish 2nd, coached by James Doring and Leo Karadimitris. And then Katie King in third from Huon in Tasmania. Emma Radmanek from Banks, coached by Eleanor Crute in lane number 5.
So
now,
it looks like we are set for a start in the under-23 lightweight women's single A final, confirming Sophia Aguirre from UTS is scratching from that race. And we have 5 scullers lined up and ready to go, sitting, almost all of them sitting at attention down there on the start blocks. We are being held up just a couple of minutes late, I think, while that news of the scratching reaches the starting tower. We've got crews mostly all sitting forward and ready to go now. And looking at the radar, if you're watching this from the start line, you'll probably have no idea what we're talking about, because it is just one rogue cloud that is getting us a little bit wet up here at the finish line, but should pass us any minute. And that cloud will be heading down to the start line, as we do have a little bit of headwind conditions.
Well, I was chatting to Ray Ebbett, of course, the head of us commentators, and chatting yesterday about the rain and whether there was going to be some, and he was chatting to some WA locals saying that don't always believe the forecast over here, because 30% chance of rain might not actually happen, which is sort of what we had the whole morning. It was around 30% chance of rain, literally nothing until now, and then...
Well, it says there's going to be a headwind for the rest of the week, so tailwind it is.
I wish. So we're still waiting for a start here. Oh, hang on a second. We've got a late appearance here from Sophia Aguirre. Now, we were given information that she hadn't weighed in. So maybe she weighed in late. She's got down there late, and they've held the start. Doesn't always happen, but it has today in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull.
So if that is the case, that she didn't weigh in or weighed in late, she would likely be racing and not judged. I don't have confirmation of that.
Well, that's a good point, Chris. That is a very good point. We are going to try and find that out, whether Sophia Aguirre is able to be judged in this final.
But it is lights out, and we are away in the A final of the under-23 lightweight women's single. Mackenzie Durbridge of Brisbane GPS, lane 2. Kate Oliver of Tasmania University Boat Club, lane 3. Gemma Campbell of the Sydney University Boat Club in lane 4. Isabel Watson of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5. Sophia Aguirre of UTS Haberfield in lane 6. And Sophie Robinson of Tasmanian University Boat Club in lane 7.
So confirmation that Sophia Aguirre will be judged, despite being a little late. We don't know whether that was an issue with the boat. It could have been totally out of her control. So we're not sure of that, but the good news is that she will be judged. That one commencing about 7 minutes after the scheduled time of 11:20. So the under-23 lightweight women's single scull is underway.
And that, worth noting, Sophia Aguirre is the reserve for the New South Wales Victoria Cup women's lightweight quad to compete on Sunday afternoon. We saw Zinc Bosco, the men's reserve, just clinch a medal in the previous race. So she'll be, after a bit of a late start, she'll be pretty keen to follow in those footsteps.
So we've got under-23 lightweight women's single scull here. Then we've got the under-23 lightweight men's, open lightweight men's on the way with the open lightweight women's single scull. So lots of lighties in action over the next half an hour here at Champion Lakes. And that rain sort of eased off a bit, but it's still around. Down at the finish line end, as we touched on, should be on its way through the passing shower very, very shortly. We've had some challenging conditions for rowing over this week, but pretty clear skies to this point. Now, this is looking like a really tight start. As you'd expect, first 500 metres of an A final. Sophia Robinson from lane 7 in first. Sophia Aguirre from UTS Haberfield in second. Kate Oliver from Tasmania University in third. Isabel Watson in 4th from Sydney, but pretty tight between those four. Further back, Gemma Campbell in 5th and Mackenzie Durbridge in 6th place. And you just wonder what kind of impact that late start, getting to the start line late, might have had on Sophia Aguirre. It can really throw you when you are delayed to get to the start line. So let's hope that doesn't inconvenience her too much in this race. Just can throw you a little bit out of whack, but she's got herself into this race in a good position here. The silver medal position in the A final, 2.5 seconds further back from Sophia Robinson from Tasmania, Kate Oliver from Tasmania University occupying that bronze medal position at the moment. So Sophie Robinson leading the way, just in front of Isabel Watson from Sydney Rowing Club. Sophia Aguirre from UTS Haberfield in the bronze medal position at the moment with about 1,000 metres to travel.
Isabel Watson just moving to Sydney from South Australia. She was supported by the South Australian Sporting Institute and moving up to pursue goals in Sydney, and currently placed both 2nd and 4th, which is impressive. But she's sitting in 2nd, just ahead of UTS's Sophia Aguirre in 3rd place, and it'll be I think Gemma Campbell of Sydney Uni maybe sitting back in 4th there. Mackenzie Durbridge of Brisbane and GPS sitting in 6th place at that halfway timing point, as the girls just move through that brief little rain shower.
Yeah, literally probably the only couple of races in this morning session that are going to have to deal with a bit of extra weather. But usually when it rains, just drops the wind speed a bit, so that can be helpful, but you can still see there's still a headwind for these under 23 lightweight single scullers.
Yeah, wet blades and slightly choppy conditions won't be it's not a recipe for calm forearms, I'll tell you that much. They'll
That's right.
Definitely be up against it, but some good racing unfolding in the centre of the placings in the fight for the minor medals, with Sophia Aguirre just sitting about half a length behind Isabel Watson of Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, she's led from basically the start of this race, the Tasmania University sculler. Can she keep it going here? That's always the question. You have a great start. How much do you spend in that period? Or is she able to go to another level as they head towards the last 500 metres here in the under 23 lightweight women's single scull? We're going to get a timing check here for Sophie Robinson. You can see that rain coming down, and that just shows you the wind direction, basically straight into the backs of the scullers here in this race. So Sophie Robinson is going to go through this timing point close to the 6:30 mark.
Sophie Robinson, an Australian representative in the lightweight women's coxless pair at the under-23 World Championships last year. She was paired up with Kate Oliver, who's also in the race and looks to be just trailing back in 4th place at the moment, about a boat length and a half outside of the medals. Reasonably new event, I believe, at the under-23 World Champs, in the spirit of gender parity for seats available at all world rowing events. But still, Phoebe Robertson drawing on that international experience and opening up that lead to about 8 seconds from Isabel Watson of Sydney Rowing Club.
Well, she's in a good position, Isabel Watson, in the silver medal spot at the moment. There's also a good finish coming from Kate Oliver, also from Tasmania University. But it's Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University. The Tasmanians, they would love to get a couple on in those top 3 in this A final of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. The battle is on for the minor medals because there's also Gemma Campbell who's pushing herself into the mix as well, as is Mackenzie Durbridge from Brisbane and GPS. So they're all potentially a chance of snatching one of the minor medals, but out in front, it is Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University. In second place, Isabel Watson from Sydney Rowing Club. But Sophia Aguirre from UTS Haberfield, she is coming inside the last 500 metres. So too is Kate Oliver over on the far side in the colours of Tasmania University. Gemma Campbell as well from Sydney University. The only sculler probably out of it, Durbridge at the moment from Brisbane and GPS. But it's Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University. She is going to win this under-23 lightweight women's single scull with just a few strokes remaining. She'll be the champion of Australia. Silver and bronze up for grabs here. It's between Aguirre and Watson. Aguirre is coming at Watson. Can Aguirre overhaul for the silver medal? Watson trying to hang on. Aguirre just too powerful, and she will claim silver for UTS Haberfield. Watson gets bronze in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. Gemma Campbell in 4th, Kate Oliver in 5th, Durbridge from Brisbane and GPS in 6th. A wonderful finish there in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull.
What a finish. Isabel Watson just looking over with about 100 metres to go. She saw Sophia Aguirre lifting the rating and really charging home and just didn't have anything to respond there. A great come from behind silver medal for UTS Haberfield there. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. The medals will be presented by Cameron Mackenzie McHarg, dual Olympian and Olympic silver medalist and co-founder of 776 BC. Third place and bronze medalist representing North Esk Rowing Club, Oscar Birtwistle. Oscar coached by Trevor Barrett. Second place and silver medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen. Nick coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023 representing the University of Queensland Boat Club, Riley Williams. Riley coached by Michael Russell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalists in the under-21 lightweight men's single scull.
Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Ben Homer too for his work for the past couple of hours. Ben's off to test out the waters up the course from an up-close and personal perspective in the club double scull later on this afternoon. So we look forward to seeing him on the water, and you and I, Chris, will stay up here in the dry, I think, and just watch other athletes tire themselves out over the course.
I think there'll be no more confusion about what a headwind and a tailwind is by come this afternoon once Ben's had a lap down the course.
I reckon we could mic Ben up. He talks enough. He could do a double scull race and describe it to us as he comes down. I reckon it'd be fantastic.
I'd say his doubles partner probably wouldn't appreciate it as much as we would, but anyway.
Possibly not, no, but all part of the excitement. So we're into the B final here of the... in fact, it's the A final here of the under-23 lightweight men's single scull, which is rapidly approaching its conclusion. There is no B final in this event, so some medals to be determined very soon here on the course between Nick Ziegler of Banks, Jack Henderson of UTS Haberfield, Damien Schroeder of Melbourne Uni, Digby Marshall of Swan River, and Laurie Dean from North Esk in this race at 350. Damien Schroeder was the leader with 500 to go. The Sculler from Melbourne University in lane 5, so centre of the course. Banks over in 3, Nick Ziegler. So 2 Victorians there, and a Tasmanian from North Est, Laurie Dean, coming down lane 7. Look to be our 3 likely medalists. The order yet to be completely sorted out, however, with Laurie Dean coming through strongly on the close side. It is still Damien Schroeder holding on ahead of the Banks colours of Nick Ziegler over on the far side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. And Laurie Dean still trying to close for North Est too. Our medalists spread right across the course here with only under 100 metres to go. It is still Damien Schroeder from the Melbourne University Boat Club who leads this final of the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. And he's clear by over a length, so he will get the gold medal. Still very tight for second and third. Banks probably just ahead of North Est as Damien Schroeder comes across and takes the win on lane 5. Melbourne University win the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. Second place goes to Nick Ziegler, the sculler from Banks. Third to Laurie Dean of North Est on lane 7. Fourth will be Digby Marshall from Swan River. And fifth will go to UTS Haberfield. Jack Henderson in race 350. Another tight racing there, as it so often is in these lightweight events. And the win there goes the way of Damien Schroeder. Join us at the Rowing Australia tent to take on our 3 exciting ERG challenges. Test your limits and push your fitness with our fastest 50 calories, peak watts and consistency challenges. Each day, some lucky participants who complete a challenge will receive a free t-shirt. The overall winners will take home some Australian Rowing Team kit. Join our community of like-minded individuals and challenge yourself to new heights. Don't wait any longer. Come along to the RA Indoor Rowing and Coastal area in the boat shed for 1, 2 or all 3 challenges today. We are still awaiting a further presentation which will come shortly, but we continue racing on the course with what is now the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair. Just a 2-boat race here with UTS Haberfield Composite Crew and Ballarat City, the 2 boats there on the course. Realised that Amelia Cooper rowing in this race just collected, or didn't in fact collect the medal because she was too busy, but she will collect the medal from the single scull race only a matter of a few minutes ago, has gone straight back up to the start and is racing here in the UTS Haberfield and Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite Crew.
Will likely be thankful that when racing lightweight, you only have to weigh in once for the day, not in between 2 races, and maintain weight. So be a quick boat swap and straight back down to the start line there and making the most of it. 1.79 seconds ahead at the 500.
Full crew for UTS Haberfield, Olivia Cook, Amelia Cooper. Well, Olivia Cook of Griffith University, Amelia Cooper of UTS, coached by Katie Healy and Christopher Holliday, and they lead Ballarat City Rowing Club, Tia Johns and Tia Broad, who are coached by Grant McKechnie. Heading towards halfway in this race, and it was 1.79 seconds the margin between these two at the 500 metre mark. Looks to be a lot more than that now as they'll go through halfway shortly. So the UTS Haberfield and Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite crew, Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper there, will have a substantial lead at the halfway park in this race. So Amelia Cooper will have 2 medals to collect very shortly, I would suspect. And very much looking to be gold in this particular race as they lead by almost 9 seconds it was at the halfway mark. So Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper over Tia Johns and Tia Broad. Continuing on now towards the 1500 metre mark of this race, and it continues to be Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper extending their lead substantially now. The UTS Haberfield and Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite crew in this under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair event. Won last year by the Tasmania University Boat Club of Sophie Robertson, who we just saw in the single scull, along with Kate Oliver in what was a row-over, in fact, at last year's National Championship. So 2 entries this year.
That was the crew that went on to be selected.
Was indeed.
World Championships.
That's right. So great things await those who take the win here. And certainly looking very good for Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper out in front in this race. They are through 1500 now in time, just over 6 minutes and 20 seconds. It's 13.42 seconds between the two combinations here. So UTS Haberfield and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, it is the very comfortable race leaders here as they head into the closing section of the course. The rain looks to have, I think, almost blown away, probably down at the start line end by now, but certainly a brief shower coming in to surprise us briefly in what was looking to be a fairly warm day here in Perth. But the showers come through and at least wet everything for a few minutes anyway. And the good news is, in fact, now it is still raining here at the finish line, so might be a bit more to it than we thought, but at least the wind seems to have dropped out for now. So inside the final 200 metres they go here in this final of the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair. And it is certainly a substantial lead here to Olivia Cook of the Griffith University Surfers Paradise crew and Amelia Cooper from the University of Technology Sydney, our leading combination here. They're coached by Katie Healy and Christopher Holliday, and they've now got about 7 or 8 strokes to go. So they've built their lead all the way down the course ahead of Tia Johns and Tia Broad from the Ballarat City Rowing Club, who are coached by Grant McKechnie, and it will certainly be a substantial win as Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper take out the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair championship of Australia. They'll receive their gold medals shortly. It's been a very productive morning for some of these lightweights. Ballarat City will come across in second place, and that will conclude race 351, which is the final of the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull. The medals will be presented by Virginia Lee, dual Olympian, Olympic bronze medalist and world champion in lightweight women's rowing. Third place and bronze medalists representing Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Watson. Isabel coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. Second place and silver medalist representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Sophia Aguirre. Sophia coached by Katie Healy. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalists in the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull.
Racing now in the final of the Under-23 lightweight men's at Coxless pair. Saw the lightweight women's Coxless pair taken out by UTS Griffith University. And this now is a three-boat race in the men's event. So Fremantle, University of Western Australia, a composite West Australian crew on lane 5, closest to our cameras there. Mercantile in lane 6, centre of the course, and UTS Haberfield looking to do the double in terms of the men's and women's Under-23 lightweight Coxless pair, and racing in lane 7 with their crew just dropping back a little bit off the start. It's the other two away in pretty good order there. Jacob Sangster of the University of Western Australia Boat Club, along with Jacob Cassie of Fremantle. They're coached by Alex Thompson. And the boat in the centre of the course, probably narrowly in front now as well, is from the Mercantile Rowing Club of Melbourne, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney, coached by Al Matthews. Welcome back, Ben.
Thanks, Rich. Good to be back. Chris is just ducked out for a sec, so just going to jump into his shoes for a second. Looking like a tight one, this one, as you can see. Very tight inside the first 500, but that's pretty expected. Yeah, certainly those two crews side by side in lanes 5 and 6. It is having a very good race in the early stages. Discussing yesterday with a few people about the unfortunate almost demise of lightweight rowing, which seems to be coming in the future years, given its the removal of some events from the Olympic program. So we just don't see anymore, unfortunately, the big fields in these lightweight events that have been the case in the past. Australia, of course, with such a proud history in lightweight racing, and it often does produce some of the most exciting racing of the regattas. Certainly some of those Olympic finals in the lightweight Coxless Fours have been a race that many long remember. And that's the thing, when you've got standardised weight across the board, it's like a salary cap, isn't it?
It is, exactly right.
Sorry about that. That was a football reference without meaning.
It's an obscure one, so you've done well there to sneak that in, man. That's,
I think Liz, you'll be proud of me for that, Rich.
Yeah, exactly. No, the salary cap analogy is a good one, but because all rowers restricted to a certain weight, so you do tend to bring the field closer together, and as a result, you get close and tight finishes. And here it is, 2.5 way now, with just under 2.5 seconds between our race leaders. So Mercantile, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney it is, who lead it from Jacob Sangster and Jacob Casey. The two West Australian Jacobs there, rowing in the Fremantle University of Western Australia composite crew. They would be in a clear second now, and UTS Haberfield third. Nick Mather and Zink Bosco. They're coached by Elliot Shackloth-Bertinetti.
And conditions pretty nice here at the finish line. The rain has eased off. It was sort of coming down quite heavily before, but it looks to have eased off, which is good news. That shower has passed through, and hopefully we can have these conditions as the day rolls on.
Because self-interest in that, do you think?
Oh, I actually forgot about that. But
you forgot about your rain.
But just having a look down the course, this is close to as flat as we've seen it, probably since Monday Arvo, Tuesday Arvo. It was pretty flat in the Arvos.
Certainly at this time of day, I think these are about the best conditions we've had. So as that shower of rain has gone through, and now I do think it has finally cleared. Had a false alarm a couple of times, but 10 to 15 minutes of showers, and it looks like that's making its way down the course off past the start line. And yes, it is as a result. It is fairly cool and calm conditions out there now, and continues but to be there in the centre of the course, our leading crew from the Mercantile Rowing Club. And I do think they have stretched out their lead to a couple of boat lengths now on both of the chasing crews, and getting more interesting for second place, in fact, now certainly with UTS Haberfield, who just seemed to miss the jump at the start little, and were back in third early in the race, and now moving up to possibly challenge for the silver medal, which is 3 crews in the race, of course. Only gold and silver medals will be awarded, so it's not a straight set of 3 for all 3 crews. You've got to avoid last position to ensure you do collect a medal from our presentation area. And thank you too to the students of All Saints College from Perth who are providing the tray holders for, I believe, throughout the entire 4 days of finals of this regatta. Always one of the most important tasks at a regatta is to ensure the procedure of the presentation can take place on those volunteer tray holders. So thank you to the girls, as they are at the moment, from All Saints College, who have undertaken that duty for the morning finals here at this regatta, and they'll shortly be getting ready to do so again. Another presentation coming soon for the under-23 lightweight women's Cox's pair race we've just seen completed a few minutes ago. And then, of course, it'll be the top 2 from this next race, led comfortably by Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitby, certainly of the Mercantile Rowing Club, who are the comfortable race leaders and have been really since the opening strokes. They took a little while to pull away from Fremantle University of Western Australia over in lane 5. But it is certainly the Mercantile crew now extending their lead. So into the last 100 metres or so of the race now. Mercantile certainly well in front here from, it is certainly UTS Haberfield now who've moved up into a clear second place. So they look like they will become our silver medalists in a few strokes' time as they head now into the closing strokes of this race, race 352, with Mercantile leading it from UTS and Fremantle. So here comes the crew from Mercantile. They go across to take out the under-23 lightweight men's Coxless pair. Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitby will claim the gold medal shortly. Second place, about 2.5 lengths back, goes to UTS Haberfield, Nick Mather and Zink Bosco. And then it's Jacob Sangster of the University of Western Australia Boat Club and Jacob Cassie from Fremantle Rowing Club who will take out third place in race 352. So Mercantile, our gold medalist there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. The medals will be presented by Cameron Mackenzie McHarg, dual Olympian and Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalist, representing North Esk Rowing Club, Laurie Dean, coached by Trevor Barrett. Second place and silver medalist from Banks Rowing Club, Nick Sagita, coached by Brendan Scott. And gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing Melbourne University and the VIS, Damien Schroeder. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair. The medals will be presented by Virginia Lee, dual Olympian, Olympic bronze medalist and world champion in lightweight women's rowing. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, representing UTS Haberfield and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper, coached by Katie Healy and Christopher Holliday. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions in the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair.
Back underway on the course here with the B final now is of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. And the A final, in fact, is racing as well. So both the B and A finals on the course. The B final nearing its conclusion here. It's being led by Eve Muir of the Huon Rowing Club ahead of Wing Wun Leong from Team Hong Kong and Alexandra Moylan from the ANU. Those boats are in the final 300 metres now. And the A final being led by Georgia Mansaro, who is the lightweight women's sculling reserve for the Australian team in 2023. Ahead of Grace Cypher and Annika Reardon in the very early strokes of that race. Still small margins separate all of our athletes there, but almost 2 seconds in fact between Mansaro and Cypher, so a strong beginning there to the sculler from Sydney University, one of two Sydney Uni scullers in this A final of the Open Lightweight Women's Singles Scull. They are racing for the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy in that A final, and the B final nearing its conclusion here. It is the colours of the Huon Rowing Club, always so prominent in lightweight events. With, in fact, the winner of this event the past 3 years through Georgia Nesbitt. But this is the B final they're about to take out too, in the form of Eve Muir, it is, of Huon on lane 6, who'll come across and win the B final in a few strokes' time. And she's got quite a gap back to the rest of the field. Alexandra Moylan of ANU looks like she will be second. In a pretty tight battle with Wing Wun Leong of Team Hong Kong, in fact, who has been overtaken by Moylan in the closing stroke. So the win there goes to Eve Muir, Alexandra Moylan second. Wing Wun Leong will finish in third place. Fourth will go to Annalise Isaacs of Sydney Uni. Fifth, Antonella de Cosmo, and sixth place to Ella Marshall in the B final of the Open Lightweight Women's Singles Scull. But they're racing as Chris McCarthy comes back in the A final about halfway through.
Yeah, so off and well and truly in amongst things at the 1,000 metre mark of the Open lightweight women's single scull. Georgia Miansaro from Sydney University Boat Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, just taking almost a boat length out of Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. Seen her sister pick up 2 medals already this morning.
Been a busy morning for the Cyphers. Their name's been every 4th or 5th race.
It's always a busy day for the Cyphers.
Proof they're listening to us too. That's excellent to see. Welcome to the Cypher family.
All the way from Rockhampton, or further than Rockhampton. And Annika Reardon sitting back in 3rd place. Lucy Coleman in 4th. Sophie Gerapetridis in 5th. And Maggie Foley in 6th place. So 3 of the New South Wales Victoria Cup crew in the form of Georgia Miansaro, Grace Cypher and Lucy Coleman sitting in this race. Sure they would be looking at trying to get all 3 of them up on the podium, but Lucy Coleman just trailing Annika Reardon at this stage. 1.59 seconds the margin there. The battle well and truly on for the silver medal between Grace Cypher and Annika Reardon. The margin just 0.64 of a second between those two at the halfway point of this race.
Yes, and Annika Reardon actually finished 2nd in this event last year as well, behind Georgia Nesbitt, who is the 3-time winner of this, and of course recently retired from the sport. As we heard, recently had a fairly bad cycling accident in Tasmania not too long ago, so we do send our best wishes to Georgia Nesbitt. Hers is the last 3 names engraved on the Herald and Weekly Times trophy. Last year ahead of Reardon and Gerapetridis were the podium, and they're certainly both a chance to take a medal here, but Georgia Miansaro does continue to lead, and this looks to be extending that out to a lead of potentially a couple of boat lengths here for Georgia Miansaro, the Tom Lorich coach sculler from the Sydney University Boat Club. And Annika Reardon and Grace Cypher very much in a good battle for 2nd and 3rd at this point of proceedings, with a quarter of the race still to go.
Georgia Miansaro herself, a very accomplished lightweight sculler, taking a silver medal in Amsterdam in 2014 in some very fast conditions. I believe the world's best time was set at that race, and is, if I'm correct, still the standing world's best time. A silver medal there. Continued through for the rest of the cycle. Took a couple of years off. Also engaging in some very competitive cycling for Sydney Uni Velo, and making a return back to rowing, and a very triumphant return as she's really dominated a lot of the domestic racing this season. Secured her seat up in the Victoria Cup crew, and we're looking to cap off a very successful season on Sunday. But a last 500 metres of the Open Women's Lightweight Single Scull to go first. She leads Annika Reardon, who's just moved up ahead of Grace Cypher in that championship quarter.
And Lucy Coleman still there in about 4th position. So it is Lucy Coleman and Annika Reardon who are named as the lightweight women's double scull on the Australian team this year to go and ply their trade on the European circuit in a couple of months' time. And as I mentioned, Georgia Miansaro is currently the women's sculling reserve on that same team. So once the nationals are complete, of course, thoughts turn to the overseas racing season. But this is a pretty strong performance from Georgia Miansaro of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 7, and a really good race for 2nd and 3rd between Annika Reardon and Grace Cypher, and also Lucy Coleman working into that late as well. Clearly our other medalists will come from those 2 lanes, but it's Georgia Miansaro who leads comfortably for the Sydney University Boat Club over in lane 7. It is still Annika Reardon, who was a silver medalist last year, looks likely to retain that 2nd spot on the podium, but certainly Lucy Coleman is coming through quickly. So the 2nd sculler from Sydney Uni moving up to potentially claim a medal here. Grace Cypher, however, still fighting on for Sydney Rowing Club in the centre of the course. So the bronze and silver medals yet to be sorted out, but certainly it'll be Georgia Miansaro with at least a 2-length win here in the final of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull, and she will take out the Herald and Weekly Times trophy. So Sydney Uni first, Georgia Miansaro takes the win. Annika Reardon will finish in 2nd place, and a barnstorming finish there from Lucy Coleman, who'll move up into 3rd and take the bronze medal away from Grace Cypher and Sydney Rowing Club, who will finish in 4th. Then over to the far side of the course, 5th place will be Sophie Gerapetridis, and 6th from Corio Bay is Maggie Foley, the 2 scullers out there on the far side of the course, working through the tougher of the conditions here today. But certainly Georgia Miansaro, a commanding win there in the final of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull for the Herald and Weekly Times trophy. 8-13, 5:81 will be her unofficial winning time, and it's currently 5.55 seconds, the margin between first and second.
The presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair. The medals will be presented by Cameron Mackenzie McCard, dual Olympian and Olympic silver medalist. Second place and silver medalist, UTS Haberfield, represented by Nick Mather and Zink Bosco. Crew coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Mercantile Rowing Club, represented by Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitby. Crew coached by Alistair Matthews. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair.
Now in the A final of the open lightweight men's single scull with a field of 6 in this race. Sam Casey from Tasmania University in lane 2. Matthias Ferrer of UTS Haberfield in 3. Sean Murphy from UTS Haberfield, lane 4. Blaine Heseltine of the University of Queensland is racing in lane 6. Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 7. And Hamish Harding from the Australian National University is racing in lane 7. And it's been a great start by Oscar McGuinness there. And also his double scull crewmate in the Australian team, Sean Murphy. So lane 6 and 4 certainly showing out to a powerful start here in this A final. And the B final is also making its way down the course here. It will be a comfortable win to Michael Hart from the Pine Rivers Rowing Club in that B final over Gregory Marshall from Mercy. There's still about 300 metres to go, but Michael Hart had some 40 seconds or more, in fact, at the 1500 metre mark. So he will win the B final and finish 7th in this event.
And in the A final, Sean Murphy, another lightweight who took a couple of years off after coming also close to qualifying the boat for the Tokyo Olympics, but just missing out at the final Olympic qualification regatta in Lucerne in 2020.
That's right. There's the 2021 games in some 2020 games in 2021, and so much before that there was a race. Yes, exactly.
But took a couple of years off. Also
went to cycling too, did he? Are you selling bikes to all of these athletes who are turning sports?
I think Sean is planning on buying a bike for them.
Okay. He knows where to go.
But and now back to rowing and made a triumphant return, being selected in the double for the World Cups this year. And speaking of bikes, just booked a holiday to go cycling in the Dolomites after the World Championships. So.
Well, if you're going to be in that part of the world, you may as well make the most of it. I have no objection to that. And yes, it is though. So that's Australian men's double scull of the McGuinness and Murphy leading here separately in their single sculling event. So an Australian title on the line between these two crewmates. And Blaine Heseltine in between those two is the Australian sculling reserve on this year's team, who will go to the World Cup regattas in Varese, and then, as is always tradition in Lucerne, the third World Cup regatta of the year, where the Australian team will compete ahead of the World Championships in this pre-Olympic year, a very important World Championships, of course, doubling as the Olympic qualification regatta, as we get back on the more traditional quadrennial schedule. Olympic Games only appearing every 4 years.
was still Oscar McGuinness at the 1,000-metre mark, and then a good battle unfolding between Hamish Harding, the lightweight reserve, and Shaun Murphy, member of that lightweight double, who've been locked in a battle, only about half a boat length separating them for the last 500 metres or so, and 1.08 seconds the margin between our provisional medalist, Blaine Heseltine of the University of Queensland, sitting about 5.5 seconds back in 4th place outside the medals at this stage. Mattis Ferrer from UTS Haberfield in 5th, and Sam Casey from Tasmania University on the screen there, sitting in 6th place.
It's about seeing the conclusion of the B final too. In fact, Michael Hart of Pine Rivers has already crossed the line, so well done to him, finishing in 7th place by winning the B final of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull, and Gregory Marshall from Mersey has across in 2nd place. So Michael Hart 7th and Gregory Marshall 8th overall in this event. Still being led by Oscar McGuinness, but certainly Hamish Harding over in lane 7, so one of the 2 semi-final winners alongside him is very much up there in the top couple. Then it would be Shaun Murphy ahead of Blaine Heseltine, and then further back to the 2 scullers on the far side of the course, Mattis Ferrer and Sam Casey in this A final of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull, with now about 600 or so metres to go. So we'll get a time check shortly as they pass through 1,500, and it does look as if Oscar McGuinness from the Adelaide Rowing Club is certainly extending his lead out to a couple of lengths. It would be still some 550 or so metres in this race, but he'll go through that timing point with a commanding Clearwater lead on. Possibly still Hamish Harding still there in 2nd place. Shaun Murphy a couple of lines across on the other side, but that yellow boat there of Oscar McGuinness certainly comfortably in front by about 2.5 lengths, and it is Hamish Harding who settles now into a clear 2nd place. He in turn has about 3 lengths on the UTS colours there of Shaun Murphy, and next it'll be Blaine Heseltine. Again, they're in the yellow boat rowing here for the University of Queensland, very involved in coaching in recent years too, of course, has Blaine Heseltine been, but has made a return to the rowing ranks in the last couple of years and had some great success too at the lightweight level. So he's in 4th place, just outside the medals at this stage, and then it would be UTS's Mattis Ferrer, coached by Elliot Shackloff-Bertinetti, and Sam Casey of Tasmania University in what I'd assume to be a red boat, soon to come across that timing point at 1,500 metres, and of course it's a white boat.
I'm wrong.
He is in the red colours of the Tasmania University Boat Club in 6th spot. They like to trick us, these clubs and schools that have all the coloured boats, and then suddenly they'll pull out a white boat just so we don't see it coming.
Keep us on our toes, that's the way. And, Oscar McGuinness there, still leading the race and rowing absolutely beautifully in spite of the conditions. He's a really long stroke on him. Oscar has always been a sculler that we have noted rowing just a particularly good-looking style. And Hamish Harding making a bit of a move in the last couple of 100 metres. It'd be a big job to overturn that hard-fought lead of Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club up at the lead. But just tapping a little bit of overlap, actually. Hamish Harding really coming back strong, which is great to see. Some awesome lightweight racing happening here at the conclusion of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. But Oscar McGuinness done enough work early on, has led the race start to finish, and will be the national champion in the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull ahead of Hamish Harding in the silver medal. Shaun Murphy, a little ways back now, will finish in the bronze medal position ahead of Blaine Heseltine from the University of Queensland Boat Club.
We'll eventually have Mattis Ferrer of UTS crossing in 5th place. Sam Casey of Tasmania University finishes in 6th place. The field all home in the A final of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. So Oscar McGuinness was the bronze medalist last year in this event, moves up to take the gold, and Hamish Harding for the 2nd year in a row will have the silver medal in the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. Shaun Murphy finishes 3rd. He will take the bronze. The unofficial winning time there, 7:26.74, and there was 3.11 seconds between the two. So a strong finish from Hamish Harding, got within almost a length of Oscar McGuinness, but he takes the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Herald and Weekly Times trophy for the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. The medals and trophy will be presented by John Keogh, head coach of the Women's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalist from the Australian National University, from Sydney University Boat Club, Lucy Coleman. Second place and silver medalist from the Australian National University, Annika Reardon. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023 from Sydney University Boat Club, Georgia Miansaro. The Herald and Weekly Times trophy will now be presented by John Keogh. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull.
We are now racing on the course in the final of the Open Lightweight Men's at Coxless Pair. A field of 5 in this race, so again a straight final, no heats or races for lanes required in this event. And a random draw across the course of the 5 boats, which always can make things interesting in these finals. But 3 medals to be awarded shortly for these Open Lightweight Men's Coxless Pairs as they make their way through the opening 500 metres that's still of the race. Adelaide University racing in lane 3. That's Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore. University of Western Australia, Swan River in lane 4, Digby Marshall and Ethan Aird. North Esk in lane 5, Dion Birtwistle and Connor Ryan. Toowong in lane 6, Jack Price and Jack Bowser. And Swan River lane 7, Patrick Bohr and Rowan James. Through. Through the first 500 metres, it was Swan River leading. Patrick Bohr and Rowan James ever so narrowly by 0.42 of a second from Toowong. Jack Price and Jack Bowser are our leading 2 lightweight pairs there. And then a little bit of a gap back to North Esk in lane 5, Dion Birtwistle and Connor Ryan. A number of these athletes, of course, we've seen in the Interstate Lightweight 4 race as we conclude the regatta on Sunday afternoon. And it certainly is Swan River, Toowong and then North Esk, our top 3. Ahead of, it looked like, Adelaide University in 4th place, Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore, and then University of Western Australia, Swan River, Digby Marshall and Ethan Aird. Yes, we've confirmed that Patrick Bohr and Rowan James in the Swan River crew are racing for Western Australia in the Penrith Cup on Sunday. So there, Jack Price and Jack Bowser of Toowong. And in the centre lane there from North Esk, it is Dion Birtwistle who will race with his son in the Interstate Regatta, Oscar Birtwistle. So Dion and Oscar Birtwistle will race together on Sunday in the Penrith Cup. We're not sure that has happened before, a father and son combination in an interstate race. But in this case, it's Dion Birtwistle who's racing with Connor Ryan, and they sit narrowly in 3rd place, just ahead of Adelaide University, Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore over there in lane 3. And those 4 crews at the top of the field very close together, about 5 seconds separate first and fourth, and then a bit of a gap back to University of Western Australia, Swan River. That's Digby Marshall and Ethan Aird. Well, through this third 500 metres now, heading up towards the three-quarter way mark of the race. Still the lead on the far side there with the Swan River combination, who are coached by Neville Kempton and Mark Beer from the fairly local Swan River Rowing Club. And a very good race behind them for second, third and fourth, with Toowong, North Esk and Adelaide University still very much in contention there, although they are rowing a little bit by their own there over in lane 3 on the far side of the course, with the crew beside them from University of Western Australia and Swan River just dropping back into 5th position. But it will be Swan River certainly over in lane 7 who will lead through the 1500 metre mark shortly. Patrick Bohr and Rowan James. And still very tight there for second, third and fourth. Adelaide Uni certainly had a strong third 500 here, but maybe still just trailing other 2 crews. Very tight to Wong and North Esk as they were at the halfway mark. There was only under a second between them. And it looks pretty similar now as they come through 1500 metres shortly, the combination on lane 7 from Swan River.
Putting up some clear water there as well. Those two have been rowing the pair together for quite a few years now. I do remember racing against both of them a couple of years ago in singles. And I believe both of them having been, I couldn't tell you the year, but having been picked in the under-21 team back when that included the weight-challenged athletes.
Is that the technical term now?
Well, the other technical term is just the kids. But good to see 5 pairs out here in the open lightweight pair. Again, when last time I raced it, there was only 2. Don't talk about how that went, but anyway.
Top 2 finish, was it?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Silver medal.
Very good. So won last year actually by the Barwon Rowing Club, this event ahead of Toowong. So Jack Price with Tom Williamson last year finished in second place, but racing here with Jack Bowser for Toowong. There's certainly a chance of another silver medal, but I think possibly North Esk in the centre lane might just be in that second spot at this stage. And still watch out for the Adelaide University crew over on the far side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. But certainly it is Patrick Bohr and Rowan James from the Swan River Rowing Club who lead the field here comfortably inside the last couple of 100 metres of the race. Probably the gap shrinking a bit as North Esk really do go for what looks to be a pretty strong finish as they keep an eye on the crews on either side of them. Toowong on the spectator side, Adelaide University across on the far side of the course. They're asking some questions late in this race too, and possibly sitting out in the bronze medal spot and maybe going out after the silver medal. So North Esk have to continue to work hard here, but Swan River Rowing Club out in front in the closing strokes of the open lightweight men's and Cox's pair, and they will go through and take about a 3-length win here. It's still very tight for second and third, North Esk, Adelaide Uni and Toowong, but Swan River take the win. Patrick Bohr and Rowan James win the open lightweight men's Cox's pair. Holding on to second place will be the crew from North Esk, Dion Birtwistle and Connor Ryan, and then third about a length further back will go to Adelaide University over in lane 3, Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore. Just beating home Toowong in 4th spot, Jack Price and Jack Bowser, and 5th will go to Digby Marshall and Ethan Aird. Official winning time there, 7:02.25 to Swan River, and they won it by 7.78 seconds over North Esk and a fast finishing crew. It was Adelaide University third, not University of Western Australia, as you may be seeing on screen. They were certainly 5th, Toowong 4th, and Adelaide Uni in 3rd place in the final of the open lightweight men's Coxless pair.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. The medals will be presented by Richard Powell, dual Olympian and 3 times winner of the President's Cup in the Interstate Championship. Third place and bronze medalist representing UTS Haberfield, Sean Murphy. Coached by Matthias Ungemark. second place and silver medalist from the Australian National University, Hamish Harding, coached by David Framano and Thomas Krieger. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Oscar McGuinness. Oscar coached by Nicholas Mitchell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champion and medalists in the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull.
Thank you, Chris. The presentation there for those as we move through. We've actually concluded our lightweight events for now, but still a presentation to go. But a bit of a change of pace as we go to the two semi-finals of the under-19 men's at Cox 4, who are well and truly on their way. And this is them going through the 1500 metre mark now, and it's Scotch Oakman College from Launceston over on lane 7 who are the narrow leaders of this race. The full field is Xavier College lane 2, Wesley College in 3, Wendouree Ballarat lane 4, St Patrick's at Ballarat lane 5, Brisbane Boys College in lane 6, and Scotch Oakman lane 7. So some well-credentialed crews here from a lot of the schools around the country, many of them head of the river winners or up very close in their respective heads of the river races. But it is certainly Scotch Oakman over in lane 7 there. Cameron Parker, Rupert McKenzie, Sam Brown, Matthew Russell and Percy Bennett, the Cox that crew, coached by James Russell and McLean Cameron, who do seem to have stolen a march on the rest of the field. The colours of Wendouree Ballarat there in the centre of the course, St Patrick's College as well. And further out still, it looks like it might be Wesley College from Melbourne there. It's only 3 to go through here, of course, so plenty of interest in the minor placing. Scotch Oakman looking to be in a qualifying spot. Then Wesley College, Wendouree Ballarat, Brisbane Boys College and St Patrick's all side by side across the course. And a couple of those crews are going to miss out. Xavier College, the far side, probably back in 6th position, but Scotch Oakman from Launceston look to have one of the qualifying spots nailed down here in the first semi of the under-19 men's Cox 4. But Wesley, Wendouree Ballarat, Brisbane Boys College, the 3-time winners up there as well, coming home strongly down lane 6. So 3 to qualify here. Wesley College over in lane 3 are chasing hard behind Scotch Oakman, who should get the win here. Wendouree Ballarat and Brisbane Boys College will go for 3rd place. The win for Scotch Oakman. They have Clearwater, Wesley College and Brisbane Boys College will take the next 2 qualifying spots ever so narrowly. A great finish there in the first semi-final. 4th goes to Wendouree Ballarat, 5th to St Patrick's. So the 2 Ballarat crews just missing out. And 6th goes to Xavier College in race 358. A great first semi-final of the under-19 men's Cox 4.
But I think that start to finish might be the tightest race of the week so far.
I think it has to be.
All the boats within about 3 lengths of each other. We haven't seen that so far, but absolutely fantastic and good prelude for the rest of our semi-finals this afternoon.
The computer once again is telling us BBC 1, but it's not. It's Scotch Oakman, lane 7. Who were certainly the first crew across the line there, qualifying along with Wesley College and Brisbane Boys College by my count were in 3rd and also in a qualifying spot in any case.
On the course now, we've got the second of the 2 semi-finals in the under-19 men's Cox 4. Lane 2, Scotch College Adelaide. Lane 3, Xavier College. Lane 4, Hutchins from Tasmania. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College. Lane 6, Ballarat Clarendon. And in Lane 7, St Augustine's, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And it looks like we've got another
close
cracker.
Race here. 6 boats across the course, or 5 at least there on screen at the moment. They're going through the halfway mark of the race. And anyone's guess here for the race lead. The red colours there of, well, plenty of red colours. Ballarat, Clarendon, Prince Alfred, Hutchins, and the black and red of Xavier College. All the crews thereabouts. But it was Ballarat, Clarendon and St Augustine's of Sydney, in fact, over on the far side. The 2 higher ranked crews by virtue of their performance in the heats a couple of days ago, who narrowly led through. So St Augustine's and Ballarat Clarendon in the top two, then Prince Alfred College, Xavier Hutchins and Scotch Adelaide, probably the only crew with a bit too much to do, you'd think, over the second 1,000 metres. But the race lead is with their St Augustine's crew of Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Oscar St Pierre and Ryder Taylor, who are coached by Judith and Matthias Ungemark. Ballarat Clarendon narrowly behind them in second place. Alexander Grove, Tristan Niehoff, Lachlan Clark, Jock Quartermain and James Tippett in that crew for Ballarat Clarendon, coached by Ian Peel. They were the head of the Lake winners on Lake Wendouree a few weeks ago, so the best of the Ballarat schools in the Open Men's Cox 4 event, as that school won, in fact, both the boys and the girls Open 4 on that day, and they do sit in a qualifying spot a bit ahead of probably Prince Alfred College, who did look to be third at the halfway mark.
Some very well credentialed crews across the course here, and the athlete who's set to be the first one across the line, the Cox of the St Augustine's crew in the bow-loaded Cox 4, Ryder Taylor, who at the moment is the youngest current world champion in the world. He was the youngest world champion, the youngest competitor at the Junior World Championships last year, where all St Augustine's crew took the title in the Under-19 Men's Cox 4. At the young and tender age of 14.
So, yes, that's a remarkable effort indeed. Ryder Taylor's still got a couple of years left, you'd think, in the St Augustine's program. Then he's got a long and storied school career ahead of him before we get to the World Championship gold medals. But as we mentioned earlier today, it has been a successful year or so for the St Augustine's program, with that 4 going away last year in the Australian colours, and a very strong performance here too. They still maintain a 1.21 second lead over Ballarat Clarendon in second place. It's Alfred College third, Xavier College fourth, so it's still the same order across the course, but the margins are not so substantial that it may not change here in the concluding strokes of the race as we do head towards the final 250 metres. So the top 3 will go through. St Augustine's, Ballarat Clarendon, and then very tight behind them, Prince Alfred College, Hutchins and Xavier, all looking for one of those spots across the course ahead then of Scotch Adelaide Lane 2, who are about 2 lengths back in 6th position. So as was the previous semi-final of the Under-19 Men's Cox 4, this will come right down to the concluding stages. St Augustine still leading it by about that half length or so. Ballarat Clarendon, and they're in second position. Prince Alfred College, Hutchins and Xavier College certainly coming home with a wet sail too there towards the far side of the course, moving right up alongside Hutchins, who just trails still Prince Alfred College, but St Augustine's in front. Ballarat Clarendon, maybe it is Hutchins in fact pushing themselves up into the next qualifying spot alongside the crew from Prince Alfred College of Adelaide. They look like they'll go through now, the crew from Hutchins. Still a few strokes to go. St Augustine's have this by just under a length. They will go to the final. Ballarat Clarendon and also the Hutchins school will join them there in third place, just rowing out ahead of Prince Alfred College, who'll finish in fourth. Fifth goes the way of Xavier College from Melbourne, and sixth will be Scotch College from Adelaide. So a strong all the way win there from St Augustine's of Sydney, but didn't have it their own way. Very tight margins right through the field. Second place Ballarat Clarendon, and third the Hutchins School. They are the qualifiers from semi-final 2 of the Under-19 Men's Cox 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless Pair. The medals will be presented by Richard Powell, dual Olympian and 3-time winner of the President's Cup in the Interstate Championship. Third place and bronze medalists, Adelaide University, represented by Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore, crew coached by Sam Morton. Second place and silver medalist, North Esk, represented by Dion Birtwhistle and Connor Ryan.
crew coached by Trevor Barrett. Medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Swan River, represented by Patrick Bohr and Rowan James, the crew coached by Neville Kempton and Mark Beer. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless Pair. So we have just 2 races remaining before something resembling a lunch break on this 4th day of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships, racing to resume at 1:15. So there won't be a lot of rest between the morning and afternoon sessions of racing, and still 2 races to complete a huge morning's program. We began at 7:35 this morning and going right through to race 361. Which is soon to begin. Race 360 is on the course. It's the B final of the PR3 women's single scull. And in fact, the A final is also now underway. So the field of 6 in this race. Centenary's Kaylee Mitchell in lane 2. Rebecca Jones of ANU in lane 3. Julia Story from Drummoyne in 4. Susanna Lutz from Banks in lane 5. Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie in lane 6. And Nikki Ayres from the Capital Lakes Rowing Club is racing in lane 7. So they're the 6 crews, 6 scullers in the A final, and they are on their way from the 2,000 metre held start and through now the first 300 or 400 metres of their race. Looks like the sculler possibly 3 across from the far side. Susanna Lutz of Banks has got off to a pretty strong start there, racing on lane 5. But also I think Nikki Ayres of Capital Lakes and Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie will be 2 of the scullers to watch as the higher ranked scullers on the right-hand side of the course. As we look down here from the 2,000 metre start, and you can certainly see conditions have cleared pretty well here after some wind early in the day, some rain an hour or so ago, but now the skies have largely cleared, and it's about 26 degrees here in Perth, so the fairly sensible conditions for racing here as our scullers in the A final head towards the 1,500 metre mark. The B final is also on the course as well here, just 3 boats in the B final, the PR3 women's single scull, but it's great to see the field's big enough to require a B final in these events. And in that B final, we have Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg in lane 5, Lauren Webber from Community in lane 6, and Bronte Marshall from Community also racing in lane 7. So those 2 in, I think we've worked out of the teal colours of that relatively new rowing club in Sydney, which is focused exclusively on para rowing. And both Bronte Marshall and Lauren Webber there in this B final are coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. And it would be Bronte Marshall leading Lauren Webber with Rebecca Markwell in 3rd place.
Just ran into Bronte about an hour or so ago. I did used to coach her at PLC Sydney quite a few years ago. She's always a very bright and bubbly personality around the boat park, always coming up and saying g'day.
You're taking all the credit for her ongoing strong career in the sport? I'm absolutely taking all the credit for Caitlin Cronin, yes. You've got to take what you can get in this game. You don't get to coach many Olympic medalists, I can assure you. Bronte Marshall is going over to France later in the year for the Virtus Global Games, one of 4 Australian rowers who will make that trip. Mac Russell amongst them as well, who we saw on the course earlier today. And Julia Story as well in that squad who will race. So he is racing right now, in fact, in the A final in the centre of the course. So this is the A final boats currently on screen. Julia Story from Drummoyne in lane 4. So she's 3 across from the right-hand side of the course. Probably back a little bit behind our leading scalers. Only 5, in fact, visible at this stage in the race. But the Banks colours are showing out quite clearly. But I think just out of shot there, you'll find that Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes may well be the race leader. And we'll get some time shortly as they go through the next of our timing points. But Nikki Ayres, Susanna Lutz, who's coached by Eleanor Crute at the Banks Rowing Club in Melbourne, and moving up alongside her also now is Lisa Greisel, who's coached by Jeremy Smith at the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. But it's Nikki Ayres from the ACT, or currently rowing here for the Capital Lakes Rowing Club. She will race for the ACT on Sunday afternoon in the interstate PR3 women's single scull, and she has a substantial lead here of some 3 lengths. She's coached by David Fermano and Thomas Kreber. And how about that race for second place? It's 0.55 a second between the two. Lisa Greisel has just moved up in second place for Lake Macquarie ahead of Susanna Lutz of Banks. Then in 4th it would be Rebecca Jones of the ANU, and the next 2 scullers coming across the timing point, Julia Story and also Kaylee Mitchell. Here comes the B final down to its conclusion as well, and it is still the 2 community rowers who lead and lead well here. So it will be what appears to be an all-the-way win to Bronte Marshall of community in lane 7. She's only got a couple of strokes to go, and she's across to claim 7th spot overall in the PR3 women's single scull. So Bronte Marshall in the win there, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James, Barbara Ramjam, and formerly by Chris McCarthy. And then in second place, it will be Lauren Webber, also from the Community Rowing Club, and Bundaberg's Rebecca Markwell will finish in 3rd in the B final.
So, a bit of a preview for the interstate regatta unfolding here in front of us. So, Kaylee Mitchell from Centenary currently sitting in 6th. She'll represent Queensland on Sunday. Julia Story from Drummoyne, who is currently sitting in 5th. She will represent New South Wales come Sunday afternoon. Susanna Lutz from Banks Rowing Club, who's currently sitting in 3rd. She will represent Victoria come Sunday afternoon. And Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes will represent the ACT on Sunday afternoon. Those are the 4 PR3 women's single scullers who we'll see out on the course then, and out getting a good hit out this afternoon, or this morning, this afternoon. Where has it? This afternoon.
It's afternoon now, but it's gone very quickly this morning.
And Nikki Ayres really showing her form ahead of that race, leading 5.5 seconds ahead of Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie. 5.5 seconds then back to Susanna Lutz of Banks in 3rd place at the 1500 metre juncture.
The ever-informative Lizzie Chapman, who's about to run downstairs and undertake the presentation for this event too, does inform us that Julia Story, rowing here for Drummoyne in lane 4, won a World Championship 20 years ago in Milan in 2003, back in the days of the leg, trunk and arms categorisation in para-rowing, now replaced with the PR 1, 2 and 3 events. So 20 years ago, Julia Story became a world champion and still competing here at the highest level in the Australian Rowing Championship, sitting up in about 5th place in this race behind Rebecca Jones and ahead of Kaylee Mitchell. But that's certainly a remarkable career of 20 years at the highest level.
And a very faithful volunteer for Rowing New South Wales. I don't think I can remember a regatta I've been to where she has not handed out bow numbers at a Rowing New South Wales regatta.
Yeah, the sport always requires the service of so many volunteers, and it's exactly the same at this particular regatta here today with hardworking volunteers right around the boat park. Thank again All Saints College from Perth for their provision of the tray holders in use at the presentation ceremonies at this regatta as well. But does look like Nikki Ayres. The margin's probably shrunk a little here, Chris, but she should take this out, and you'd think start favourite in the interstate race on Sunday as well.
Yeah, pretty comfortable margin, 5.5 seconds at the 1500. Lisa Greisel of New South Wales, the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, starting to knock on the door and ask some questions, but that margin down to probably about 2 boat lengths now, but probably won't be enough to overtake that lead that Nikki Ayres has earned in the opening stages of the race, and she will reap the rewards of that as she is shortly crowned the national champion in the PR3 women's singles scull. Nikki Ayres first across the line, gold medalist. Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie will be second across the line and silver medalist. Susanna Lutz of the Banks Rowing Club will cross the line in 2 or 3 strokes now for the bronze medal.
And they'll be followed home, those 3 in a few strokes time by, it looks like Rebecca Jones of the Australian National University. So another ACT sculler in this race. Of course, only room for 1 in the interstate team. Rebecca Jones will finish in 4th place with a few strokes still to go. Then Julia Story of Drummoyne is coached by Kathleen Hexel, as we mentioned, a world champion 20 years ago, and will today claim 5th spot in the PR3 women's single scull final. And then Kaylee Mitchell from Centenary over in lane 2 will finish in 6th position. And as Chris mentioned, she will race for Queensland in the interstate PR3 women's single scull, which will be the second race of the interstate regatta. The PR3 men's single first of all, the first of the 10-race card at the interstate regatta. And it will conclude with the King's Cup and the Queen's Cup, the final 2 races of this regatta on Sunday afternoon. You can catch all the action, of course, on the live stream too. So we do have a couple of presentations still to come here as we see Kaylee Mitchell come across the course. 9:11.77 is the unofficial winning time there for the Capital Lake sculler Nikki Ayres, and 4.22 seconds the margin of victory, so it did reduce a little bit over the concluding 500 metres of the race. So a couple of presentations to come shortly for that PR3 race. In fact, just one presentation, I think, to come, which is for the PR3 women's single scull. We'll have that presentation for you fairly short, but a bit of a break on the course for 25 minutes or so. So I guess we can call that a lunch break. It sounds more like afternoon tea, given how brief it is, but we will take a breath for a few minutes and racing to resume at 1:15 with the first repechage of the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale is an outer metro, so there was a lot of transient foot traffic historically. A lot of our people and our ancestors walked through this space.
There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the city of Armidale. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking.
There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues, cider houses, mini breweries, and where else, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
Armidale has it all. You'll see some of the old structures, some of the old houses that were there from the very, very early days.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful.
To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills, it's a beautiful place to relax.
presentation of medals for the PR3 Para Women's Single Scull. Medals will be presented by Lizzie Chapman, coach of the Tokyo Paralympic Games PR3 Cox 4 and regatta commentator. In third place, and bronze medalists from the Banks Rowing Club, Susanna Lutz. Susanna is coached by Eleanor Cruz. In second place, and silver medalist from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Lisa Greisel. Lisa is coached by Jeremy Smith. The gold medalist and Australian champion for 2023, representing the Capital Lakes Rowing Club, Nikki Ayres. Nikki is coached by David Fermano and Thomas Kreber. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champion and medalist in the PR3 Women's Single Scull.
Take your performance to the next level at the 776 BC Pop-Up, this Australian Rowing Championship. Access exclusive regatta offers on 776 BC's latest performance products, connect with Australian rowing team athletes and learn how to get your club or school racing in 776 BC custom teamwear. And I understand there's a autograph signing at 3 p.m. at 776 this afternoon. Georgia Rowe and Ben Canham are going to be at the 776 BC stall signing autographs at 3 p.m. this afternoon.
And have you seen it? It's huge. It's all in that boat shed there next to the coffee sign. Looking good. And then regatta shop next door to it. So if your wallet's feeling itchy, that's the place to go.
I did discuss with Cameron this morning about making leisure clothing for people who aren't built like him.
Great
or built
idea.
more like me. So he's taken that on board, actually.
Good, good, exactly.
Yeah. So our first race after the break, Lizzie, is the Under-17 Women's Cox Quad Scull Repechage number 1.
It is, and there are 3 repechages in total, so only 2 will go through from this, and the rest of them are going to have to move on to what other events they're entered into. Good to see that the wind has dropped somewhat.
Yes, so in this first repechage, in lane 3 is Guildford Grammar from Western Australia. Lane 4 is Fremantle Bunbury from Western Australia. Lane 5, Radford College from the ACT. Lane 6 is Seymour College from South Australia. And lane 7 is another Radford College crew from the ACT.
Going great guns there, aren't they, under the head coach Gordon Marks. So in lane 3, the Guildford Grammar crew is Amelia Bond, Matilda Parker, Mackenzie Bender, that's a nice name,
Yeah.
Emily Day, and their cox is Maisie Stevenson. They are coached by James Stevenson and Abigail Burbridge. In lane 4, and they're having a little bit of issue getting attached. In lane 4, with this Fremantle Bunbury composite, is Juliet Kelly, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle, Sophia Cross from Bunbury, and Zena Metzger from Fremantle, coxed by Helena Herworth and coached by Keely Atchison and Cameron Fowler. And I think we saw Sophia win the under-17 single this morning. So hopefully she's recovered and ready for another hard race. In lane 5 from Radford College, the first of those Radford College crews. This one is Amber Smith, Zara Turner, Coco Gunter and Amelie Brennan. Jude Barlin is the cox and they are coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christofides and Gordon Marks. The Seymour College crew from South Australia is Alice Rayner, Jade Rivet, Annie McNally and Lucy Pocock, coxed by Lexi Dennis and coached by Matthew Nielsen. And the second Radford crew, which is in lane 7, is Bonnie Hardy, Zoe Hickey, Audrey Potter and Jessie Polfreman, coxed by Stuart Ward and again coached by that team of Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christofides and Gordon Marks.
So not the famous Polfreman family, spelt differently.
I did wonder, yes, it is spelt differently, right.
And I understand Susie and David Polfreman are here in Western Australia. I'm not sure that they've been at the regatta yet.
Right.
But of course, the son-in-law Giles Miller runs the regatta shop these days.
He does indeed, does a great job.
And of course, Susie's brother, Craig James, working hard here at the regatta.
Of course, yep.
And David Polfreman, of course, the unique record of having coxed for Australia, rode for Australia and coached for Australia.
Oh, there you go. I did not know that.
No, Polf is a mystery man, but yes.
Wow. So there you go, folks. Get involved in running because you might end up doing all sorts of things.
Yep. And Susie, of course, coxed for Australia as well.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Giles was here last week delivering kit and I got a little text message because I was doing the commentary at the Canoe Sprint Championships going, basically, what are you doing here?
Yes.
I'll ask the same question. So we're still waiting.
And Mackenzie McHarg was telling me he had an event this weekend, I think, in San Diego. So his empire is spreading and, you know, he's infiltrated New Zealand and the American system and he's in the colleges in America now as well. And so he's got a group in America that's doing the 776 BC stuff there.
Excellent.
And he's got a relationship in the UK as well. And they're underway. Lizzie Repechard won the under-17 women's cox by quadruple sale. The first two to the semi-final, the remaining crews to be eliminated. And the draw is still the same as this morning. It would be Radford College and Seymour College in 7 and 6 respectively. That should be the favourite crews to go through. And thanks to Lockie, who flew in from Tasmania yesterday. Those drone shots are absolutely spectacular.
Aren't they just? So I think what they did in the end in order to help Guildford Grammar get attached was they moved them across to lane 2. Don't know what's happened with lane 3.
So yes, just the 5 crews there.
Wow.
Gave them a bit more room, maybe Lizzie, that empty lane gave them a bit more room to manoeuvre in, but certainly Bonnie Hardy, Zoe Hickey, Audrey Potter, Jessie Pelfreman, Stuart Ward, the coxswain, leading the crew coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christofides and Gordon Marks. Then across to the other Radford crew, currently in 2nd place, and then close between Seymour College in lane 6 and Fremantle Bunbury Composite in lane 4, and the Guildford Grammar crew in station 3 are in 5th place. As the drone swings around, you get a different impression and you think, oh no, that crew in lane 5's probably in front now, you know, and it may well be the case. The 2 Radford colleges may be in 1st and 2nd. Certainly looks that way from that shot, and you would suggest that the crew from Fremantle is very prominent as well. Juliet Kelly, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy, Sophia Cross and Sina Metzger, coached by Cox by Helena Herworth and coached by Keely Atchison and Cameron Fowler. A couple of those scullers in there have done well, so that's highly likely that they're going nicely, that crew from Fremantle Bunbury Composite.
Certainly looks that way, yes. So it does look as though the Radford College crew in lane 5 is currently in the lead over the Fremantle Composite in lane 4. Then it's back to the Radford College crew in lane 7, and in 4th, but it's all very close, Seymour College, and then Guildford Grammar just making their way steadily down the course. And as we've said, there's a drone up there, so you can see the footage on the big screen near the finish tower or on the live stream available through the Rowing Australia website or Facebook.
Yep, I just went on to the draw web page, and there's a big sign that says live stream, and you just click on there and away you go.
It's excellent, isn't it? That whole rowing system is very good.
Yep, as we see vehicles coming down the far side, with bicycles following the race, and vans and cars going down the far side. I would mention at this point, for cyclists, that people who are watching racing on the far side, I had a very unsavoury incident yesterday when an ambulance was trying to make its way down the far side of the course. Lights and sirens on, and cyclists following the racing would not get out of their way.
Oh no.
And I find that totally unacceptable. And it was very distressing for the driver of the ambulance, not to mention the poor athlete who was in the water for a couple of minutes and needing urgent attention. So I plead with cyclists, if you see the ambulance coming, particularly with lights and sirens, to do the right thing and get out of the road.
100%. 100%. Yes, I think sometimes we forget this is actually about the athletes, not the coaches.
And the responsibility of the boat race officials is the safety of the athletes.
100%. 100%. So, yep. And just a reminder also, if you are a cyclist, you really are required to have a helmet on. So we hate to nag, but please do the right thing there by yourself as well. So we don't need an ambulance coming out to you.
Do we have like Cirque, where every now and then the police come and do a bit of a blitz?
100%, yep. So that's why we're calling out the warnings. Now, whilst we've been babbling on, Fremantle have taken a big lead. So this is the crew of Juliet Kelly from Fremantle, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle, Sophia Cross, who's already won the under-17 single scull, and now sitting in the 3 seat of this very strong-looking composite crew.
Very much
and
so.
Sina Metzger from Fremantle. Helena Herwith is their coxswain. Keely Atchison and Cameron Fowler have been coaching this composite crew, and they have now made clear water on the Radford College crew that's in lane 5 of Amber Smith, Zara Turner, Coco Gunter and Amelie Brennan. And then it's back to Seymour and finally to the Radford College crew we mentioned at the beginning, that is stroked by Jessie Polframan.
One of my favourite expressions here, Lizzie. They are spread eagling the field, this Fremantle Bunbury Composite crew. We're just back a little in the first 250 metres, but when the coxswain said go, they certainly went. There's no doubt about that. And it is, as you said, Bunbury's Sophia Cross, the winner of the single earlier in the day, who is in the 3 seat of that crew. And the crew rowing beautifully. The rig there, they're very parallel in all parts of the stroke. 10 seconds lead over Radford College in second place. Almost 8 seconds back to Seymour College in third. Then Radford in lane 7 will be 4th, and Guildford Grammar in lane 3 will be 5th. Yeah, but it's 9.89, 7.61, 9.94. So to use Bob Ernst, who I did the Olympics with in Sydney, it's a bit of a parade. So yes, a very impressive sculling performance by this Fremantle composite crew, and Keely Atchison and Cameron Fowler should be congratulated. They're well clear, and obviously they've come this way because they didn't win their heat. So they must have been beaten by a very good crew, I'd suggest. And I'll look up the records and just see who that was, because they're going to take some beating if they're better than this crew, because they're very smart indeed. Melbourne Girls Grammar. Yeah, okay. They were a heat winner. So whether they beat this crew or not, we're not sure. But this is a very impressive sculling performance. And a few in the peloton. And across the line they go now. The crew from Fremantle Bunbury Composite in first place. Radford, Amber Smith, Zara Turner, Coco Gunther, Amelie Brennan, Judy Barlin in second place. Third then Seymour College, Alice Rayner, Jade Rivet, Annie McNally, Lucy Pocock and Lexi Dennis. Fourth will be the Radford College crew in Station 7. And in fifth place will be Guildford Grammar, Amelia Bond, Matilda Parker, Mackenzie Noop Bender, Emily Day and Maisie Stevenson. 7:59.37, so the times have improved as well with those conditions.
Yes, indeed. Confirming the results of the first repechage of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull, a win for Fremantle Bunbury. Second, Radford College, stroked by Amelie Brennan. Those two crews will progress through to the semi-final. Third, Seymour College. Fourth, Radford College, stroked by Jessie Pulfreman. And coming towards the finishing line now and placed fifth, the Guildford Grammar School. Those crews will now drop out of the event.
And the next one's underway, Lizzie. In lane 2 is Corowa Anglican School from Victoria. Lane 3, Swan River from Western Australia, pardon me. Lane 4, Kinross Walleroy from Orange in New South Wales. Lane 5, Methodist Ladies College, Perth. Lane 6, Furbank Grammar from Melbourne. And lane 7 is Melbourne Girls, a grammar school, and it's fairly obvious where they're from. Again, the first two only to the semi-final. The remaining crews to be eliminated. And the crew in Station 4 is doing well, the Kinross Walleroy crew. A couple of crew changes here. I'm just trying to work out how this looks on my program. So I'd suggest Kinross Walleroy is Sienna Wilkin, Mahari Wiley, Sophie Lulaf and Maggie Kirby. Philippa Martin, the coxswain. Coaches James Perrin and Alexander Cropley. Yes, it is the distinctive light blue boats that Kinross Walleroy have. It's leading over Melbourne Girls Grammar in Station 7 and Furbank Grammar. And no rivalry between those two whatsoever, of course. There's 0.51 between Melbourne Grammar, Rose Kears Tilley, Lucy Munro, Annabelle Guthrie, Rose Anderson, Phoebe Paul, the coxswain, and Furbank Grammar, Zoe Page, Sienna Thomas, Emily Grace, Poppy Dalton Morris, Anastasia Gansos is the coxswain, and the coach is Sophia Bendel. First two only to go through. The Kinross Walleroy crew looking strong, but interest in second now.
Razor, I've just had some messages in from people. I messaged them to just repeat confirmation that went out on the local mic, and people haven't heard it, especially people who aren't here. They've gone back to their hotel. So just to let you know, folks who are involved here at the regatta, there's no training on the course this evening because racing is going on right until really sundown. Our last race isn't starting until 6:10 at the earliest. We're running a little late at the moment, so no training on the course this evening. So if that's what you were planning to do, you need to plan some cross training instead.
Yep, That's good. And remember here yesterday afternoon, by the time we got in the car and everything, it was quite dark.
Dark, yeah, exactly. But you're very organised when you come to a national championships, and everything's quite quite tightly scheduled.
To row on Thursday afternoon at 6 o'clock, well, you need to change that plan.
Yep, change that plan. Yeah, and I don't.
Prior preparation prevents poor performance, but we need to be agile in this modern world.
100% Razor, we do.
So Melbourne Girls Grammar, Kinross, Wallaroy and Furbank Grammar in a cracking race. And they're only halfway down the course, Lizzie.
They are, but that is Kinross Wallaroy now from lane 4, pushing ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar.
I wonder if it's going to cost you more to buy one of those housing blocks at the 1,000-metre mark so you can tell your friends, I saw the race at halfway. Of course, in Adelaide, the finish line is right. There's a house on the far side of West Lakes, and I think it was the developer, the managing director of the development company. It was his house, and he had a flagpole that was the finish line for quite some time.
Oh, really?
At West Lakes. Yeah. Delphin, I think, were the developers. There you go, how I remember that stuff, and I don't remember my own grandchildren's birthdays.
So officially, Kinross Wallaroy are in the lead by less than 2 seconds over Melbourne Girls Grammar. So Kinross Wallaroy are in the middle in lane 4, Melbourne Girls Grammar are in lane 7. So that's the lane closest to the spectator viewing area.
Yep, and beside them is Furbank Grammar.
Indeed, and then it's back to Corowa Anglican Girls, who are on the side closest to the camera. I think it's really accurate. And then MLC Perth in 5th place and Swan River in 6th.
I'm not sure which crew we're seeing there, Lizzie, because the Corowa crew looks to be, that's them there, while this race is going on for the lead. Melbourne Girls Grammar are certainly improving and are almost level pegging with Kinross Wallaroy, if not leading. And in the middle, Furbank Grammar. And our old mate Roger Wilson always used to tell me that his sisters went to Furbank Grammar School. Yes, the Corowa crew is reasonably prominent on the far side there, Lizzie. It must be the Swan River crew that's a fair way back. Six crews, so all present and correct.
Yeah, but I would say that's... well, yes, Melbourne Girls Grammar making good progress there, and they continue to lead over Kinross Wallaroy. So we've sort of got either side of the course, really, haven't we? And then Furbank Grammar sitting in lane 6. Yep. So we can see it clearly now from the drone. That's a great shot.
The classic 3 into 2 won't go, Lizzie.
Yep.
It's going to end in tears for someone, and at the moment it's Girls Grammar, Melbourne Girls Grammar and MLC Perth and Kinross Wallaroy and Furbank Grammar. So Melbourne Girls Grammar, Kinross in 4, Furbank in lane 6 are the 3 in the mix. And certainly looks like the Melbourne Girls Grammar crew have got their bow well and truly in front now.
Yeah, they've just come through they've come through the 500 metre mark. Looks as though they've put a big push in. Kinross Wallaroy pushing just before the 500. Furbank, I think, noticed both of the pushes and have lifted to try and push back. This is going to be a very exciting finish. So, folks, only 2 of these crews can progress through to the semi-final. For the remainder, it's the end of the road in the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull. Certainly looks as though Melbourne Girls Grammar have booked their slot in the final. Looks to me like Furbank Grammar.
I think Kinross have spent all their petrol, Lizzie, by the looks of it, but Furbank and Kinross is where the action is. I've put a 1 beside lane 7. I'm confident that Melbourne Girls Grammar School are going to win the race, but Furbank and Kinross Wallaroy are stroke for stroke now. Kinross, Sienna Wilkin, Miari Wiley, Sophie Lulf, Maggie Kirby, Philippa Martin, and then on this side in the gold colour, Zoe Page, Sienna Thomas, Emily Grace, Poppy Dalton Morris, Anastasia Gansos is the coxswain, and the coxswain has encouraged them into second place. Furbank will go through to the semi-final in good style. Kinross Wallaroy, the early leaders, couldn't hang on. They'll finish third and be eliminated. Corowa are currently in 4th. Then follows MLC Perth and Swan River. But a nice row by Melbourne Girls Grammar School, 8:17.82.
Yeah, very well done.
Measured the race out beautifully, moved at the right time and got the win. Very, very convincing win indeed. Corowa still to cross the line, then follows MLC Perth and Swan River in 6th place.
So I think we can confirm the results now of the second repechage of the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull. First was Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Second, Furbank Grammar. Those 2 crews will progress now to the semi-final. Third, Kinross Wallaroi. Fourth, Corowa Anglican. Fifth, MLC Perth, and 6th will be Swan River. Those crews now drop out of the event. The winning time, 8:17.82, and that compares with 7:59 in the previous heat. Sitting on the start line now are our contestants in the third repechage of the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 2, Penrose from WA. In lane 3, Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. The Penrose crew is, we'll go through them in a minute. In lane 4, Fremantle Rowing Club. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar School. In lane 6, Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. And in lane 7, Trinity Lutheran College. The crew from Penrose is Jessica Fursman, Imogen Crane, Millie Rose and Tessa Delroy, coxed by Thabiso Mabote. The crew from Wendouree Ballarat is Samantha Crilly, Mia McTeague, Zoe Wright and Mia Goodburn, coxed by Gemma Bridges. The crew from Fremantle is Lara Connolly, Hannah Blaney, Madison Naylor and Bridget Brolton, coxed by Hannah Yeo. The Canberra Girls Grammar crew is Emmanuel Hoskins, Sophie Murphy, Maddie Beasley and Audrey West, coxed by Olivia Noonan. The Brisbane and GPS crew is Abby Wex, Danielle Watt, Astrid Thomas and Eva Hosking, coxed by Gracie Gascoigne. And the crew from Trinity Lutheran is Alina Doherty, Molly Lomax, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford, coxed by Lola Sullivan.
And Eric Rowan, the former Tasmanian, coaching at Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast. And doing a very good job there, I might add as well.
Yeah, good to see him doing that.
Got a very, very good support group there whenever they go to regattas. I usually do the commentary at this Queensland Schools Championship, and they're a very, very supportive group of parents for the Trinity rowing program. Only 2 of the Lutheran schools in Queensland have rowing programs, Trinity and St Peter's Lutheran College. Of course, Peter Hicks was running the program there. He was married to Lucy Benjamin, rowing Queensland's Lucy Benjamin, who's no longer rowing Queensland Lucy Benjamin, but Cricket Queensland. Lucy Benjamin and Margot Harley left.
I was just going to say, I know we shouldn't talk about other sports, but
Margot Harley left Rowing New South Wales to run the Women's Big Bash.
That's right.
Cricket.
Yep.
And one of her first clients she'll be having is Lucy Benjamin, who left Rowing Queensland to run the Allan Border Field for Cricket Queensland.
There you go.
Or Queensland Cricket, I think they're called. But, the Brisbane and GPS crew well out in front here. Abby Wex, Danielle Watt, Astrid Thomas, Eva Hosking, Gracie Gascoigne, coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila. Abby Wex, new to Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, formerly with Commercial Rowing Club, as was her mum. Yep, yes, we have seen them all in singles, that's true. It's fair to say Abby's single didn't go great, but she is capable of better than that, and she's doing a good job here in this crew. And Nigel Stubbs here, he's a boat race official in Queensland, he's coaching and doing a good job. Brisbane and GPS, just one of the oldest clubs in Queensland. I think Commercial may well be the oldest club in Queensland. May well be the oldest sporting club in Queensland, in fact. Yeah. I was in a crew that won the Centenary Eights at Commercial, I think in 1971. So heading for the second centenary, aren't we? So yes, Abby Wex, Danielle Watt, Astrid Thomas, Eva Hosking, Gracie Cascoyne, coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila, and they'll advance through to the semi-final in fine style. Over the crew from Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast, Alina Doherty, Molly Lomax, Lily Fruin, Isabel Clifford, Lola Sutherland, coached by Eric Rowan, as I said. They'll be in second place. And in third is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in Station 5. Emmanuel Hoskin, Sophie Murphy, Maddie Beasley, Audrey West, Olivia Noonan, coached by Charlie Durkin, Sam Duckworth and Carolyn Pipers. And on the far side is the Wendouree Ballarat crew, Samantha Crilly, Mia McTeague, Zoe Wright, Mia Woodburn, Gemma Bridges, they'll be fourth. Fifth will be the Fremantle crew. Penross is quite some distance back at the rear of the field in sixth place. Winning time 8:12.87. Fastest of the three, Lizzie, I think. 8:12.87, 12.39 the margin. In very good conditions this afternoon.
As our last crew approaches the line, we can confirm the results of the third repechage of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull. A win for Brisbane and GPS. Second, Trinity Lutheran. These two crews will progress through to the semi-final. Third, Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth, Wendouree Ballarat. Fifth, Fremantle. And sixth, Penross. These crews will now drop out of the event.
And race 365, the Under-17 Men's Cox Quadruple Scull Repechage 1 is on the course.
In lane 3, we have Hale School from WA, Harvey Pianta, William Flavelle, Alex Holly and Archie Hinchcliffe, coxed by Owen Little. In lane 4, Gippsland Grammar, represented by Lagan Joshi, Blake Fairweather, Hagan Cook and Samuel Reynolds, coxed by Lockie McCall. In lane 5, Pulteney Grammar from South Australia, Joshua Zhang, Cy O'Hanlon, Sam Williams and Zach Parrish, coxed by William Thompson. In lane 6, the Southport School, Harrison Howard, Trent Vincent, Matthew Coleman and John Annetto, coxed by Sean Mudimu. And in lane 7 from Scotch College, Adelaide, Mitchell Lucas, Oscar Kittle, Max Brammy and Patrick Keenan, coxed by James Appleby.
And Andre Pistonik and James Seppel coaching that crew. I think Andre Pistonik used to be at Trinity Lutheran at the Gold Coast, I think. And I note with interest the Hale School crew is being coached by Mike Quinn and Tim Whitcomb. Tim and his wife Hannah both rode for Australia in years gone by, and were living in Norway for 12 months or so, but they're back here, back over west, and have left Norway and can return to their native Western Australia to live. But it's certainly the Southport School that's highballing it out in front, Lizzie.
Certainly looks like it, yeah.
Ian Hawley, Amelia Connolly and rowing coordinator John Smythe coaching this crew for the Southport School. Scotch College Adelaide in second place, and then across to, I would think it's Gippsland Grammar,
yeah,
Pulteney Grammar, and at the rear is a crew from Hale School. Western Australia, Victoria, South Australia, Queensland and South Australia.
That's pretty good national representation, isn't it?
It certainly is, yep.
So we have 3 repechages again in this Under-17 Men's Coxed Quad Scull, and what that means is the top 2 will go through to the semi-final. Pretty clear who the top 2 are from the first repechage of the Under-17 Men's Coxed Quad Scull. First across the line will be the Southport School, and then it will be Scotch College Adelaide.
So, Lizzie, being the age I am, I never ever got to row a quad scull. Have you rowed in a quad scull?
I have indeed, yes. Not a massive amount, and certainly not a coxed quad scull. That would have been fun, actually. Yeah. The thing about quads is they go so fast that if you're the person with the steering foot, it can be a bit scary. And in the UK, you usually steer from the bow seat.
And you're going around bends and rivers.
Exactly. Precisely. Third across the line there, Pulteney Grammar.
Or was it Gippsland?
Oh, sorry, Gippsland Grammar from, that's right, yep, Gippsland Grammar from Victoria, and then it will be Pulteney Grammar from South Australia.
7:32.87, 7:32.87 unofficially. The margin 3.61 as the Pulteney crew came through, and the Hale crew still to finish, still with about 75 metres to go.
But I think we can safely confirm the results of repechage 1 of the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. It was a win for the Southport School, second Scotch College Adelaide. Those two crews will progress through to the semi-final. Third Gippsland Grammar, fourth Pulteney Grammar, and fifth the Hale School. They will now drop out of the event. Winning time provisionally 7:32.87 and the margin 3.61.
And repechage 2 is on the course, the under-17 men's Cox quadruple scull, repechage 2. And those drone shots of the boat park.
Beautiful.
And then the car park on the opposite side. I'd like someone to go through and put a value on all of that equipment.
Oh my goodness me, but I was thinking how neat and tidy we are in rowing. It didn't look like that last week, that's for sure.
No.
Right, race number 366 on our programme, the second repechage of the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. In lane 2, Aquinas College from here in Perth. In lane 3, Hale School from here in WA. In lane 4, Glebe Rowing Club from New South Wales. In lane 5, Prince Alfred College from South Australia. In lane 6, Trinity Grammar from Victoria. And in lane 7, Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club from Queensland.
Trinity Grammar were the early leaders over PAC, Prince Alfred College, and Rockhampton Fitzroy in third place. I was in Melbourne 5 or 6 weeks ago, and I was staying just near Trinity Grammar with some friends of mine, and actually very near MLC.
So you probably even saw these guys training. This crew is Matthew Rigby, Patrick McInerney, David Morris and Carter Beamish. The cox is Sam McDonald, and they are coached by Jackson Harrison and Lachlan Goller.
And PAC of Adelaide, Prince Alfred College, was in second place.
That's the crew of Jasper Hill, Milo Katsaros, Angus Williams and Oliver Smith, coxed by Alex Hamoud and coached by Amanda Tidswell.
And Rockhampton Fitzroy was holding down third.
And that is the crew of Nicholas Thompson, Jai Ole, Tristan Vesey and Harry Brandt. Layla Struthers is coxing them, and they are coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. It's great to see the coaches, isn't it? See all the names come back. Hello, Amanda Tidswell. So, yeah, just wonderful to see everybody coming back into it again and giving back to the sport. In Glebe Rowing Club, we've got Ed Williams, Carter Clifton, Carson Prout, Charlie Slack. Their cox is Max Hewlett, and they're coached by Nick Galea and Adrian Henning. Adrian, who is at Cranbrook School as well. So I'd imagine these guys are school rowers.
Yep.
Great junior program they've got there at Glebe.
Trinity Grammar almost 6 seconds clear at the 1,000-metre mark.
And then it's back to our two West Australian schools. In the Hale School crew, we've got Atticus Sarandopoulos, Jack Clayton, Jack Hatter and Samuel Bradell. Denzel Gunter is coxing them, and they're coached, as you said before, by Tim Widdicombe and Mike Quinn. And in the Aquinas College crew, we have got Jared McKay, Oliver Williams, Andy Lands Robson and Hugo Denny out, Ashton Smith in for him, and Max King is coxing them.
Yes, and at the moment they're a little off the pace, but pace is pretty hot, being set by the Trinity Grammar crew from Melbourne. And Prince Alfred College of South Australia and Rockhampton Fitzroy, obviously of Central Queensland, are in third place with the job in front of them, because the first two only are going to go through to the semi-finals. They've left the 1,000-metre mark, heading towards the 1,500. Just a slight breeze, nothing like we have had, but there's still the wind there. And yes, the crew in the middle. What's happened there? There's a crew that's dropped right out of it. The Rockhampton Fitzroy crew has dropped right out of it, so I'm not sure what's happened there. because they were up running third in the early stages. Trinity Grammar are going on with the job, as you'd expect, in the lead. And over a couple, is that the Glebe crew that's in contention there?
It is, yeah. And having watched some of those lads in that crew, especially Carter Clifton, it doesn't surprise me because I think some of those lads are ones to watch for the future. They've got a real passion for rowing after moving down, or not moving, but doing club rowing as well as school rowing. It's lovely to see. They're obviously having a lot of fun. There's a great squad there of kids from lots of different schools. And they've got a number of coaches there, including Nick Galea and Mark Tegens, Tom Parker and his dad, Milan Parker, and Susanna McMahon. So a great team of people there, or plenty of other people as well, but they're the names that come to mind.
Was that where the Mackneys were?
Yes, absolutely. Kim and Robin Mackney, and they're still around, not rowing quite as much. Robin also coaching at Drummoyne.
Okay. Yeah, but certainly the Trinity Grammar crew from Victoria have got to look back at the rest of the field. They're all on their stroke side, and the coxswain.
The Glebe Rowing Club now sitting in second place.
Yep.
It's a good row for them.
It is. So we've got a bow coxed leading boat and a stern coxed second and third, have we, Lizzie? That's the way it looks to me.
Certainly looks like it. So yes, if you are new to rowing and don't know much about it, you'll see that in the bows of the boats, in the bow of the leading boat, we've got a cox placed there in the bows. And the boat that's coming in second, Glebe Rowing Club, the cox is actually looking at the rowers, sitting to the end of the boat, to the stern end of the boat. So you can have either formation in a coxed quad or four, not in an 8. So these days we only keep the cox in the stern. Don't want to drown them.
The Trinity Grammar will cross first. Glebe will be second with those very high-vis caps on the bow pair. And then in third place will be Prince Alfred College from South Australia. Fourth will be the Aquinas College crew over in Station 2. Fifth then will be Hale, and sixth will be the Rockhampton Fitzroy crew. So obviously something has gone wrong.
It has. We don't have the whole crew rowing, so I think they have had a bit of a problem with their equipment.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Glebe. So confirming the results of the second repechage of the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. A win for Trinity Grammar, and second, rowing through the field, Glebe Rowing Club from New South Wales. They will progress through to the semi-final. Just missing out will be Prince Alfred College from South Australia. In fourth position, Aquinas College from WA, and in fifth, Hale College. And just coming up now, but with equipment problems, Rockhampton Fitzroy. The winning time for Trinity Grammar was 7 minutes 27.75.
And repechage 3 of the under-17 men's cox quad scull is on the course.
We have a composite of Mercantile and Trinity College in lane 2, Bunbury and Fremantle in lane 3, a composite of Newcastle Grammar School, Adelaide High and Unley High School in lane 4, Trinity College WA are in lane 5, Scotch College Adelaide are in lane 6, and Tasmania University Boat Club are in lane 7.
And it is the Tas Uni crew that leads, and leads handsomely, 9.33 seconds through the 1,000 metre mark. Josh Field, Hugo Wilkins, Noah Haas, who won a gold medal earlier in the day, Henry Manning and Ruby Robinson. And again, I plead with the Tasmanian universities, next year when you put your entries in, can you please acknowledge your coaches by putting their names on the entry? And yes, there's been a breakdown in the bow seat there by the look of it. So 3 brave rowers from
Rockhampton Fitzroy.
Rockhampton Fitzroy finishing the race off with a mishap, a gear mishap, in the bow seat there. The Tas Uni.
Quite distinctive in their red boat, aren't they?
Absolutely, red boat, red uniform, 5:34.5. And they've led through that point in front of
Newcastle Grammar composite. So that's Thomas Osborne from Unley High School, Finn Redmond from Adelaide High School, Lucas Burton from Newcastle Grammar School, and Ronan Brown from Newcastle Grammar. Oliver Williamson is their cox.
Is that when you got excited earlier today when you saw Finn Redmond, you thought of me?
Any mention of Finn? No, no.
It's P-H-I-N-S, not F-I-N-N.
No more rugby league talk.
So are you saying this boat park is far more tidy than the canoeing boat park?
Oh, the canoeists weren't over that side. Everything was over this side. So the difference in the number of competitors is amazing. 245 competitors in the Canoe Sprint National Championships and almost 2,000 in our National Rowing Championships. I don't think we really realise how enormous our sport is and how much equipment, as you say, we have, how much money is invested.
What a value on all of those crafts, Lizzie.
It's such a... They are such totally different sports, and both of them are amazing. What I think is wonderful in this country is there's so much sport on offer, and I know we joke about it and I tell you to shut up for talking about rugby league, but aren't we lucky? We just have great sporting facilities. One of the best countries in the world for sport, and we've got a home Olympics coming up as well, and these kids here in this Tasmanian University under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull, one of them might be at the 2032 Olympics, folks.
Absolutely.
So watch these guys, cheer these kids on, because this is such a great sport, and who knows where it might take them. Josh Fielding, Hugo Wilkins, Noah Hassan, Henry Maining across the line, Ruby Robinson coxing them to victory in this repechage. They're through to the semi-final, and they are going to be joined by the Newcastle Grammar Composite of Tom Osborne, Finn Redmond, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown.
Trinity College will be next, then the Bunbury Composite crew, then Scotch College of Adelaide and Mercantile Composite on the far side of the course at the rear of the field. Yes, it's a great opportunity. If they're 16 or 17 now, another 9 years, they'll just be coming into their prime.
Absolutely. So, official results of repechage 3 of the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull. A win for Tasmania University. Second, Newcastle Grammar Adelaide High Unley High School Composite. They progress through to the semi-final. And now dropping out of the event, Trinity College WA, Bunbury Composite, Scotch College Adelaide and the Mercantile Trinity College Composite.
And we go from coxed quads now to coxless quads.
We do indeed, and from the age
straight
group
quadruple scull.
Right, and from the age group of under 17 to under 19, so quite a lot of difference physiologically.
In the first two to the final now.
Oh, right, okay, here we go. Repechage number 1 in the under 19 women's quad scull. There are 2 repechages. First 2 go through to the final. In lane 3, Swan River. Anna Graydon, Melissa Marshall, Ruby Hughes and Rhiannon Ferdinando. In lane 4, a composite of Monique Guest from Corio, Jo Somerville from Nagambie, Leah Murphy from Corio and Lily Rose Hall-Kraus from Nagambie. In lane 5, Swan River Rowing Club, Izzy Bolton, Alessia Scirocco, Stephanie Potner and Isabella Edinger. In lane 6, Commercial from Queensland, Emma Searle, Bethany Harvest, Milena Wilcox and Paris Reed. And in lane 7, a composite, Victoria Binns from Adelaide University, Greta Spencer from Swan River, Lila Fieves from Fremantle and Sinead Redding from West Australian Rowing Club.
Wow, okay, that's quite a mix.
It is. Looks to me like something they're putting together to try out ahead of junior trials.
Yes, Stefano Veloso, Alex Thompson and Mark Beer working on that, because Lila Fieva ran into her dad, Jono, a couple of days ago. Of course, Jono was one of Nick Garrett's proteges, was he not?
I believe so, yeah. And was he a lightweight?
No,
he okay.
Heavyweight, but I'm sure he rode.
Yeah, no, I do think that Nick coached him. Yeah, yes, I'm sure you're here still, Jono, or watching on live stream, so you can always message us and let us know.
So it looks to me like the Western Australian Composite crew is back a little. Have I got that right? And is it the Commercial crew that's in the lead?
Or is it Swan?
It's not Commercial. No, there's Commercial there.
So I think
the Swan River, is it? No, there's 2 different clubs there. Loretto Kirribilli Comp, where
360. So it's now turned into a Loretto Kirribilli composite. We might need to just go to the computer. Sorry about this, folks. We clearly don't have the most up-to-date list of who is racing.
It is Swan Commercial is second. Nagambie Corio Bay Composite is in third. Swan River fourth, and Swan River fifth.
And so what has happened is Elizabeth Carey has gone into the stroke seat of that crew in lane 7. So it's now Victoria Binns, Greta Spencer, Lila Fieves, and instead of Sinead Redding from West Australia, it's now Elizabeth Carey from Loreto Kirribilli.
Okay. So from Sydney.
Correct.
Kirribilli's where the Prime Minister's residence is it not?
And she's a very competent sculler, Elizabeth Carey, and that crew is in the lead over the crew from Commercial. So lane 7 Composite is in the lead. Commercial currently sitting in second position. The Nagambie Corio Bay Composite from lane 4 is sitting in third. This is at the 1500 metre mark, but they're some way back. And then it's the Swan River crew.
Yep, and the Swan River crew is coached by Dave Morridge, Lachlan van der Ven, and the crew in the middle coached also by Michael Hinsley.
So it's that crew in the middle currently sitting in fourth. So the second Swan River crew difficult to tell.
Yep.
I can actually only see. Oh no, there they are. Yep, back there. So the crew in lane 3 back a little there, Swan River.
So 7 and 6 will go through to the final. Western Australian Composite with Loreto Kirribilli, and Commercial will be second and go through to the final also. Then the Nagambie Composite crew will be third, will it?
Yes, that's right. That's them there. They'll be third. And
Swan River in 5 will be fourth, and Swan River in 3 will be fifth.
Yeah, so that's the Swan River crew stroked by Isabella Endinger.
8:04.18, 8.04.18, the margin 2.55. So a late crew change there, but still got the win.
Confirming the results of the first rapid charge of the under-19 women's quad scull. A win for the Loreto Kirribilli Composite. Second, the Commercial Rowing Club crew. Those two crews will progress through to the final. Now dropping out of the event, Nagambie Corio Bay Composite and the 2 Swan River Rowing Club crews. Provisional winning time 8:04.18. Margin 2.55. We now move to
rapid charges on the same progression, the first through to the final.
Townsville JCU are in lane 3. Maya Williams, Nisha Hammond, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. In lane 4, Tasmania University, Ella Robinson, Maddie Higgins, Olivia Walter and Claire Oliver. In lane 5, a composite between Georgia Mortimer and Asia Heaps of Bundaberg, Lucy McFarlane of Centenary and Remy Neville of Griffith Unisurfers Paradise. In lane 6, a composite between Lily Barker, Olivia Yates and Meg Castles of Mersey Rowing Club and Lila Hucker of North Esk. And in lane 7, a composite of Sophia Miller from Yarra, Neve Tierney and Lauren Moran from Sydney Rowing Club and Zara Kafuri of Yarra.
And the research has been done there by Lockie Carter and Dave Orchard and Thomas Krieber. And that's what they've come up with, and they're the crew that's leading, albeit narrowly over the North East Mersey Composite crew coached by Dave Tippett and Trevor Barrett. And those two crews have moved well clear of the rest of the field, headed by the Townsville and James Cook University crew in Station 3. They'd be narrowly in third place over the Griffith Unisurfers Paradise Centenary Bundaberg Composite crew in lane 5, and at the rear is a crew from Tasmania University in Station 4.
More beautiful drone footage of those two leading crews, the Yarra and Sydney Rowing Club Composite and the North Esk and Mersey Composite. I think the North Esk and Mersey Composite are coming through.
Yep, they are. Townsville JCU.
Oh, it's going to be a very exciting last 250 metres, folks. So if you were a part of any of these 4 clubs, let's get out there and cheer. So in the blue and red, Sydney Rowing Club and Yarra, and in the colours of North Esk and Mersey, the Tasmanian composite. Oh, I thought they had their noses in front, but a big push coming from the Sydney Rowing Club crew.
And the seating's changed. The 2 Yarra Yarra scullers are in the bow pair and the 2 Sydney scullers in the stern pair. But it will be the Sydney Yarra Yarra crew that gets the upper hand. As you said, Lizzie, they responded to the push there, and they're going on with the job and get across the line. Best pass, half a length clear on the line over the North-Est composite. Good race between those two. Much too strong for the rest of the field. Headed by Townsville and James Cook University in 3rd place. 4th then will be the Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise composite crew, and 5th will be Tasmanian University. 8:02.71 and the margin just 0.86. The Townsville and JCU 3rd. Our next race is under 19 men's quadruple scull repechage 1, and the first 2 go through to the final. Another cutthroat event. There's 7 crews, 2 to go through, 5 to put it on the rack, Lizzie.
Oh. So we have a composite in lane 1 of Jonathan Foster from Fremantle, James Moy and Henry Pitt from the Hutchins School in Tasmania, and Remy Payne from Fremantle. In lane 2, a composite between Thomas Miller of Rockhampton Fitzroy. Then we've got Thomas Bartels of Townsville and JCU, and then Finn Parr and Timothy Connor from Rockhampton Fitzroy. In lane 3, the Nudgee composite is Samuel Klotz from Bundaberg, Lucas Free from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Costa Carathanosopoulos from the Southport School, and Chad Willett from Nudgee College. In lane 4 from Fremantle, oh my goodness, 1 club. Liam Yeager, Austin Vincent, Liam Davis and Oscar Lurie. In lane 5, a composite of Oliver Klotz. I don't think so. I think that crew was withdrawn.
No. Oh, yeah. Well, Oliver Klotz is... Oh, that's Oliver Klotz and the Samuel Klotz. So...
that crew is definitely
they're not out there.
And in lane 6 from Trinity Grammar, Hugo Osmond, Nicholas Whiteoak, William Ball, Charlie White.
And our leaders are the next crew, Radford College.
Hunter Jolly, Jake Sheeman Rogers, Hamish Roberts and Oliver Fox.
Leading, albeit narrowly, as the Nudgee composite crew is just 0.81 behind when they went through the 1,500 metre mark.
So we've got two crews that have scratched in this race, lane 2 and lane 5.
So Radford College, coached by William Hatcher, Maximilian Mayer and Gordon Marks, leading the crew from Nudgee composite. Chad Willett in the stroke seat there of the Nudgee composite crew. Then we've got the Surfers Paradise, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Luca Free in the 3 seat, 2-seater Samuel Klotz of Bundaberg and Costa Carathanosopoulos of the Southport School up in the bow seat, and that crew is going to win this repechage and go through to the final, a crew in station 3. Chad Willett stroked this class of boat at last year's World Under-19 Championships. And then in second place is the Radford College crew. Third will be the Fremantle crew in station 4. Fourth will be Trinity in 6. Fifth then will be the crew from Fremantle in lane 1. So lane 2 did not start, lane 5 did not start.
So confirming the progression for repechage of the under-19 men's quad scull with only 2 to progress through. The winner was the Nudgee composite and second Radford College. They progressed through to the final. Eliminated now from the event are Fremantle, Trinity Grammar and the Fremantle Hutchins School composite. Winning time was 6 minutes 58.98 and the margin was 4.98. We now move to the first repechage of the under-19 women's Coxed 8.
Of which there are 2.
And in lane 2, we have St Catherine's School from New South Wales. In lane 3, Loreto Turak. In lane 4, Melbourne Girls Grammar School. In lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon. In lane 6, Caulfield Grammar. And in lane 7, Furbank Grammar. So, St Catherine's School, they were the winners of the Head of the River race at the New South Wales Head of the River race, schoolgirls. Madeline Mannins, Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Cara, Lila Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss and their cocks, Sophie Castellas. They are coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley and Georgia Shearer.
St Catherine's win at Henley last year?
Yeah, I think they did, yes.
Oh,
St Catherine, was it?
Was it St Catherine's of Melbourne?
Oh, right.
Oh, okay, wrong St Catherine's, all right. Was that with a K or a C? All right, okay.
We then have Loreto Turak in lane 3, Sophie Hill, Stephanie Leon, Madeline Bear, Sophie Hine, Audrey James, Evelyn Boyle, Mara Q, Luciana Descala, and their cocks is Sarah Chapman, and they are coached by Connor McConville. Who have we got here? And that's St Catherine's School that you can see on the screen now. In lane 4, we have Melbourne Girls Grammar with Sophie Davies, Emily Twitt, Emma McCafferty, Jessica McLennan, Emily Walters, Lulu Burney, Felicity Batten and Cara Duffy, coxed by Audrey Surachi. In lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon. There you can see in the red with Georgia Kemp, Lily Dwyer, Taya Kirsanovs, Delaney Troon, Amy Goodson, Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis, Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson. So we saw Katie and Lucy win in the pair earlier today. Chloe Tippett is their cox and Matt Olver is their coach. Caulfield Grammar is the crew of Amelia Pinder, Grace Kennedy, Olive Pascoe, Annabelle Barnett, Stephanie Longley, Ella McCaskill, Ava Pigeon and Emily Condren, coxed by Ivy Jones and coached by Hannah Every Hall. And in lane 7 from Furbank Grammar, Annabelle Russell, Maya Page, Orla McCarthy, Frankie Deaver, Giselle Buckley, Emma Goff and Sophia Scott. Their stroke is Angelica Woodruff and their cox is Aurelia Fife and they are coached by Nikki Pluchinski.
The Loreto Turak crew, which is off the pace, is their second 8. Now the surprise to me here is Ballarat and Clarendon. I don't recall having seen Ballarat and Clarendon row 8s very often.
Oh, how exciting then.
Ballarat and Clarendon are 4s specialists and have been forever. And the Cox 4 is the boat of choice in Lake Wendouree by the schools there. So it's great to see Ballarat and Clarendon.
Well, look, we've got
voting an 8.
3 to progress through to the semi-final and they're currently sitting in 4th. To be honest, I don't think they're going to catch up. Caulfield Grammar currently sitting in 2nd, but having a really good battle with Furbank Grammar. St Catherine's School keeping a careful eye on them over in lane 2.
And Caulfield Grammar, coached by Hannah Every Hall, Olympian Hannah Every Hall, who left Wesley to go to Caulfield Grammar.
Doing a great job there, looking at the results they're getting, so they're on the rise. They are just over a length down on St Catherine's School with 500 metres to go, so if you're on the bank and you are a Caulfield Grammar parent or supporter, let's hear you cheering. But New South Wales, let's get it on for St Catherine's.
And Hannah tells me her sons are now 6'2". I don't know where they got that from. Not from their mother, that's for sure.
Definitely not. Furbank Grammar having a really good fight back there. Look, they're in the side closest to in the lane closest to the tents and the spectators.
And they're coached by Nikki Plusinski, the Furbank Grammar crew. And Nikki used to be at Ballarat and Clarendon.
Oh, right.
Has gone to the big smoke now and is in town at Furbank Grammar School. So the extremities of the course and the Caulfield Grammar crew there. So the far side St Catherine's, this side Furbank. But Furbank's in a bit of trouble, although the first 3 are going through, Lizzie. So they'll go through to the semi-finals without doubt. St Catherine's over in Station 2 will win it, I'm suggesting, over Caulfield Grammar and Furbank Grammar, and those 3 will be the crews that will go through. Ballarat and Clarendon will run 4th. And unfortunately will be eliminated, but it's great to see them rowing 8s at the Australian Championships. Melbourne Girls Grammar will be 5th and Loreto Turak 2nds will be in 6th place. But the St Catherine's School rode a very controlled race over there at the far side of the course. Not many have won from there today, but the St Catherine's School will do exactly that. The crew coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley and Georgia Shearer. And they cross the line on this stroke. St Catherine's first, Caulfield Grammar second, Burbank Grammar third, Ballarat and Clarendon College from Ballarat fourth, Melbourne Girls Grammar fifth, Loreto Toorak at the rear of the field in sixth place. 7:33.45, 7:33.45. The winning time, the margin 5.96 and 2.09.
Confirming the results of the first repechage of the under-19 women's Cox State as our final crews approached the finish line. It was a win for St Catherine's School, New South Wales, second Caulfield Grammar of Victoria, and third Furbank Grammar of Victoria. Those three crews now progress through to the semi-final. Dropping out of the event now, Ballarat Clarendon, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Loreto Toorak. The second repechage of the under-19 women's Cox State will soon be in progress. In the second repechage of the under-19 women's Cox State, we have a composite between Methodist Ladies College Perth and what is that? John 23 College.
Yep.
In lane 3 from MLC-Q, Methodist Ladies College, that's the one in Victoria, and they have a second MLC crew that's in lane 4. Loreto Ballarat are in lane 5, a composite between Wendouree Ballarat, Loreto Marriott Attville, Norwood International High School and Adelaide University is in lane 6, and in lane 7, and our race leaders, Geelong Grammar. That's the crew of Matilda Hunt, Kissy Kisvada, Aisha Yates, Eva Grillowitz, Claire Hamilton, Sienna Huon and Quimby Yates. Emily Pincott is their stroke and Olivia Mann is their cox. And they are our race leaders at the moment.
They won the Head of the River.
Oh, did they?
Yes, in Melbourne.
Right.
Last week?
Last Saturday.
Last Saturday, before Richard got on the plane to come here on Sunday.
Sitting in second position, Loreto Ballarat. And that's the crew of Amelia Ridley, Jessica Stute, Sarah Augustine, Bridget O'Brien, Gemma Phillips, Talia Whittle, Bridget Bales, Rosie Hunt, and their cox Lily Davis. They are coached by Steph Seary and Craig Smith. And then I think it's back to lane 3, which is the MLC crew of Sophie Lynn, Sarah Palavestra, Sophia Capoulias, Zara Kraus, Anna Jackson, Laura Taubman, Claire Wong and Emily Davies, coxed by Kate Roscombe, coached by Benedict O'Leary and Phoebe Georgiakis. Sitting in fourth position and actually pressing up now into this valuable third position, which is the final qualifying position, the Wendouree Ballarat composite of Emily Lang, Emma Newhouse, Angelica Cheer, Fern Rosenbauer, Emma Gowans, Tess Squire, Daisy Simpson-Kerr, Charlie Gartland and their cox Lily Connell. I don't know if they've left it a little too late or it's too big a push, but we have got 500 metres left, so they may just do it.
Yes, they may. But, no doubt about our leaders. The head of the River champions from Lake Ngambie last Saturday afternoon, the Geelong Grammar School crew. Who coaches them? Do you know, Richard? Geelong Grammar? But, they were successful on the day and they've gone through there with a whopping 8.3 second margin over Loreto Ballarat in second place. As Lizzie said, coached by Steph Seary and Craig Smith. In third place, Wendouree Ballarat Composite.
Oh, they've moved through.
Yep, they're into third place in front of MLC-Q, the crew coached by Stacey Mastras and Tim Dolphin. Or is it the other crew? Benedict O'Leary and Phoebe Georgiakis.
Yeah, so we haven't read out the names yet. So the MLC crew that is currently sitting in fifth is Portia Gowrie, Olivia White, Georgina McLeod, Lucy Speed, Alessia Calcagno, Caroline Buckley, Josie Martin, Evelyn Ford, and their cox Alessandra Lowe. And then our final crew is the composite that's in lane 2. Yep, there they are. And that's Eliza Brown, Sophie Livingston, Edwina Kilpatrick, Ashley Purnell, Grace Morrison, Bronte Vinicum, Imogen Wheeler, Jacqueline Gilbert, and their cox Neve Fraser, coached by Jessica Newton and Marshall Varley. Oh dear me, Geelong Grammar have a big lead.
They do.
That is a fine-looking crew. It's going to be a good final with them and St Catherine's School and those that have qualified already.
So assembly, Geelong Grammar leading Loretto Ballarat, and then Wendouree Ballarat Composite just in front of the crew from MLCQ from Glenferrie Road in Hawthorn, or is it Q? Well, it'd be Q given it's MLCQ. What is it, the other side of that street? It becomes Hawthorn, is it? Geelong Grammar and all the way win. Successful season, trying to add a national championship to the head of the river. They're first. Loretto Ballarat will be second. Wendouree Ballarat, Loretto Marriotteville, Norwood International High School, Adelaide University and any other club we can name are in third place. Fourth then will be MLCQ in Station 3. Fifth will be MLCQ in Station 5. And sixth will be the Methodist Ladies College, John the 23rd College from Western Australia.
So confirming the results of the second repechage of the Under-19 Women's Cox State, a win for Geelong Grammar, second Loretto Ballarat, third Wendouree Ballarat, Loretto Marriotteville, Norwood International High and Adelaide University Composite. Those three crews progress through to the semi-final. Fourth MLCQ, fifth MLCQ and sixth MLC Perth Composite, they will now drop out of the competition. Winning time 7:41.74.
Repechage 1 of the Under-19 Men's Cox State. First three to the semi-final, Lizzie.
We have Christchurch from WA, Christchurch Grammar in lane 2, the Scots College, New South Wales in lane 3, Ballarat Grammar and St Patrick's College, Victoria in lane 4, St Joseph's College of New South Wales in lane 5, Brighton Grammar from Victoria in lane 6 and Scotch College, Victoria in lane 7.
And it is the St Joseph's crew from Sydney who's leading. Will Raven, the head coach there now, or the rowing coordinator. What are the? Yeah, Michael Lane and Tom Morgan coaching this crew. Grant Dreyer, Harbour Timms, Darcy Williams, Finlay Mitchell, Samuel Basher, Alex Nagleen, Jack Cullen, Joe Mangelsdorf. Jonathan Yates is the coxswain. So that's a great rowing name. Mangelsdorf in the stroke seat. Yeah, we'll have to ask fabulous Phil Mangelsdorf downstairs if this young man is a relative of his. Ballarat and Grammar and St Patrick's College in the mix, as well as is the crew from Brighton Grammar School. Thomas Haddon coaching Brighton Grammar, Hamish Elliott, Fletcher Brogan, Michael Farron, Tom Trist, Isaac Pells, Oscar Goodger, McGrath, Hugh Cabernegal, Oliver Smith, Monty Brogan, the coxswain, and as I said, Thomas Haddon, the coach. And Ballarat Grammar Composite, Lachlan Heath, Charlie Savage, Ned Bennett, Paddy O'Brien, James Halsell, William Hexter, Jonty Fall, Oliver Harris, Isaac Martin, the coxswain, the coaches Paul Common and David Doherty. Now, there are three leading boats at the moment, remembering that the first three will go through to the semi-final. The rest of the crews will be eliminated. Far side, the local hopes, Christchurch, Owen Jeffcoat, William Main, Jack Trevenna, Alex Jordan, Sam Singleton, Oliver Locke, Cameron Wood, William Mawson, Henry Ranger, the coxswain, Warwick Yates, the coach. Scots College from Sydney, Jack Lamson, Archie Hughes, Monty Pekulis, Tom Juricic, Samuel Stewart, Lucas McGregor, Samuel Ireland, Angus Wells, Finlay Cardno, the coxswain, Edward Manton and Dustin Butler, the coaches. And the only crew I haven't given you is the Scotch College crew from Victoria. Fletcher Douglas, Tom Mitchell, Jack Atkins, Sasha Kennett, Louis Emmett, Joey Collingwood, Hugo Purnell, Ted Burney and Thomas Findlay is the coxswain.
So I was a bit curious to have a look and see whether that Scots College crew is the same one that got the bronze medal at the schoolboy head of the river race last weekend, but it's not the same crew. So great to see some of the schoolboys wanting to continue after the end of the school season and to have a crack here at the National Championships. The St Joseph's College crew from New South Wales does contain quite a few of the members of that first 8, and that is the crew that's currently in the lead. In fact, at 1,500 metres to go, they have almost 6 seconds over the Ballarat Grammar and St Patrick's College composite. Brighton Grammar are sitting in 3rd, Scotch College in 4th, Scots College from New South Wales sitting in 5th, and Christchurch Grammar in 6th. And we'd have 7, so who am I missing?
So the
six, right.
The Scotch College crew is not their first, not the Head of River champions. It's their Year 10 crew, Richard tells us.
All right, and the Scots College isn't their first 8 either.
Yep. So the Scots College from Sydney, SCOTS.
Yep.
And Scotch College, SCOTCH from...
And actually that was a good tip because this is their Year 10-8. Scots College from New South Wales, this is their Year 10-8, looking at who raced at the head of the river last weekend.
So
what a great opportunity.
The Year 12-8 from St Joseph's College is the crew that's leading, however.
Who cares as long as they're here and having fun?
Exactly.
And having fun they are. Look at them.
They're well clear of the composite crew from Ballarat Grammar and St Patrick's College. So again, the Ballarat schools branching out into 8-oared rowing. Brighton Grammar in 3rd. Our old mate Roger Wilson, a student at Brighton Grammar for a number of years, and a proud Brighton grammarian. They'll finish 3rd and go through to the semi-finals. Scotch College will be 4th. 5th then will be Scots College, and 6th will be the local school, Christchurch Grammar School. Local as in Perth, not necessarily in Champion Lakes.
Confirming the results of the first repechage or the only repechage of the under-19 men's Coxed 8. First, St Joseph's College, New South Wales. Second, Ballarat Grammar, St Patrick's College, Victoria Composite. Third, Brighton Grammar, Victoria. Those 3 crews will progress through to the semi-final. 4th, Scotch College, Victoria. 5th, Scots College, New South Wales. And 6th, Christchurch Grammar, WA. They will now be eliminated from the event. Winning time, 7 minutes, 0.71 of a second. The margins 5.39 and 10.93.
And the under-21 women's quadruple scull heat 1. We're back to heats now, Lizzie.
Okay, here we go, folks. So heats, let's start all over again with the under-21 women's quad scull. In lane 1 from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Phoebe Doolan, Georgia Crichton, Marcella Paget and Georgia Slack. In lane 2 from North Esk and Mersey, Amy Florence, Catherine Greenhill, Ella Spalding and Morgan Brown. In lane 3 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Bridget Somerville, Victoria Trentin, Felicity Murray and Chloe Robinson. In lane 4 from Sydney and UTS Haberfield Rowing Clubs, Megan Hadfield, Sarah Fard, Talisa Noak Driver and Laura Cypher. In lane 5 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Sydney University Boat Club and UTS Haberfield, Sarah Berretry, Lily Gavin, Ellie Clifford and Jazz Ingle. In lane 6 from Sydney University Boat Club, Lily Gavin, Stephanie Prella, Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond. And in lane 7 from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Emily Graham, Nancy Duncan Banks, Tyler Hutton and Alice Reddy.
High quality field, Lizzie, that's for sure. And a number of medals already collected today from athletes within this race?
I'm full of admiration for how they keep going round for more. So let's say it's only one of these crews will progress to the final, and the remainder will have to go to a repechage.
It looks like the Sydney Composite crew.
Just looking at it.
Sydney Composite crew, unsurprisingly, of Hadfield, Fard, Noak Driver and Laura Cypher are the crew that's in the lead. Over Station 6, Sydney University, Lily Gavin, Stephanie Prella, Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond. Another crew that Alfie Young is putting the polish on, and they are challenging for the lead with that Sydney Composite crew. Then across the University of Queensland, closest to the spectators, and first only to go through, so it is cutthroat, there's no doubt about. And those two are the only two that can win it. Lane 4, Sydney Composite, and Lane 6, Sydney University Boat Club. So you're doing the administration at Sydney University these days?
I am. Yes, I am. I'm absolutely
How many members do you have?
I've absolutely no idea.
A lot.
Way too many. Well, actually, no, you can't say that. But it's a big club, obviously, and with coaching staff like Don McLaughlin, Alfie Young, Tom Lorridge, Peter Warne, it goes on. Really excellent quality of coaching and great fun. What an amazing bunch of people. So obviously I've been involved with Sydney University Boat Club for a very long time, but through my para rowing I've kind of gone off and coached elsewhere and not been terribly involved. So I'm back involved with the club again and really enjoying it.
And then you've got the likes of Chris Knoll and others who are...
And John Boltby, yes, exactly. Marcus Britt, who won the pair today, and I don't know if you heard the trivia there that he's now won junior men's pairs, under 21 men's pairs, under 23 men's pairs, and now open men's pairs.
He rode with Purnell, with Alex Purnell.
Good looking pair. Yeah. So here's the men's captain, and the lovely Ella Menzies is the women's captain, and the presidents are Devlin Walsh, who's rowing here too, and Danny Pettit, who you'll know from coxing.
Have a look at this footage coming now from that drone, Lizzie, and we can see that these two leading boats, there wouldn't be 1.5 meters between them. And look at the battle for third. It's irrelevant because, you know, first only is going to go through, but the battle for third and fourth between University of Queensland and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite is a cracking race in itself. But our two leading boats, Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney Rowing Club UTS Haberfield, and the crowd going wild on the bank, trying to cheer their charges home. It's a composite crew on the far side. Nearest the judge is the Sydney University Boat Club crew, and it's a composite crew that's getting the upper hand. Sydney and UTS Haberfield will get across first. Sydney University will be second. And then we wait for third and fourth between University of Queensland and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite. There's quite some margin back to those two, almost a length on the line between the two New South Wales crews. It is University of Queensland third, fourth is Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, fifth then will be the Mercantile crew, as you were, sixth will be Mercantile, North S was fifth, and Merck's sixth, and Rockhampton Fitzroy will be seventh. 7:47.56. 7:47.56.
So just confirming, in the first heat of the under-21 women's quadruple scull, the Sydney and UTS Haberfield composite will progress to the final, and all the other crews will go forward to the repechage.
And heat 2 is underway, again with the first only to go directly to the final, Lizzie.
In lane 2, we have a composite between West Australian and Fremantle of Aquila Ambrosino, Holly Cannon, Charlotte Broad and Tanika Webb. In lane 3, a composite between UTS Haberfield, Amelia Cooper, Georgina Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club, Olivia Cook from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Ella Smith from Pine Rivers. In lane 4, a composite, Pippa Gray from ANU, Madison Joins from Penrith, Lydia Tippett from Mersey and Elena Moran from ANU. In lane 5 from Banks Rowing Club, Ellie Brennan, Susanna Lutzi, Maisie St Cyr and Abigail Schlitt In lane 6, a composite between Meg Cartwright of Melbourne University Boat Club, Gabrielle Geldard of Toowong, Lindsay Calvert of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Jessica Malcolm of Centenary. And our final crew in lane 7, Melbourne University Boat Club, Mary O'Donnell, Chloe Amling, Tiffany Crossthwaite and Ellie McCure. So Tiff Crossthwaite, who was in the Junior Women's 8 last year, Ellie McCure was also. Also, you've probably spotted that we've got Susanna Lutzi, who was the bronze medalist in the PR3 Para Women's Single Scull, sitting in the Banks quad.
Yep, and the composite crew in Station 6.
Yes, good names in there.
Well, look at the lead they have, Lizzie.
Yeah. Well, a great combination of single scullers. Doesn't always mean you'll combine into a good
But again, Centenary, Griffith Uni, Toowong and Melbourne University Boat Club. There's been some phone... Telstra's the only winner out of that. There's been some phoning going on to come up with that crew. There's no doubt about that.
And hopefully Australia will be too, because this is a great opportunity to put some crews together and test them out and see whether it's worth sending them over to the Sydney International Regatta Centre for the junior team trials in a few weeks' time.
Yep, they're pretty sharp.
Yeah.
You can see the Griffith Uni singlet in the 3-seat.
And with only one to progress through to the final, I think we know who it's going to be.
Yes, certainly looks that way. Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University and Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong up in the bow seat there. Those Toowong colours clear in the bow seat, and that Centenary composite crew is going to be far too strong for this very good quality field. So a bit surprised at the margin, to be honest with you. Centenary stroking the boat, Jessica Malcolm. And Lindsay Calvert of Griffith Uni in 3-seat. The 2-seat is Meg Cartwright of Melbourne University Boat Club and Gabrielle Geldard of Toowong. In bow, Chris Holliday, Leo Karadimitris and Ben Southall coaching the crew. On the far side, probably second, Western Australian Fremantle composite crew. They will be second. Then in third place will be the Melbourne University Boat Club crew in Station 3. Fourth will be the Pine Rivers composite crew in 3. And then follows ANU composite, and at the rear in lane 5 is Banks.
And the winning time there, 7:54.93. The margin, a whopping 15 seconds. I think we should really note that wind has shifted again, and we've got a nice stiff head breeze now. So a distinct difference in these last 2 races. So confirming the results of Heat 2 of the Under-21 Women's Quad Scull. A win for the composite of Centenary, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Toowong and Melbourne University. They progress through to the final, progressing now to the repechage of the remainder of the crews. The first heat of the Under-21 Men's Quad Scull is now in progress, with the first 2 to progress through to the final. In lane 3, Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Ed Nutt, Sam Bristow, Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 4, West Australian Rowing Club. Aria Almasi, Apollo Solomon, Lachlan Moroney and Charlie Stevenson, coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen, Charlie Hine, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 6, a composite of ANA, University of WA and Adelaide University, Derek George John, Max Henry, Daniel Holding and Liam Squires Welsh, coached by Alex Salenza and William Hines. And in lane 7, a composite of Hamish Nicol from Mercantile, Oscar Baregi from Sydney University Boat Club, Hayden Mounter from Tasmania University Boat Club and Harry Birchmore from UTS Haberfield.
Thank you, Lizzie. Yes, we're racing now in the first of 2 heats in the Under-21, the men's Quad Scull, and it's Sydney University, much to the delight of my co-commentator who's enjoying watching the Sydney Uni crew out on lane 3, leading pretty substantially here, but about 2 seconds, in fact, it was over UTS Haberfield composite crew on the far side of the course. So 2 crews on opposite sides here of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre, and the West Australian Rowing Club sit in 3rd place, but only 2 will go through from this first
heat.
And I know we've seen, especially from that Sydney Rowing Club crew, we've seen a lot of medals already this morning, but it should be noted that the stern pair of that Sydney University Boat Club crew, they don't row together at the moment, I don't think, but Hamish Danks and Hugo Hobbs were the junior double scull, men's double scull, a couple of years ago under Chris Holliday. I think 2020 when we had to go to Adelaide for the...
It was the year where the Australian team never left Australia.
Correct.
Yes, and had a big, sort of a World Cup simulation regatta of some sort in Adelaide. So
that's right, yes.
21 were, yes.
What was that, 21? Right.
A good race in 3 here suddenly for this 2 qualifying spots. So the West Australian Rowing Club coming through strongly late in this race. Sydney Uni on the far side still are in front. The West Australians might be up into second now. UTS Haberfield Composite and also the Sydney Rowing Club combination out in the front of the 4th place narrowly, but looking for a qualifying spot. It will be in the end. Sydney Uni will hold on by about 2/3 of a length ahead of the West Australian Rowing Club. A very strong finish in second place for them. Tight for 3rd and 4th. Both will have to go to the repechage. I think it was Sydney in 3rd place and UTS Haberfield Composite 4th. And then the ANA Composite crew were listed, but may still coming here, in fact, down the course.
Saying that Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield Composite are a photo finish, but the winning time there for Sydney University Boat Club, 7:03.54 provisionally, a margin of 1.28. So it will be from Heat 1 of the Under-21s men's quad scull. The progression will be Sydney University and West Australian Rowing Club through to the final, and the remainder will race a repechage, presumably tomorrow, looking at the number. Our second heat of the Under-21 men's quad scull is in progress. That's our final crew crossing the line in the first heat now. In Heat 2, we have Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, James Fredrickson, Oliver Maroulis, James Fredrickson with a K, and John Kenny, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, a composite, Samuel Mounter from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Patrick Murphy and Harry Knott, along with Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Randall Martin and Chris Holliday. In lane 5 from Adelaide University Boat Club, Heath McLeod, Callum Deckers, Nick Burr and Fraser Balnaves, coached by Sam Morton. In lane 6, a composite between Adelaide University and Commercial of Kyle Miller and Edward Chipperfield from Adelaide Uni, Mika Talbot from Commercial, Hugo Worm from Adelaide Uni. Coaches, Sam Morton and Dario Spatelli. And our final crew is from Melbourne University Boat Club, Nick Adkins, Oliver Frangos, Ryan Cornelius and Tom Foley.
You warned us yesterday, Lizzie, that the 2 James Fredricksons would end up in the same boat, and indeed that is the case here in the Sydney Rowing Club combination on lane 3, but not in a qualifying spot at this stage. It would be University of Queensland Composite, the UQ and Griffith University Surfers Paradise crew on lane 4, and also Adelaide University and Commercial, so a South Australian Queensland Composite crew there, with 3 rowers from Adelaide Uni and 1 from Commercial sitting in second spot. And unlike the previous heat where there were chances all over the course, it looks like the top 2 are pretty much sorted in this race with about 200 metres still to go. So University of Queensland, Griffith University, lane 4, Adelaide Uni Commercial, lane 6, and then Melbourne Uni in 3rd place on lane 7, ahead of Sydney Rowing Club, lane 3, and Adelaide University, again there in the centre of the course, lane 5. But 3rd, 4th and 5th will go through to the repechage, which will be raced tomorrow, and the final, of course, on Saturday for the Under-21 men's quad scull. So the top 2 will go straight through to that final, and the remaining 3 crews an extra race tomorrow as we head towards the closing strokes of this race. It is still the crew from University of Queensland and Griffith University Surfers Paradise who leads the race over on lane 4, and they've got a couple of lengths on Adelaide University and Commercial in second place. So they will be our 2 qualifiers. University of Queensland Composite going through along with the Adelaide University Composite crew straight through to Saturday's final in the Under-21 men's quad scull. Very tight once again for 3rd and 4th, as was the previous heat. This time Sydney will get the nod in 3rd place, but they'll still have to race the repechage along with the crew they've just edged out there from Melbourne University, and 5th will go the way of the crew from Adelaide University.
Confirming the results of the second heat of the under-21 men's quadruple scull, a win for the University of Queensland Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite. Second, the Adelaide University Commercial Rowing Club Composite. Those two crews will progress through to the final. Going to the repechage, Sydney Rowing Club, who placed third, Melbourne University Boat Club, who placed fourth, and Adelaide University Boat Club, who placed fifth. Winning time provisionally 7:09.57, the margin 7:09.7 and the margin 5.53. That's just changed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move from age racing to club racing. So this is I suppose, a non-championship event, isn't it? The Club Women's Double. And we have 4 heats of this Club Women's Double. In the first heat, we have in lane 3 the University of Queensland, represented by Gemma Thompson and Ruby Dollar, coached by Michael Russell and Philip Bourguignon. In lane 4, Swan River Rowing Club, Anna Graydon and Madison Sims, coached by Lachlan van der Ven. In lane 5, the University of WA, Lucy Eden and Thea Adamson, coached by George White. In lane 6, the University of WA crew of Hayley Rowe and Izzy Emery. And in lane 7, from Richmond Rowing Club in Victoria, Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball. So what is important to note about this is that nobody who is nominated for a national under-23 or senior or para team can race in the club double scull. So these are people who aren't seeking to represent Australia.
And also didn't represent Australia last year. I think
right.
The other half of that rule. So yes, effectively for those athletes at just slightly below the elite level of the sport, but a great opportunity for the clubs to have a crew out in their name. And also there's a no composites rule in the club events too, so all athletes must be from the same club, which certainly does make things easier for us without those giant mouthfuls of composite crews like in the Junior 4s a little while ago.
That is so true.
Now it's the first heat now, the first heat of 4 it is in the Club Women's Double Scull and the Club Men's Double Scull to finish. So 3 different club events taking place this regatta. It's the Double Scull, the Cox's 4 and the Coxed 8 for both men and women, so 6 club events in total. They'll all conclude with finals on Sunday morning as part of those big series of school and club finals before the interstate regatta. And Lizzie's already highlighted the name of Ben Homer on the page, who's coming up shortly in the club men's double scull in a few races' time.
Look, I'm looking for Stuart John. Why is he not here? Just because he's an acting CEO of ACT Rowing and is in some meeting?
He's in a meeting, I believe. Yes.
In a meeting, yes.
Imagine all those CEOs in the one room, but. Kind of glad we're up here instead, I think. It's Richmond Rowing Club, by the way, who lead pretty substantially here. Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball of Richmond in lane 7 were first through the 1,500 metre mark. University of Western Australia in second place with 2 combinations in this race. It would be lane 5 there in second place, Lucy Eden and Thea Adamson. And then University of Queensland third, Gemma Thompson and Ruby Dollar. Ahead of the second combination from University of Western Australia, Hayley Rowe and Izzy Emery. And Swan River would be in 5th spot, Anna Graydon and Madison Sims. So 3 West Australian crews occupy all the centre lanes here. And a substantial lead to the crew in yellow and black from the Richmond Rowing Club in Melbourne. First 2 only through to the semi-finals, so Richmond leading it by 23.7 seconds over University of Western Australia, who look very much set to be our 2 qualifying crews. And then it is University of Queensland and University of Western Australia 3rd and 4th. So huge lead here to the Richmond Rowing Club. It does appear actually also only 4 combinations in this race. There has been a bit of a redraw take place with a couple of these events. I believe one of the heats of the men's club double not required now, so we're seeking some additional information on the races to come. But certainly there is no doubt about our leading crew here, which is Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball from the Richmond Rowing Club in lane 7. First and second will go to the semi-finals, and they will race tomorrow. In fact, on Saturday will be those semi-finals and the finals again on Sunday, but the repechage is tomorrow for the crews outside the top two. But that will be no concern to Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball from the Richmond Rowing Club, who come across and take the win. The first of our club races, the first heat of the club women's double scull, and it is Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball very, very comfortably first crew across the line, and they'll get the day off tomorrow and go straight through to the semi-finals of the club women's double scull. A big field here. I think there's 19 or 20 entries in the event, but a couple of those have withdrawn late in proceedings, so we will try and get the updated draws through very soon. A great race for second place on the far side with, it looks like University of Western Australia just edging out University of Queensland, but they're not in anything like their allocated lanes, so well, let's wait to confirm those results. But certainly it was Richmond very, very comfortably in front, and then it is, yes, the maroon colours of University of Queensland. They're in second place, lane 3. That's Gemma Thompson and Ruby Dollar. Third place then went to Lucy Eden. In fact, the other way around, Lucy Eden and Thea Adamson. Second, it appears, for University of West Australia. University of Queensland third, and Hayley Rowe and Izzy Emery in fourth place.
Confirming the results of the first heat of the club women's double scull, a win for Richmond Rowing Club. Second, University of WA, Lucy Eden and Thea Adamson. Those two crews progressed through to the semi-final. Third, University of Queensland. Fourth, University of Western Australia, Hayley Rowe and Izzy Emery. And fifth, Swan River. They progressed to the repechage. Winning time 8 minutes 54.77. The second heat of the club women's double scull is now in progress, with Brisbane and GPS in lane 3, Kate Morris and Marnie Evans. Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 4, Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty. Caulfield Grammar in lane 5, Stella Mayer and Emily Thompson. West Australian Rowing Club in lane 6, Maddie Ford and Sophie Gillies. In lane 7, Corio Bay and Sydney Arnold and Lauren Murphy.
And again, Lizzie, they are the crews in the race, but I'm seeing Corio Bay, I think, leading here. In fact, on the other side of the course too, we shouldn't forget the crew there in lane 2-3, which is Brisbane and GPS. So it's a substitution in the West Australian Rowing Club combination, who do sit in about third place. But the race lead, in fact, over on the other side is with Brisbane and GPS. Kate Morris and Marnie Evans there, coached by Catherine and Alan Borgia, the race leaders. And then Corio Bay on the other side of the course, Sydney Arnold and Lauren Murphy, coached by Alan Darker and Anita Whitehouse. So they look to be our two qualifying crews. West Australian Rowing Club would be third. That's the new combination of Maddie Ford and Sophie Gillies for the West Australian Rowing Club, but they look like they'll have to still go via the repechage to make the semis of the club women's double scull. Fourth place then is Canberra Girls Grammar School, Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty in the boat there for Canberra Girls Grammar, and back further to Caulfield Grammar, another of the Melbourne schools there in fifth place, Stella Meyer and Emily Thompson, coached by Hannah Every Hall and Jasmine Bell Lowe. But over on the far side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre, a substantial lead still to the combination from Brisbane and GPS, with just 3 or 4 strokes to go in front of a packed car park there on the far side of the course. They will come across and record a win in the second heat of the club women's double scull. So Brisbane and GPS are straight through to the semi-finals. Second will go the way of Corio Bay, about 2 lengths ahead of the West Australian Rowing Club. So Brisbane GPS and Corio Bay through to the semi-finals. And then to the repechage will go the West Australian Rowing Club, Canberra Girls Grammar School and also Caulfield Grammar.
Confirming the results of the second heat of the club women's double scull, a win for Brisbane and GPS. Second, Corio Bay. Those two crews will progress through to the semi-final. Third, West Australian Rowing Club. Fourth, Canberra Girls Grammar, and fifth, Caulfield Grammar. Those crews will progress through to the repechage. Winning time 8 minutes 27.41. Heat 3 of the club women's double scull is now in progress, with ANA in lane 3, Natalie Gray and Nadia Gardner. Griffith Unisurfers Paradise in lane 4, Remy Neville and Jazz Ingle. ANU in lane 5, Catherine Kahn and Taylor Caudle. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney. And in lane 7, Ballarat City, Tia Johns and Tia Broad. Oh, Tia and Tia spelt differently. Tia spelt T-E-A and Tia spelt T-I-A.
So it is Tia Johns, not just T.
Or maybe it is T.
We'll have to check on that one too.
What I'm loving is how clubs are managing to find people with the same names just to try and trip us.
It's obviously a recruiting tactic, isn't it? Yes, we need a crew of Tias. Go and find them for us, and it's working well. So there is a clear leader in this race as well, and that would be the combination from the Australian National University, I think, out in front. Again, we do appear to be one crew short in this race. The next heat also rapidly chasing them down the course, but the ANU certainly in front. Catherine Kahn and Taylor Cordy there in race 380. Sydney Rowing Club in second place. Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney, they look to be the two qualifiers. Then Ballarat City, Tia Johns and Tia Broad would be third over in lane 7. And ANA, the club from Perth, the boat shed, part of the boats at least kept here at the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. And ANA, Natalie Gray and Nadja Gardner there, about 17 and a bit seconds behind in fourth place. So 2 to go through once again from Heat 3. Heat 4 is rapidly following this down the course. Now the club men's double scull heats have been redrawn. And we've just had the new draws come through. They've gone from 4 heats down to 3, it looks like. So a new field of rowers to come down in those races shortly. But we've still got 2 heats to go of the club women's double scull. And also can confirm the last 2 races of the day have been removed from the program due to scratching. So we'll now conclude at exactly 6 o'clock. So much earlier with the last of the school 8, so the schoolboys Coxed 8 heats at 6 p.m. will now be our last race, but the course still is closed for training this afternoon due to the fact that sunset will come by at about 6:15. Here comes the crew from the Australian National University in bright sunshine here at the moment on the course, and they go across and take the win in the third heat of the club women's double scull. So Catherine Kahn and Taylor Caudle are across for ANU, and second will be a clear lead to Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney, who will shortly be across to also qualify for the semis of the club women's double scull. And then the remainder of the field will go to the repechage, just the other 2 boats in the race. So Ballarat City, Tia Johns and Tia Broad will certainly finish third. And on the far side, it's the ANA combination of Natalie Gray and Nadja Gardner, who will be the final crew across the line, and they will qualify for the repechage.
Confirming the results of the 4th heat of the club women's double scull, a win for ANU, Kahn and Caudle. Second, Sydney Rowing Club, Moran and Tierney. Those 2 crews will progress through to the semi-final. Moving to the repechage, Ballarat City and ANA. It would appear that Griffith Unisurface Paradise did not start. Winning time 8 minutes 41.13. The 4th heat of the club women's double scull is on the course with the University of West Australia in lane 3, Alice Scrolton and Isabella Marchetti. UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in lane 4, Louisa Stocks and Taylor Kerpiniotis, coached by Katie Healy. Swan River Rowing Club in lane 5, Isabella Edinger and Stephanie Potmer, coached by Mark Beer. Fremantle Rowing Club in lane 6, Lara Connolly and Madison Naylor, coached by Peter Holliday. And ANA Rowing Club in lane 7, Marianne Amato and Alyssa Mansell, coached by Graham Scattergood.
So it is the UTS Haberfield combination, Louisa Stocks and Taylor Kerpiniotis, who lead pretty comfortably at the 1500 metre mark of the race. UTS ANA also in this race from Perth, this time on the other side of the course. They were in lane 1 in the previous heat, and now they are in lane 7. Very similar colours, at least from this distance. I'll probably get in trouble for saying so, but the ANA and UTS clubs with the vertical stripes The darker colour and the white as well, and they are certainly our top two crews, there's no doubt about that. But UTS Haberfield, Stocks and Kerpeniotis, and ANA, Amato and Mansell are the very clear leading couple of crews here. And Swan River look to be in third place. Isabella Edinger and Stephanie Potmer. Fremantle fourth, Lara Connolly, Madison Naylor, and the University of Western Australia, Alice Gratian and Isabella Marchetti. So the West Australian clubs have really taken to the club events here with 4 entries in this heat of the club women's double scull. But it is the combination from New South Wales who are leading still comfortably enough. Louisa Stocks and Taylor Kerpeniotis across on lane 4 for UTS Haberfield. They got the lane 4 pounder. I'm not sure they're quite in lane 4 there. That looks more like about lane 1.5 to me.
Yeah, it looks it's quite gusty, that wind, isn't it? I'm just watching one of the crews at the end there, and they're really struggling to stay in the lane.
Regardless, they are well enough clear here, the crew from UTS Haberfield, so they record a comfortable win here in this 4th heat of the club women's double scull. As they go through in a couple of strokes time, a fairly leisurely finish to the race, it has to be said.
It's either leisurely or it's a strong wind and they're really pushing hard into it. Yeah, well done, exactly. UTS Haberfield taking out heat 4.
And ANA will finish in the second of the qualifying spot, so they also go straight through to the semi-finals on Saturday. It will be for those races 5, 5, 9 and 5, 6, 0 on the program. And to the repechage in third place, it will be the Swan River combination in this battle of the West Australian clubs, Isabella Edinger and Carly Vierman. They'll finish third. Fourth goes to Lara Connolly and Madison Naylor of Fremantle. And in fifth place from the University of Western Australia, it will be Alice Grolton and Isabella Marchetti.
So as our final crew approaches the line, we can confirm the results of the 4th heat of the club women's double scull. A win for UTS Haberfield, Louisa Stocks and Taylor Kerpeniotis. And second, ANA, Mariana Marto and Alyssa Mansell. Those 2 crews will progress through to the semi-final. Sitting in third, Swan River, 4th, Fremantle and 5th, University of Western Australia. They will progress to the repechage. Winning time 9 minutes 9.59 seconds. Our next race already on the course is the first heat of the club men's double scull, with the first 2 to progress through to the semi-final. In lane 1, the University of Queensland, Mac Russell and Callum Breedska, coached by Michael Russell and Randall Martin. In lane 2, St George Rowing Club, Lachlan Dunn and Callum Dunn, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 3, St Joseph's College, New South Wales, Grant Dreyer and Harper Timms, coached by Will Raven, Michael Lane and Tom Morgan. In lane 4, from the University of Western Australia, Isaac Hamilton and Aaron Den Uden, coached by George White. In lane 5, from Pine Rivers of Queensland, Henry Borger and Michael Hart, coached by Catherine and Alan Borger. In lane 6, from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Chris Thompson and Tate Van Heemst, coached by Elliot Shackloff Bertonetti. And in lane 7, representing Newcastle Rowing Club, Ben Homer and Remy Keats. So Mac Russell and Callum Breedska in lane 1, both experienced coastal rowers from the National Rowing Championship, so you'd think they'd cope well with these conditions.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, there's still some breeze out there, and great interest certainly from up here in the lane 7 combination from the Newcastle Rowing Club as well. Our own Ben Homer rowing with Remy Keats. So I saw them out preparing to go out about an hour or so, getting very serious for this race. And
you mean they had snorkel and mask on?
It was getting towards that, but no, it was serious business, these club men's double sculls. But it is lane 6 who leads here for UTS Haberfield, Chris Thompson and Tate Van Heemst. Newcastle are in second place, Ben Homer and Remy Keats. And then third in the centre of the course from the University of Western Australia is Isaac Hamilton and Aaron Den Uden. Now with the redraw here, it should still be first and second through to the semi-final. So a day off for those crews that finish in the top 2. So well placed, certainly. We do see those 2 combinations from New South Wales of Chris Thompson and Tate Van Heemst in lane 6, Ben Homer, who can do everything it seems, and Remy Keats in lane 7. And they are certainly clear of the University of Western Australia lane 4. In third place, Isaac Hamilton and Aaron Den Uden. University of Queensland in lane 1. As Lizzie mentioned, an experienced combination, certainly in the coastal rowing version of the sport. Mac Russell and Callum Britsky there would be in 5th place. And Pine Rivers as well, Henry Borgia and Michael Hart, as they continue on their way down the course. There are only a couple of strokes to go, and Newcastle and UTS Haberfield having a bit of a sprint to the finish here. Ben Homer wants to finish in 1st place and ensure he gets the day off, but UTS Haberfield have no desire to let him go through. It is still the UTS Haberfield combination, clear by about a length. Newcastle certainly closing in the late strokes of this race. They'll get within a boat length, but with only a couple of strokes to go, UTS Haberfield will hold on and take the win in the first heat of the Club Men's Double Scull. Newcastle Rowing Club in 2nd place, and they're pretty happy with that too, and they are through directly to the semi-finals of the Club Men's Double Scull. So it's UTS and Newcastle, our direct qualifiers. 3rd place will go the way of the crew from the University of Western Australia, racing in lane 4. And the rest of the field still to come home. Possibly University of Queensland will take out 4th place. The crew of Russell and Bretsky on the far side of the course. They do indeed by just under a length from the yellow boat there in the centre lane, which would be Pine Rivers, lane 5. And 2 crews still to come home. Looks like it might be the colours of St George there, I think, in 6th place. Lachlan Dunn and Callum Dunn. And that leaves St Joseph's, Grant Dreyer and Harper Timms in 7th place, or should. I'm not sure we do have that 7th crew there. So 6 boats across the line.
Confirming the results of the first heat of the Club Men's Double Scull, a win for UTS Haberfield, Thompson and Van Heemst. 2nd, Newcastle Rowing Club, Homer and Keats. Those 2 crews progressed directly through to the semi-final. And now progressing to the repechage, University of WA, University of Queensland, Pine Rivers Rowing Club and St George Rowing Club. Winning time 7 minutes 41.18, the margin just 1.42. The 2nd heat of the Club Men's Double Scull is now in progress, with Banks Rowing Club in lane 1, Heinrich Vensky and Kane Bullock. In lane 2, University of Western Australia, Ethan Bromley and Oliver Cliff. In lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen and Charlie Hine. In lane 4, Swan River, Benjamin Sutherland and William Morich. In lane 5, West Australian Rowing Club, Joseph Dawson and Dejan Buis. In lane 6, Melbourne University Boat Club, Alistair Isherwood and James Gardner. And in lane 7, from UTS Haberfield, Mitch Blackmore.